Saints.
Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that?
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your chain for the championship. Fucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy, then you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
All right, shout out to the mighty Who Dat Nation. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're now rocking with the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys, where we have intense, entertaining, educating, and enlightening sport talk on your favorite sports fam. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate y'all for being in the season finale right here. The Saints, man, finishing it off. 6-10 right now with an opportunity to go 7-10, 5 straight to close out the 2025 regular season, and looking at very prosperously looking at the 2026 and beyond with enthusiasm and with the anticipation of turning this thing around fast. 5 years of funk, this could be the final season we crack it and get back to the playoffs with a successful free agency and draft class for 26. But be that as it may, before we even get there, we have to get through the matchup against the Falcons, who are 7-9. They're on a 3-game winning streak. So big ups to you guys. Y'all spike upon the like button as you come into the stream. It's going to be interesting because of all the things that we have to deal with. We don't have access to our favorite wide receiver, Chris Olave. He's hurt in this matchup, so we'll have to figure out a way. We're going to have to figure out a way to get it done without Chris O being there, man. And listen, we're going to have to make it happen. But anyway, let's get into some of this news, man, before we jump into the stream right here. As you can see, the Saints did sign Trayton Welch from the practice squad and activated him, elevated Jake Haener and running back Naheem Miller-Hines to the active roster, as we know, because of the fact that Haener will be the backup for Spencer Rattler, who has a finger issue, who will not play in the game. And, of course, we realize the black and gold are dealing with a lot of injuries coursing toward the back of the season, missing a lot of our star-powered players. Will be interesting. Here is the injury, or the inactive list, rather. Defensive back Ugo Amadi, Spencer Rattler, Chris Olave, Alvin Kamara, Xavier Truss, Brian Bresee, and Nate Shepard. So Brian Bresee and Nate Shepard, two our better playing interior defensive linemen, will be out for this game, but the Saints do have quality depth to step in its place, and that'll be the biggest problem taking on this team, because the Falcons have a decent defense. They can get after you with the sacks. The issue is, who do we go to as the wide receiver? Now, the Saints did activate Ronnie Bell and Samori Toure to the active roster as wide receiver. So Kevin Austin Jr., Dante Pettis, Ronnie Bell, and Samori Toure are our wide receivers. Juwan Johnson, Taysom Hill, Matavo, Trayton Welch. So we're going to have to be, it's going to be interesting to see who they rely on in terms of the passing game. But the reality is, remember what Tyler Shough said in a previous interview that we seen. He talked about being on a scout team. And some of these guys wasn't there at the time, but that's how he has such a chemistry with Kevin Austin Jr. It's because of the scout team experience. When Spencer was starting, he was throwing to these other wide receivers. And perhaps some of that, we'll see some of that as we move forward. Now, we know Pettis is a decent young wide receiver. He had to fumble and all this kind of stuff into the end zone, but we know he can catch the ball. He can run routes. He has a good degree of speed. So we'll see Kevin Austin and Dante Pettis up against the Falcons secondary. So it's going to be a test. It's not going to be easy, but I do think the Saints are going to cut it loose in this matchup, fam. I really do. I think they're going to cut it loose, meaning they're going to play with some heavy offensive firepower, meaning they're going to be throwing this thing. They're going to, because they want to kind of hoist up the aspirations of Tyler Shough as the Rookie of the Year. Him having a solid game, a 300-plus game with multiple touchdowns against the Falcons would be very promising, right? And we'll get that. So we'll be looking out. But also there's another a caveat here in terms of Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay beat the Carolina Panthers. Panthers couldn't take care of their business yesterday. They couldn't handle their own business, so they need the Falcons to win today to help them to win. And when we beat the Falcons, Tampa Bay will win it by default. So that's where we find that when people can't handle their own business, we got to handle it for them. So all our Carolina Panther family out there, shout out to you guys, but y'all about to go home. Y'all about to stay home, or y'all about to be sorely upset because we about to kick these people square in their you-know-whats and knock all the feathers off their ass. So I'm just letting y'all know off top, you should have took care of your business when you had a chance. Like in the words of Mystical, handle your business. Do not let your business handle you. You should have took care of your own damn business. Now you're praying a blue streak for somebody to, hey, help us out. Ain't no help, Saints. You can pray all you want. The Saints about to knock these people ass out of here. You heard me? All right, so big ups to y'all. Y'all hit that like button as we get going up in here. The Saints are going to kick off. They're going to start it off by kicking off to the Falcons. So the Saints will retrieve the ball at halftime. So the Falcons will get it initially. Now, remember, we did lose the first matchup with this team, and the Saints know what's at stake here. We're not going to go and be swept by this team. So that's the kickoff from left to right. Falcons pick it up inside 10 to 15, 20, 25, running around. He's wrapped up at the 24, 25-yard line by number 27, Isaac Yiadom. So the Falcons, they run out on the floor with Kirk Cousins at the helm of the team, Tyler Algieri, and a bunch of the Falcons people, Bijan Robinson, all those guys. But Kirk Cousins been decent in his start, 65%, averaging 232 a game with 6 touchdowns against 1 pick. Kirk Cousins is a quarterback that's seen it all before. But the reality is the Saints defense can't allow Kirk Cousins to sit back there and pass. You can't do that. You got to get after him, and you got to knock him around. And that's what you got to do if you're going to have success against this team. All right, here go the Falcons from their own 25-yard line, man in motion from right to left, handoff to Bijan right. He cuts left, and it's nice pop by Kool-Aid McKinstry, gives him a good pop. And Bijan is down a little bit. He gets helped up slowly, but he's there. So the line, Matthews, Bergeron, Newsel, Lickstrom, who's a Pro Bowl candidate, and Elijah Wilkinson is the top line for these guys. Skilled players, Bijan Robinson, Drake London is active, Darnell Mooney, David Seals, and Kyle Pitts Sr. Kyle Pitts is having a really good year, and they're full staffed offensively. Shotgun Cousins, 3 wide receivers right, back directly behind them, motions the man from right to left, handoff to Algieri to the right side. Saints wrap them up, pick up about 3 yards off to that right side. That'll bring up 3rd and 3, maybe 4, depending on where they put the ball at. The defensive starters, Young, Gacho, Jonathan Bullard inside with Cam Jordan on the edge. The linebackers are Pete Werner and Demario Davis, having a fantastic year, both him and Cam. Quincy Riley, Alante Kool-Aid, Justin Reed, and Sanker. Shotgun Falcons, 2 to the left and right, running back to his left, and the shotgun is Cousins. Saints showing 5 on the line, blitz and 4 coming. Kirk Cousins looking, Powell, he's wrapped up, Saints get him, and he goes down. It's Chase Young. and Carl Granderson together. Boy, when the ends meet, it is a beautiful thing. The Saints put pressure and sack them on the third down and get them off the field right away. And they saying Demario Davis is Chase Young, Carl Granderson, the ends meet at the quarterback, and that'll be a half a sack. So that might be 9 sacks. Where's KT at? Where you at, KT? Where you at, KT? There's the punt by the Falcons kicking off, and it's punt high, and it takes a bounce at the 30 to the 20, and it takes a Falcons bounce. It's then retrieved in by number 19, reversing field, not many yards to go. Gets to the 15, 20, back to about the 19-yard line before he's tackled by number 84 on the play. So number 19 is Hines, the running back on the return team. And instead of allowing it to just bounce into the end zone, because looked like it was just going to bounce. No, it wasn't going to bounce. So he picks it up and decides to run it and reverses field and gets it to the 19-yard line. So that's better than it being inside of the 10, so they have a little room to operate. All right, the Shuckinator, Shuck Norris, Shuck Barkley is out on the field. 22 of 27 last week, 333 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 2+ games with 300 performances as he rolls out to try to do something. Under center, motions Kevin Austin Jr. closer to the the tight end. There's a play action to the right. Shuck firing upfield. It's caught by Kevin Austin. He fumbles it. Juwan Johnson fumbles the ball. And just like that, the Saints get their first turnover of the game off of Xavier Watson. Let's see what the call is. Let's see if it's a fumble. It should be a fumble because they look like they're going to treat it as a fumble. It's a turnover. And just when you give Juwan Johnson all the credit in the world, he turns around and drops. He catches the ball, took 3 steps, and then the guy pokes the ball out, and then that's a fumble. That's the first negative thing that Juwan Johnson has done in 4 games, to be honest with you. He's caught everything, and right there, not securing the ball properly, he fumbles the ball away and gives the Falcons another opportunity to have a stake at you. And like I said, it's the first negative thing that he's done in 4 games. So I'm gonna give him a little love on that. Juwan's been fantastic up to that point. All right, there is the Falcons get the ball back on Saints side of the field. There's a man in motion left to right. Kirk Cousins wrapped up again. It's Cam Jordan on a sack. Cam. That's right, Cam. Number 10 for Cam. Cam Jordan with the sacks. The Saints defense says, so what, fumble? You got to try to produce. And Cam gets sack number 10. Come on, Cam Jordan. That's what I'm talking about. So Killer Cam on the move, man. Gets around that guy. It's going to be a long day for somebody's cousin because he ain't our damn kinfolk. I'm going to tell you what. If you wearing the black and red on, he ain't our kinfolk. He ain't our cousin. So we going to treat him roughly. Shotgun Falcons, man in motion from right to left, 2 to the left and right. There's a handoff to Bijan toward the right side. Saints wrap him up in the backfield. It's Alante Taylor. Alante, 2 thumbs down. Bad review on Bijan. The Falcons can't get going because the Saints are blitzing. Coach Staley's showing a lot of pressure against this Falcon offensive line, this Falcon offense period. Bijan couldn't get it. And Alante and the blitz came through and wrapped Bijan Robinson up. It's a loss. 3rd and 15. The Falcons pinned back 40 at their Saints 44-yard line. 3 wide receivers right, 1 left. Cousins in the shotgun, man to his left. There's a snap, looking center, going to check it down to Bijan Robinson. He gets a little air right here. The Saints wrap him up, so they'll get him shy. He'll be about 2 or 3 yards shy of the first down. The Falcons will send in the kicker to try to see if they can get 3 off the fumble by the Saints offense. Jonah Williams on the stop. Or perhaps Raheem Morris is saying that he's going to go for it. Look like the offensive coordinator is telling Cousins to go for it on 4th and 3. This is a dumb decision, boy. You can see why the Falcons are where they at. Just take the points and get on up out of here. They're going to try to go for it. Let's see if it counts. Shotgun, 3 wide receivers right, 1 left. Bijan Robinson in the backfield. Don't be fooled by the draw. Man motions from right to left. Goes back to point of origin. Saints come with the pressure. Ball out quick. It's caught, and it is wrapped. It's a good catch right here by Kyle Pitts, who gets the first down for the Falcons. So they gamble and win on the play. Falcons collect the first down. They want to score. They want to score. So the Saints appeared to have sent the blitz right there, and Kirk Cousins stood tall in the pocket and delivered the ball to Kyle Pitts, and there you go. Nice throw, too, by the play. Kyle Pitts, he was there. Nice pass right there by Cousins to Pitts. And like I said, Pitts been big this year. He looking for a fat contract. 83 catches on the year, 5 touchdowns. Cousins under center, turns, hands the ball over to Bijan to the right side. Saints wrap him up almost instantly once he passes the line of scrimmage, maybe a gain of 1 or 2. And that's what you're going to have to do. You got to gang tackle Bijan. You got to get at him quickly. So the Falcons trying to establish the running attack. The Saints saying, we got to keep him under lock and center. So a pickup of 3, Kirk Cousins trying to get the call, got both hands over his helmet to pick up and get the call. He's on his wristband now looking for a play. There's a snap, 2nd and 7. Operating out of the shotgun, running back to his left, 2 to each side of the formation. Saints have 5 guys on the line of scrimmage. Are they sending all of them? We'll see. There it is. They're sending 4, ball out quick. Cousins to number 1, Mooney to the sideline for a first down on the right side, maybe a pickup of about 7, maybe 8 yards on the play. Falcons, new set of downs. All right, so this is a nice pass by Kirk Cousins. He kind of looked and then fired that ball right to Mooney. And Mooney right along the sideline, Saints playing off of him, and he used it well. Kirk Cousins under center. You got a tight end to the left, hand off to Robinson, again dancing around, picks up the first down, just enough to get the first down +1 as we keep it going. So the Falcons grinding this turnover, a fumble by Juwan Johnson into point, 6 plays, 25 yards, is 326 right now. Bijan Robinson got the scrimmage yard franchise record of 22.55. He cracked it with that run right there. So he's having a phenomenal year. He should, at the end of the day, if they keep him, man, this guy should be the best running back they ever had. He'll crack up all their franchise records. Shotgun, Kirk Cousins, 2 wide receivers left and right. They got a wide receiver, Bijan Robinson, actually. And they motion the tight end from left to right. There's a snap. Cousins looking, checking it. Oh, it's intercepted. It's intercepted. Carl Granderson read that play, and Carl Granderson snatched the ball out of the air like he was the world's biggest tight end, boy. Carl Granderson picks the ball off, and that shuts the Falcons down. Shuts them down, man. Great play by Cousins. Cousins right there. Look at Carl Granderson, man. He didn't see Carl Granderson there at all, and Carl just look how Carl just caught the ball like he was a tight end. That was phenomenal, man. A big guy, a big defensive end, 6'6", 260 plus pounds. And he snared that ball out of the air like he was Juwan Johnson or something. So the Saints defense slowed the Falcons down, then picked Cousins off. And now the Saints get the ball back in their own territory and preventing the Falcons from even getting a field goal or any points out of the situation. 8:06 on the first quarter clock. Let's go. Let's go. Let me give a shout out to the Who Dat Nation, man. Let's go. God damn it, let's go. How y'all feeling today? Y'all feeling good, man? How about y'all? Y'all feeling like a win? Because I'm feeling like a win. I'm feeling like a win. I feel bad for these Carolina people that all of a sudden became Falcon supporters. Boy, y'all gonna be blue more ways than one today. I'll tell you what. Man. If you count on them to lose, y'all about to be blue in more ways than one. All right. Shout out to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream. Y'all hit that like button. We up in this thing. Sports Coma season finale. Saints-Falcons, man. Listen, man. This is all we can hope for. Shout out to you. What's up, fam? Mr. Fire D, Black Major, Pelicans, Nola, Chantel. What's up, fam? Elite in the building. Charlie. What's up, Charlie? Shout out to you, man. Osh72. Big ups. Christian Fields. Be Great Josh. Wally Rhodes. BP Johnson. Shout out to your brother, Ro. All right. Danag. Shout out to you, Bev. What's up, Bev? All right. Devin. Shout out to you, Debbie. What's up, Debbie? Shout out to you, brother Duke. I see you, fam. Appreciate you as always, my man. Big ups to everybody, man. Brother Gundam in this thing. St. Doug as well. Much love. All right. GSB, big ups saying we finally made it to the end. Surprised by the finish. Damn. A win, or he says win here or there. We in the playoffs with a win today makes be hopeful for the future. Indeed, man. A lot to be happy. What's up, Earl? Shout out to Earl as well. OG Jerry is in this thing. Is Bobby the Space Ghost as well. Big Velly is in this thing, vibing with the Johnsons. What's up, fam? Good to see you. All right, vibe with Ant. Much love. All right, fam. So anyway, here go the Saints, man, where they picked the ball off. Shotgun Shough, draw play to the running back, Audric Estime, and he stopped about 2 or 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Good play by the Falcons defense. They flowed to the ball very well on that play, stopping the Saints. Kelvin Banks, Dylan Raduns, Luke Fortner, Cesar Ruiz, and Tali Fuaga are the starting 5 linemen. Audric Estime, Kevin Austin Jr., Dante Pettis, Jawan Johnson, and Taysom Hill are in the mix. Now, you know we shot on with the inexperience with the tight end, so you'll see a lot of Taysom more than likely in wide receiver packages. Saints 2 wide to the left, 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Shough looking, checks it down to Audric Estime, nice move. Oh, he got tripped up. He had a little green in front of him, but he picks up about 5 yards after on the run, and that'll make it maybe 3rd and 6 or whatever. James Pierce Jr., David Onyemata, Ahoro is there with Jelani Walker on the defensive line. Fantastic rookies these people have. Caden Ellis and Divine Dablo is there. In the secondary, A.J. Turrell, C.J. Henderson, Bates, Watts, and D. Alford. Very good. Shotgun Shough, wide receivers to both sides of formation. Snap, Shough looking, firing the ball, caught, and the Falcons will stop the Saints on that 3rd down. They'll be a yard or 2 shy as he makes the throw to Pettis. Shough firing him, but the Falcons did a better job of preventing him from getting, I think that was Trayton Welch. Saints are going to punt the ball off, and the Falcons did a good job on that defensive series of going. They knew exactly where the Saints needed to be to convert the 1st down. They didn't, and the Saints will be 1 yard shy of the 4th of the 1st down. But guess what? They're not going to gamble, so they'll send in the punter there. It's too far in their own territory for that. Too early in the game. So Kai Kroger's back to punt the ball. Let's hope he have a boomer here and not one of those lame ducks he had in the previous matchup. There's the punt. It's away. It's high. It'll be retrieved inside the 25-yard line, caught, and all immediately knocked down and blew up by number 31. Nice play right there by the Saints. And they have 1 or 2 yards on the return. The Saints shut them down. So we give it back to the defense on that play. So it was 3 plays, 9 yards, just over a minute for the Saints on that offensive series, in which the ball will be on Atlanta's 27-yard line when they retreat, when they come back on the commercial break. All right, big ups to the rest of y'all, man. Pammy Whammy, shout out to Pam. Brother Prime is in this thing. YO, shout out to you as well. Trey, all right. Ross the Boss, what's popping, my brother? Good to see you as well. All right, big ups to everybody, man. Y'all know we in the season, this regular season finale, so we got to give a lot of love. Backwoods, big ups to you. Eric, I see you, man. Appreciate you. Ice Cold is in this thing. Uptown, what's up, fam? Appreciate you. X Shazam is in this thing. Bastion, big ups to you, man. Robert Landry, Bronze is in this thing. Lady T, what's up, fam? Appreciate y'all. As always, man, I got to give all a shout out to the fam, man, for being in this thing, man. Appreciate y'all. What's up, Jet Black is in this thing. Arch, what's happening, man? All right. And Pammy, shout out to Pammy for being a member for 41 months. Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world. What's up, Akman? Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you as well. Molly Mall in this thing. B Flat Jaden. What's up, fam? Much love, man. All right. OG to the 3rd degree. What's popping, fam? Cheryl, what's happening, Cheryl? All right. American Made. J Sticks Jefferson. What's popping, fam? Appreciate you. Black Preacher Man in this thing. Salute. I hate helping the Bucks, but beating the Falcons, man. That's right, brother. Thank you for that, man. Thank you very much. They got to handle their business. Shout out to Black Preacher, man. And also, what's up, Brent? Shout out to you. Says, making Dirty Bird gumbo, not to eat, but to feed back to them. Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world. All right. What's up, Otis? Shout out to Otis Jackson, man. Says Big Q offense got to score to help our defense out. Indeed, man. That's what we got to see, bro. We got to see that. Thank you, Otis. Indeed, man. Big ups to you. What's up, Triple D? Shout out to my girl, Deborah at Triple D Pilot. Much love, brother William Francis. What up, Q? Lord Cesar Ruiz is back.
I want to say thank you very much.
Hopefully you don't play like Cesar Salad Ruiz. Shout out to you. Okay, here are the Falcons with the ball. Man in motion, right to left, play action to the left. Kirk Cousins firing back to the left. Ball is thrown in the ground. It's incomplete. And it's an incomplete pace, so that'll be 2nd and 10. Badly thrown ball by Kirk Cousins. He's already showing signs of being rattled when he throw a ball like that. That ball was thrown low and away, and you can see the guy, both hands come off the ball. 2nd and 10, trying to throw it to Drake London. Drake like, man, why you put that ball that low, man? What do you expect? I'm Superman or some damn body? But yeah, it'll be 2nd and 10. Well, Kirk Cousins rattled, man. The Saints picked him off. They done sacked him multiple times, and we ain't even out of the first quarter yet. Shotgun Cousins, 2 wide receivers each side of the formation, running back to his left, snap, looking, and the Saints almost got him again, Jonah, and that's the throw. Just threw it up the field and out of bounds, and there's going to be a flag on the play here as well, and it's a late flag on the back of the play like it's a pass interference or something, which it shouldn't be because the ball was uncatchable. Kirk Cousins heaved the ball. It shouldn't be pass interference. They call a holding on Alontae Taylor. So yeah, that's going to give them the first down on that one there. Did Alontae hold anybody? He got a 5-yard cushion, and yeah, he did grab the guy. He did, and the guy fell down, and the flag came out. So I mean, you can't say you can't touch him after 5 yards, bro. If you want to touch the guy, go up and jam him and disrupt the route, but you can't touch him after you give up the 5 yards. You can't do that. All right, so they get a first down on that play. Kirk Cousins under center, toss to the left side, going to Robinson. Saints play it well, and look at Chase Young, wraps him up at the line of scrimmage. Chase Young has just been playing hell ball lately, man. Hell, Chase Young would have had his best damn season if he hadn't missed that first month. Come on, man. 2nd and 9. Chase Young, 1-yard pickup. Saints flowing to the ball. 5:32 on the clock, man. We just need the offense to wake up. The defense is going to pick them off, frustrate them, and all kind of stuff until that offense get going. 2nd and 9, Cousins in the shotgun, 2 to the left. He motions his tight end from left to right, and it's going to be a handoff to the running back right there. Saints get a hold to him again, a pickup of another 3 yards so. This time to Tyler Algieri. Guess who's on the stop that time? It's Chase Young. Chase Young is balling, man. Chase Young having his best year as a football player in the NFL. He having his best year. Where's KT at? Where you at, KT? Where you at, KT? All right, 3rd and 5, man. Cousins shotgun. Saints showing blitz. They're so far 1 for 3. 2 wide receivers each side. Saints showing major blitz up front. There's a snap. Cousins looking center. Firing it, ball knocked away, incomplete. Falcons send out the punting unit. Saints get them off the field. Kool-Aid McKinstry. Get them off the field. Send the punting unit out. Saints defense has got their number, man. Saints defense got their number. All right. Yeah, shout out to you. What's up, Nodland? Thank you for being a member for 28 months. Appreciate you. Much love to Nodland. Falcons, the Falcons, as Brother Jerry calls them, in the punt situation. Let's make sure it's not a fake punt scenario. You know they sneaky. All right, as the clock tick down, and are they gonna snap this ball or what? And that should be a delay of game. And it was almost blocked. The ball gets up, it's high, it'll bounce and take a bounce into Saints territory, and it'll stop. Falcons bounce down to the 7-yard line. So Tyler Shough will have to march pretty far in their own territory. So there it is. All right. Thank you, Nodland. Shout out to you, sweetheart. All right. Big ups to the fam. Beauty. What's happening, Beauty? Shout out to you. Jack, what's up, fam? Appreciate you as well. SJX, big ups to you, fam. XJ WinFX, shout out to you, brother Keldrick. Desi, what's Sam? Jane Doe, the sorcerer, shout out to you as well. B flat in this thing. Nolans 504. Tyrone Jones. Taylor Prince Design. What's up, my brother? Shout out to Taylor, man. Appreciate you, brother. All right, big ups to all y'all. What's up, Ross? Ross says, say Q. No, Mason Tipton is out on this one, bro. Yeah, he out. Shout out to you, Ross. Much love, brother. Yeah, he was shut down, man, in the game. That's why, I did the broadcast and I say, damn, you had Nate Shepard, Mason Tipton. I thought Elvin would play, but they ultimately shut him down. You had Spencer Rattler, who just mostly was a backup. He had no impact on the game. But, you had several core players that really have been playing well for the Saints that's not available. But missing out on Mason Tipton and Chris Olave, who was the biggest of them with the blood clot to the lung, which he's going to have a full recovery from that. So prayers up to Chris O. But, the Saints have a interesting dilemma that they'll have to deal with, because they'll have to find somebody else to move the offense through the air. Now, we know Juwan Johnson will more than likely be the top option. Taysom Hill will be thrown in at wide receiver. They had activated Trayton Welch, who Trayton Welch is a very decent receiving tight end. Matavo is active, so it'll be an interesting collage of inexperienced players that the Saints will have to utilize to be able to move the ball against the Falcons. But as you can see, the defense is up to the challenge. We have to get the running game going. We have to be able to then get upfield vertically against the Falcons and make some stuff happen. Now, we'll see how it all happens at the end of the game, but this is something that we have to, keep our eyes out on. All right, big ups to the fam. James Chapman, what's up, brother? Shout out to you as well. And much love to all the fam. If I didn't get you, man, just say, give me a who dat, and I got you, man. Appreciate you. Jacob Kennedy, what's happening, bro? Dr. Gregory, how you doing, sir? All right, much love. What's up, Ricky B? Shout out to you. Dedrick Ford, big ups to you, man. All right, yeah, we got some stuff we got to do, man, to get this together, man. So, like they showing it. All right, the Saints in a power eye look, man. Back at their own 11-yard line. Shough under center. He's going to change the play. Taysom shifts from directly behind him to the right side. Falcons showing it. It's a toss to the right side of the field, and Audric Estime is going to power through, and he gets stood up by the Falcons defense. About 4 or 5 black helmets stand up there, and they stop Audric, but it's a pickup of maybe 3 yards, maybe 2 or 3 yards, depending on where they spot the ball. They're going to say 2. So 2nd and 8. Right now, Tyler Shough is 3 for 3 for 29 yards, just so let people know that. And we'll see what the Saints got dialed up here. That's the fantastic thing about it is moving the ball. We know Chris Olave was big for, having an excellent year. So somebody's going to have to step up. Shotgun Shough, 2 to the left, 1 right. And there's a mini motion at the top of the screen from the wide receiver. Shough standing tall, looking right, turning center. Oh, fires the ball. It's just off out of the outstretched hands of Austin Jr. So you can see Tyler Shough trying to find Kevin Austin Jr. He threw it a little too far out from where he was. You can see, I don't know if he got a little antsy or something, but Kevin Austin turned and Shough just threw the ball a little too far out from him. And I think it was because of the defender was there. Then I think he was just trying to lead him a little too far, and that's what it was. All right, shotgun Shough. There's the snap. Looking, pressure coming. Shough standing, firing, and it's all incomplete to Kevin Austin Jr. The defensive back was on him. I think Shough looking for a pass interference. It won't be one, and the Falcons get him off the field. Boy, that cushion cap looks stupid as hell, man, on top of his head, boy. But they'll do a good thing on that play. Both defenses are playing pretty good, man, right now, stopping each other offense, whoever get going first, man. But right now there's a disconnect right there between Shough and Kevin Austin Jr. on the play. They'll send out the punter again, and it's Kai Kroger to punt deep from within the Saints territory. So let's see what happens here. There's the snap, and there's the punt, and he runs into the punter. And the ball is popped up in the air. It's no good. And that's not a flag down on the play. It was a horrible punt by Kai Kroger. It went nowhere, but there's no flag. They ran into the punter. There's no flag on the play. Did he tip it or something? He might have tipped it because Kai Kroger punted it clean in there. That was a horrible punt. That was a horrible punt. Kai Kroger, there's no excuse for that. I don't think anybody touched it. But I don't think anybody touched it. Yeah, the guy did touch it. Number 34 got it, and when if you touch the ball and then run into the punter, they're not going to hit you with a penalty on that. So yeah, they ain't gonna call the penalty if the guy touched the ball. So that's a good play by the Falcons. The Falcons secondary get in there and look at that guy flipping and all this kind of stuff. If he can do all that, he should be playing in the actual game, not on the special team. That boy back flipping and everything. All right, so a block punt gets the Falcons inside the Saints 10-yard line. Man in motion is the tight end. There's a handoff to Bijan Robinson. He reverses field. It should be holding on the players, no holding. And then Bijan gets it off to the left side. It's what's holding on that play. Referees didn't see it. But you can see when he tried to defensive end, there's a flag, and there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Come on. Call him like I said, like, man, you can't see that holding. I ain't even see the little yellow marker on there. But I was like, man, that's holding right there. He can't reverse field and get that much clearance if somebody don't grab hold to the guy. You can see Jonah, you can see him was going out there, and then it was egregious because once he tries to pull away, the guy grabs him and would not let him go. Oh, yeah, you can't do that, Playboy. Bring that back. Bring it on back. So that's a big fine against the Falcons that can't do nothing right. So Bergeron costs them, and that'll be first and goal, so they'll have another opportunity. Yeah, he pulls the touchdown out of here and backs him up. So it's Cousins under center, man motions from left to right, and there's going to be a delay of game. Looked like somebody might have called the timeout before the delay of game. Did they get the timeout in? And Cousins slams the ball on the ground. Yeah, there's frustration going on in the Falcons offense, which is lovely, man. Which is lovely. But the Saints right now doing a really good job, man, up front dealing with the running attack. These people have both of their healthy running backs. We're going to have to get our running game going with Taysom, Audric Estime, Evan Hall, or whatever. We got to get it going. All right, so they're showing a lot of love in these text ads and whatever that's on this kind of stuff, graphics to Bijan Robinson. We won't hear none of that, man. I don't care about none of that. All right, shotgun Cousins. You got guys on his running back to his left, two wide receivers, both sides of the formation. Mooney motions from left to right. There's the snap. Cousins looking. Ball out toward the left. It is knocked away by number 29, Quincy Riley, second and goal. So they fired it toward the end zone. Quincy Riley was on the play to knock it away while Darnell Mooney was trying to make a play on it, and boom. Quincy Riley gets to him and knocks the ball down, and Mooney was complaining that, hey, man, he got to me first. And he did. He did. He got to him first, but the referee missed it. All right, second and goal. Saints defense, 2 positive stops. You got Raheem Morris complaining about pass interference or whatever. Shut up, Raheem. Shotgun, 3 wide receivers, left, 1 right, running back to the quarterback's right side. Looking center, a lot of time, looking center, staying center, firing toward the end zone. Wide open is London, Drake London in the right corner, blown coverage play. The Falcons get in the end zone. Drake London was wide open in the right corner of the end zone. Saints had no pressure. I guess what happened was the Saints dropped their guys into coverage and still didn't cover up everything because they had 4 rushing, but nobody got home. And there was some holding going on there, boy. And I don't understand the connection because Mooney's there. Somebody got to cover Mooney. Mooney was wide open. That was a traditional blown coverage. Nobody covered Mooney. So there it goes. So the Falcons sneak one on the Saints player or communication. He was wide. You ain't going to find him more easier than that. Now, that was all off the Saints' bad special team block play where they converted the block field goal into a touchdown, and that's up 7-0 Falcons. Now we gotta get on the board. We got to do better. All right, 2 plays, 5 yards, 16 seconds. Falcons convert with a touchdown. They go up 7-0. We got to respond. 3:02 in the first quarter clock. We got to respond. All right, big ups to the fam, man, as we get this thing going. Saints have to be able to do something positive here. Yeah, Lady T said they holding. Oh, yeah, they holding. That's all they do is holding. They can't do nothing else. They can't do nothing else. If you've seen Jonah Williams, it was a one-on-one matchup. The guy had Jonah Williams. He was not blocking him. He was gripping his shoulder pads and was holding him. Literally underneath, you can see his shoulder pads, but the referees, they don't see that. But it's okay. We got to respond. That's what it is. That's all this time. We got 3:02 in the first quarter and 3 quarters worth of football remaining. It's a ton of time left in this game. All right, Robert says, ref going to try to hold us down, but fourth quarter Shough is going to make them look like clowns. We got to get our offense through somebody. Shough's 3 for 5 right now for 29 yards. Right now, the running attack is not established. It cannot be totally on Tyler Shough. We're going to have another Herculean effort from Audric Estime in the running attack. They have to be able to get the running attack going to help balance the offense, and somebody's going to have to catch some passes. We've seen a couple of attempts thrown to Kevin Austin Jr. They're not on the same page. We've seen Juwan Johnson not been thrown that since he fumbled that ball. So somebody's going to have to step up and make some plays to drive the Saints offense. Who will it be? All right. Zach says, yeah, misassignments. Yeah, it was a blown coverage. Blown coverage, blown. That you don't get any more bloner than that. It's a blown coverage. Big Valley said that was on Sanker. Okay. What's up, Linda? Linda, shout out to Linda. Linda says how is that receiver wide open in zone? Yeah, that's a blown coverage. Now, see, if you watched how they lined them up, and then Alontae Taylor was supposed to go with him. Alontae Taylor was supposed to go with him, but Alontae Taylor was supposed to follow him inside, but Taylor broke off and covered nothing. So that was on Alontae Taylor. Alontae blew that coverage. He wasn't supposed to hand that boy off to nobody. He was supposed to stay with him. If it's that route and you run it with him, you don't hand him off unless you tell the man you handing him off to him. That's on Alontae Taylor. All right, so anyway, that's the return, kick off the right to left. Saints return man gets it to the 26-yard line. Shough will pick up from there. Yeah, that's on Alontae Taylor. That's a blown coverage on Taylor. All right, so, we just keep it going, man. We just learn and grow and keep going, man. So we just keep this thing going. It's a phenomenal Shough 5-3 record out of all the rookie quarterbacks during the season. It is incredibly difficult as a rookie to win games in the NFL. But Tyler Shough is doing it and completing over 69% of his passes. Now, based on what he do here, to impact him, but we need to get that running attack going. Saints pick up 26, play action to the left. Tyler looking, then checks it back down. Audric Estime gets chopped down 3 yards shy of the first down. The Falcon players kind of stretched out there on the field. He might have got the worst of it. Slow getting up. That'll be 2:49 at the clock. All right, so you can see Tyler Shough, rookie QB ranks this season, wins first, completion percentage first, yards per game first, passer rating first. And he should be first in terms of the Rookie of the Year honors. And they love giving it to a quarterback anyway. And that's never happened in the city of New Orleans in the history of our long-standing team. We've never had a rookie quarterback win this honor. And then, of course, and then they're not even talking about the franchise records that he's broken in terms of what he did in terms of Archie Manning and stuff that aligns him record-wise with Drew Brees that he's done this year in the limited amount of time that he's played. So it's just something different about the man, ain't no doubt about it. 2nd and 2 on the play, very manageable 2nd and 2. Shough under center. Saints trying to establish the run. They motion Taysom from right to left. There's a lot of people on that line for the Falcons. There's the handoff to Audric Estime, dances around and then gets stopped at the line of scrimmage. That was a bad look by him. He went the wrong way. And instead of cutting left, he cut right, and ain't nothing was there. The Falcons stood up the Saints offensive line, and ain't nothing was good of it. Nothing happened good of it. Yeah, number 37 got the worst of it, man. He got a knee in the side of the head. Yeah, and he got a concussion. That should dead. Yeah, he's concussed. Yeah, that brother there. Hopefully the young man's all right. 3 wide receivers left, 1 right. Shough in the shotgun. 3rd and 2 manageable. Saints 0 for 2. Man motions left to right is Kevin Austin Jr. Shough might keep this one. There's Shough looking, taking a shot upfield, and it's caught by Juwan Johnson. What a hell of a catch. And Juwan says, you know what? I fumbled it, but I'm telling you what, I'm here to play. What a hell of a catch by Juwan Johnson upfield. One hand grab, diving, Superman, bringing it in and complete. What a catch by Juwan Johnson. That just show you how good Juwan could be when his mind right. Shotgun Shough. There's the snap. Shough looking, pump fakes, look, throws it back to Pettis, the opposite way, and he doesn't get anything, a loss about a yard on the play, checking it down. So it'd be 2nd and 11 on the play. But Juwan Johnson, he wasn't thrown to until that moment right there. And he got career highs in catches, yards. Now, he had 7 touchdown catches several years ago, but he has 3 this year. But the money they paid him, this is what we expect Juwan Johnson to be right now. The last 5-6 games is what we want him to be. Not what we've seen dropping touchdowns early in the year. Shotgun Shough, running back to his right, 2 wide receivers, both sides of the formation. Falcons showing blitz. They're coming. There's Shough looking, standing tall, zips it, ball batted down, and he actually is sacked. I thought he threw it and looked like he might have just pump faked it, and Floyd gets some in the backfield. So that'll bring up 3rd and a long situation. Yeah, Shough got to speed it up right here. You see Aldrich Estime inside had to pick up the blitzer. And you can see right here, Shough had it a little too long, and he pump faked it and went down with it. You got to throw it away, bro. That's the one criticism I get. Kentavious Street, former Saint Kentavious Street, sacked him. So you can't, that's the one criticism I've been saying about Tyler Shough. It's 3rd and 18, the Saints. That'll be the end of the first quarter on the play. That's the criticism I have on Tyler Shough. Stop taking these sacks. Throw the damn ball away. Throw it away. That's the one thing he got to learn to do. Throw that damn ball away and protect yourself. All right. Anyway, that's the end of the first quarter. Saints marching. Right now, the drive is 5 plays, 28 yards, just over 3 minutes. Falcons up 7-0. Saints are looking to respond here. It'll be 3rd and 18 on the Falcons' 46-yard line. Got to take care of business, man. Juwan Johnson, Taysom Hill, and even Kevin Austin Jr. right now is the more senior. I don't know if I can say he's the most senior member of the wide receiving corps, but that's pretty much what it is right now. The Saints haven't, they could have, I guess, pivoted and brought in somebody else, but they're working a practice squad to see if any of these guys are worth keeping around for next year. But we'll see if Tyler Shough can spread the ball around too, because you got guys out there. You might have to start spreading that football around and giving guys an opportunity to catch it. All right. Big ups to the fam, man. Yeah, somebody got to step up right now. We in it right now. Trailing 7-0 first. The second quarter starts. Saints marching. 3rd and 18 after the sacks. All right. The wicked nurses, if I don't tell you we need one, I don't know. Okay, wicked nurse, we understand. Yeah, we got to get some wide receivers. Well, Chris Olave's hurt, but he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Devon Valley. Remember Devon, the guy we gave up multiple picks from Denver? He's good. He's hurt. He'll be ready next year. We also traded like a 6th-round pick for a 2nd-round talent in Jalen Pope from the Patriots. He'll be available next year. But you're right. We have to also, look at the wide receiver room, possibly depending on how your board is constructed, because the Saints have these picks. It could be a situation where they're just drafting for the most talented person that might fall to them in the 1st round. If that might be a safety, if it's a running back, if it's a top, like you always have a board where there's guys on that board, it's a top 5 guys or top 10 guys. If those guys are top 50 guys, as the game, and if those guys are available, when you pick and they are highly ranked on your board, sometimes they'll take the pick. It might be a safety, it might be a running back. If that guy's available and he's highly ranked, usually you'll take him. All right, shotgun Shough, 3rd and 17, wide receivers 3 to the left, 1 right, running back to his right. He motions Taysom. The Falcons coming with the blitz. Shough standing, and it's going to be blown dead. It's going to be against the Saints. And it's another play. Saints false start. It better not be against Ruiz. So a false start. No, it's against Tyler Fuaga. So this sucks. After Shough taking a sack, and Tyler Fuaga then compounds the BS by having a false start. That'll back the Saints up to a 3rd and 23. It's ridiculous. All right, so they're playing back. Let's see if we can at least get half the damn yardage back. All right, they got 3 wide receivers out there. They got the 4th, actually 5 wide receivers, 3 right, 2 left. 2 right, 3 left. And there's Shough looking. He's going to check it down to Taysom Hill, and Taysom is going to get wrapped up and thrown out of bounds. Should be a flag on the play. It won't. Referees ain't going to call it. All right, so a check down play, and they, I don't know if we know Charlie Smith can boot him with the best of them. They're going to march him out there. This is going to be another 50-yard field goal. This is going to be like a 55-yarder or something like that. Yeah, the longest he's kicked was a 57, but this is when you don't 56 yards. They about to roll Charlie Smith. They think this guy's Superman. 56. He can kick it. He kicked the 57, but this is a controlled environment. So let's see what he can do. There's a snap, ball up, and he line up. Nope, it's to the left, and that'll be a miss. So Charlie Smith misses it from 56 out, and the Saints will have to try again. Next time without taking sack, without the false start. Try again. You can't hurt. You can't work against yourself. And then he hooked it a little bit and it went left. So yeah, that's a part of the game. So the Saints, and there's no easy way, dude. You're gonna have to score some touchdowns. You got to get that back and handle business. All right. Anyway, all right. What's up, fam? Appreciate you. All right, Q says, Q, wide receivers are active. Well, I mean, the Saints have Kevin Austin Jr., Dante Pettis, Ronnie Bell, and Samari Toure. They're like, who? That's who we have. Mason Tipton is on the IR. Bub Means, Devine Valley, Trey Palmer, Jalen Boak, Chris Olave. All these guys are out. So the Saints will have to generate offense through one of those wide receivers. So that's why you see he's going to have to spread the football around, man. You got to forget the names on the back of the jerseys. You're going to have to spread the ball around. That's what you got to do, because it could work for you, because we know some of these guys can catch. You're just going to have to spread the ball around and start just making some plays. That's the bottom line. You got to go out there and play football and play free. It's the last game of the season. And ain't nothing less to play for but pride, right? We just got to do it. So anyway, we got to keep it going. All right. Robert says our running back has to warm up. He's getting stronger with use. Yeah. And Aldrich is a good young running back. They got to mix him in there, though. Evan Hall should be thrown in there, too. Mix Evan Hall in the mix along with him. Taysom Hill, we haven't seen him getting any snaps at the running back position. But we'll see. We'll see. All right. Big ups to you. Jet Black says, are the slow starts continue? Yeah, but the thing is, too, we do at times start slow, but y'all remember that the Saints turn it on in that second half. So if we're starting slow and they're just trailing by a touchdown, this depending on how the second quarter goes, this could turn around Major League, man. So we'll just have to wait and see how that thing plays out, because the Saints have shown, especially over the last couple of games, that we are more of a second half team. We have these slow starts, man, but in the second half we turn that thing on, right? All right, here we go, man in motion from Cousins. There's the handoff right there. Cousins trips and falls back there on the turf, and the Saints get back there and wrap them up. Boy, that's like 4 or 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Carl Granderson gets penetration, and they're going to say a 2nd and 13. It's a lot more than that, man. It's a lot more than that, bro. It's more than a 3-yard loss back there, man. Come on. Carl Granderson is playing a really good game, too. Because he went backwards and they stopped him. That's more than 3 in my opinion. But 2nd and 13, 3 wide receiver bunch look with the tight end at the bottom. Shotgun, Cousins running back. They motion the wide receiver from left to right. And the Saints, it's a missed tackle there by Bijan Robinson, but the Saints gang tackle him at their own 49-yard line. He picked up about 7 yards on the run, but his jump cuts are vicious. The jump cuts of this guy, man. I mean, the jump cuts, his jump cuts are laser sharp. And his pivoting and everything, his footwork is excellent. Yeah, he don't have any lag. I mean, it's as seamless as one motion. And that's how he shook the Saints out, but you got to gang tackle his brother. 3rd and 5 now. Two wide receivers each side of the formation. Bijan Robinson shifts from left to right. Cousins in the shotgun. Saints showing blitz. Another little motion and further out for the tight end. Cousins looking, darts it inside right away to Mooney. Drake London, who picks up the first down right away inside the Saints zone. So Kirk Cousins picking up the play, seeing the Saints zone play, and you're seeing Drake London basically find a hole in the zone and sit there and wait for the pass, and that's exactly what happened. Saints playing zone, London found a hole, and Kirk Cousins delivered a dart right to him. So yeah, that's as good as it get. When you play in the zone, that's what happens. All right, so the Falcons are in field goal position. They're right there at the Saints 37, I want to say, 37-yard line, maybe the 37 shotgun. Cousins hands the ball off to Robinson. Robinson moves around, falls forward, picks up the first down, and plus additional 3. So about 13-yard run, dipping and diving on the inside. There he picks up an additional first down. Saints can't start giving up the run now. And he got through there, and they had a lot of good blocking going on there, and they didn't touch him until he was near the first down marker. A missed tackle by somebody. So Bijan Robinson wearing on him, and then they got Tyler Algieri in the game. Saints, it's a tough sell, but you got to stuff Bijan. You got to slow him down. They got him lined up like a running back. A wide receiver now. 2 to the left, 2 right, in shotgun. Cousins running back is Tyler Algieri behind him. Saints showing blitz. They sending 4. Cousins looking. He's going to check the ball down to Tyler Algieri, who's forced out of bounds. A pickup of maybe 2 or 3. I'm not certain. We'll see where they spot the ball at there. So right now the Falcons marching the Saints defense, trying to keep them out front. And we'll see what's going on right there. All right. So Raheem Morris coaching for his job. I don't think he goes nowhere. I think they're going to keep a hold of Raheem Morris. He ain't the world's best coach, but I think they're going to keep a hold of him. All right, it's a game of 3, 2nd and 7 now. Saints defense right here trying to stop the Falcons. 3 to the right, 1 left. Man motions is Robinson from right to left. All right, he's watched the motion, man. There's the quick throw right here, and the ball is dropped by Drake London. He threw it to Drake London, and Kool-Aid McKinstry got there right when the ball got there and hit him, and he drops it. So that'll be 3rd and 7. McKinstry is doing a good job here, man. Kool-Aid's performing. All right, but you can see as it goes forward, the Saints defensive line, they sending 4 not going home. Saints dropping a lot of people in coverage. We got to get more pressure on Kirk Cousins. We started good early. You got to keep it going. 3rd and 7, 3 to the right, 1 left, shotgun Cousins. Running back Bijan to his left. Saints showing blitz. They got 6 people on that damn line. They send 4, pressure coming, ball out, thrown ahead. Is that a fumble? It's scooped up, and this is the Saints. They're going to say it's incomplete. They're going to say it's a incomplete pass. They're going to say it's an incomplete pass, and that's going to bring it in. Cousins get popped, or he got ran into as he was trying to throw the ball. No, it was Chase Young. Looked like Chase Young put his arm down. The ball popped up, and then Boyd popped him going down. But was his arm going forward with the throw? It looked like his hand was going forward, but it didn't have the ball in it. Do I challenge that if I'm I would challenge that if I was I challenge that. And he is. Shout out to Kellen. You got to challenge that. That's a fumble. And the great thing about it is Alontae Taylor recovered it. That's Saints ball. Because Chase Young, where KT at again? That ball wasn't in his hand when it was going forward. His hand was going forward, but the ball wasn't in it. It wasn't a throwing motion. His hand carried the ball forward, but he did not have possession of the ball. That is a fumble. Ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button. Hit the like button. That is a fumble. Indeed. That is a fumble, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. And Kellen Moore, shout out to Kellen. He says, hey, man, no, that's a fumble. We want you to look at that thing again. So the Saints defense steps up and they make things happen. So you had an interception by Carl Granderson. We had a blown coverage play, but the Saints defense is giving us more blessings than curses. Let's just place it like that. All right. Yeah, ice cold. That's a fumble. That's a fumble. Jeffrey Maxwell, what's up, brother? Says Alante Taylor is getting better and better. Yeah, and guess what? Cut it out, Ro. He says, here it come. We in Falcon territory. He said, we in Falcon territory. Hey, man, listen. All we can do is do what we do, bro. You know, the Saints get the fumble. They got to pick the ball up, and they got to handle the business, man. So, but to me, that's a fumble. That's a clear fumble. That's a clear fumble. Shout out to Chase Young. Chase Young coming in this game, and he's balling, man. He balling. All right, Dedrick says the ball was coming out before his arm was going. Yeah, the ball was out of possession of his hand. He didn't have possession of the ball is what I'm saying. He did not have the ball in his hand. His hand was chopped, and he lost possession, and his hand gesture carried the ball forward, but he did not have possession of the ball. That, sir, is a fumble. That is definitely a fumble, but we'll see what the referees say, because the referees don't always agree with us. The referees, sometimes they call it right, sometimes they don't. But usually when you get an opportunity to go and look at it, you should be saying that's a fumble. So it says 4th and 7. They're saying they're gonna. I think they. So they're gonna say no. They're gonna rule the Saints. It's gonna say the Falcons keep the ball that is going forward. And like I said, man, you can't respect these people because they rules always seem to change. There's a kick by the Falcons, it's 40-something yards, and it goes in. So the fumble, they say it's not. They said it's not a fumble. It's an incomplete play. We heard the guy come out and explain why it is, and I really I don't have any respect for these guys. Just call the game the way, man. It's always some gray matter in between the calls on the play, but nonetheless, the Saints trail by 10 now. They just have to make sure they handle their business not going forward. Saints can't pity pat anymore. They got to get up the field, and they got to score and stop shooting themselves in the foot here. Get that ball out, be more decisive, and we got to establish a running game, and we got to get on the board. We got to score a touchdown and cut this game in half here. All right, anyway, the referee says not, and they kick the field goal. Falcons up 10-0, 10-19, second quarter clock. Saints got to respond. They got to respond. Somebody got to step up. These guys want to make this team for next year. They better get up off their you-know-whats and make some catches out here. Bottom line. You see some of the Saints player, Carl Granderson, like shaking his head like, man, what we got to do? What you got to do is play ball. You just got to keep balling like y'all balling, man. Offense has to bring it, man. Offense has to step up. They got to bring it. All right, let's see what happens here. It felt like we're saying, the Carolina people, they need the Saints to lose, the Falcons to win, for them to have an opportunity to play for the NFC South crown. We don't care. We want to finish out strong. We want to win our 5th game, and we have to end up splitting with this team. It's bigger to us to not lose, not to be swept by the Falcons, because that's not what we want to do. The first time the Saints played up here, they were not the same team. They didn't have any identity. They were dead offensively, dead in the water offensively. That's the kick from left to right. They're going to down it in the end zone. The Saints going to retrieve the ball at 20. So we'll see what happens moving forward. But the bottom line is that we don't want to be swept, or not going to be swept by the Falcons this year. That's when it comes down to it. Not being swept by the Falcons. That's all we care about. Finishing strong and splitting with them. And whatever happens after that, may the chips fall where they may. Because if you got to back your way into the playoffs like that, man, you're going to be a first round. You're going to be out there in the first round. You got to back into the playoffs. Shotgun Shuck, multiple receivers on both sides formation, man motions from right to left. It's Pettis. There's a flag down on the play, and it's going to be false start against the Saints again. They're going to have to get this together, man. Come on, man. Another dumb false start penalty is by Dylan Radummy. So we gotta do better. They're saying it's Kelvin Banks Jr., the rookie. So come on, man. Y'all got to get out of. You're giving us 1st and 15, and right off the bat, the stupid miscues. Get it together. So the Saints 3 penalties for 15 yards. They lose 5 off the bat. 2 wide receivers, left and right, running back next to them. Falcons have blitz coming on. There's a draw play to Audric Estime, and it's just a pickup of 3. It's like a give-up draw play on the play. And then here go the next play. Kelvin Banks Jr. is on the ground holding his left leg. The very next play. So something wrong with Kelvin Banks after getting hit with the false start. He now is hurt. I don't know what happened, but some kind of way Kelvin Banks, the rookie, the phenomenal offensive rookie that we've been having, that's been starting most of the games, is on the ground with a leg injury, apparently a left leg injury, holding his left leg. So we'll see. Asim Richards, the backup offensive lineman that we traded for early in the year, will come out and occupy the left tackle position. And hopefully nothing not seriously wrong with him. We'll see what it is after the break. But, yeah. The problem a lot of times seeing with the Saints, man, is too many issues right now. They're starting to get in their own head. You know, you got to understand when it's loud, you have to have your snap count together, man. You know, and that's just that you can't have that kind of behavior. So we'll see what happens moving forward. But they have to fix that. They're going to have to fix that, and they're going to have to move that offensive ball. That's the thing. Somebody's going to have to be the fulcrum of the offense. Somebody's going to have to be the people that drive the offense. Right now, that's the main issue I see with the Saints right now is that, you know, besides a good catch here or there, they're not really driving anywhere. You know, they got to get up the field and do something. Tyler Shough's numbers he's 7 for 9 for 77 yards, which is better than Kirk Cousins' numbers, except for Kirk Cousins has a touchdown that's driving the offense. You know, on the blown defensive play by the Saints defense by Alante Taylor. But outside of that, there's not really much else going on in terms of the Saints offense. Their running attack is non-existent. Audric Estime is the only one that seems to be the person they plan through the running attack. And he has 4 carries and 4 yards. So he's a yard a carry. That ain't going to cut it. So we're going to have to mix it up a little bit. We might have to have little plays where we roll Shough out or something like that, or got to include Taysom Hill in a couple of run plays. Whatever the case may be, we're going to have to come up with something, man. The offense is way too dry right now. But the good news is Kelvin Banks is walking off on his own power. So that is a major positive sign. Did he get rolled up on or something? Look like, yep, somebody fell into Jawan Johnson. Yeah, the guy pushed Jawan into his leg. But the great part about it is he's walking on his own power, which is a very good sign. So I doubt we'll probably see Kelvin for the rest of the game here. That'll be it. 2nd and 2. Falcons showing all the blitz. 2 to the left and right, Shough in the shotgun. The Falcons showing blitz. 2nd and 12. Can the Saints get it? There's a snap. Shough looking, and it's another flag down right away. What is it this time, referees? It's false start again against the Saints. False start. Who is it this time? Who is it this time? It's Pettis, the wide receiver. Another false start. This is getting stupid. It's getting stupid now, man. We just had back-to-back false starts, bro. You know, you practice, know what you're doing, man. 2nd and 7. So that's 10 yards worth of bad false start penalties that's damning the Saints drive. It's 2nd and 17 now. 3 to the left, 1 right, shotgun, Shough running back to his right. Falcons have 5 guys on the defensive line. They're sending 4. Ball out toward the left side, caught and pushed out of bounds. Kelvin Banks Jr. picks up all of it, and he's about 5 yards shy of the first down. So it'll be 3rd down and maybe 5, depending on where they place the ball at. But yeah, we got Kevin Austin Jr. is obviously the guy that Shough is his top target in this game, but I do want him to spread the ball around too. We got to spread the ball around. 3rd and 6. Can the Saints get the yardage back? Shotgun Shough looking left. It's going to scramble. Throw on the side. Oh, nice throw by Shough upfield. Audric Estime gets into the Falcons territory on the play. And it's a gain of maybe about 15, 20 yards on up the field there. Because they get all the way down to the 39-yard line, and Shough pump fakes, rolls out on the run, and just makes an excellent throw along the sideline to the Falcons' 42-yard line. Shough in the shotgun. Snap, looking, left, firing, left ball. Oh, dropped by Juwan Johnson. Drone, it was a dart toward Juwan Johnson, and it hits him in his hands, and he drops it, man. But he thought Xavier Watts was going to be the guy that intercepted it, or Caden Ellis tipped it. That's what happened. He had 2 tips, but Juwan Johnson just mistimed it. And it was tipped twice, one by Caden Ellis, the defensive back. Another guy tipped it, and Juwan mistimed it. So it'll bring up 2nd and 10. 2 left, 2 right. Man motions Pettis from left to right. There's the move. He's going to chuck it down to Pettis. Pettis gets it, turns upfield, sideline, gets it, first down, gets down, holding on, still on his feet, and tripped down around the 20-yard line. Pettis has speed, man. He can catch, and he got speed. You just got to hold on to the ball. You kind of hold on to your breath when you're running with the football. But the dude he has some speed. Great blocking up there by Kevin Austin, where he was able to turn that corner, and Pettis was able to get that. And there's the next move, a toss to Evan Hall toward the left side, turns upfield, Hall running, and gets swung down. A gain of maybe 7 yards. Ellis on the play. 2nd and 3 for the Saints coming up. Saints all of a sudden they done found a gear here offensively. That's why I was like, throw Evan Hall in there, mix in these little running backs here. Hall got a little bit more power than Audric Estime. You mix these guys up. 10 of 13 for Shough. He got 129 yards already. Shough in the shotgun. Wide receivers. 3 bunch to the left. Man motions from left to right. 2 left, 2 right. Shotgun Shough running back to his left. Saints inside the 20. There's the snap. Shough looking, standing forward, trips forward, and he goes down to right around there. I think that's going to count that as a sack. The pressure of the defensive line from the Falcons on the Saints, and Shough was trying to get out of harm's way, and the defensive lineman London was able to, get a hold to him right there and trip him up a little bit. So there it is. So the Falcons get, I think they get a sack on them right there, and that'll force the Saints. They're in field goal range, but we want a touchdown here, man. It's 3rd and 5. Man motions is Matabo from right to left. Falcons showing blitz. 2 left, 2 right. Snap. Shough looking left center. He's going to try to screw it out the pocket, keeping it, running it, slides around the 10 for the first down. Shough-inator. And they're going to say that he's shy of the first down. I can see where that dumb referee ran up to. It's not shy of the first down. They got a flag down on the play. There's a flag down on the play. Let's see what Gentry's saying. I mean, goddamn, man. They ain't got no flags for nobody else. That backs the Saints up as another holding play. Who was it against? Dylan Radummy. Yeah, I ain't gonna play. But anyway, man, Dylan Radummy got caught on a holding play, and they can see ours, but they can't see theirs. He definitely got him. He definitely got him hell. But they don't. But the Falcons got 1 penalty. You don't see the Falcon penalties though. Shotgun Shough, 3rd and 16. Saints have been affected. It's a little home cooking here. There's a snap looking. Shough firing left toward the end zone, and it's knocked away. It's a flag down, and that's going to be pass interference against A.J. Terrell, a man that's always known for pass interference. So A.J. Terrell gets the pass interference. Elvin Gentry's brother comes up and gives the Saints a penalty. Just when I asked where the penalties against the Falcons, A.J. Terrell says, let's help the Saints out. So that's the pass interference. That's going to put the Saints right near the goal line here, man. Because you can see right here, Pettis gets going and then stops on the play, and then, right there kind of knocks him down. And, that was kind of held on to him. He really didn't have to do that, man. He really didn't have to do that because he did hold him. He didn't have to do that. So they get the flag that puts him at the Falcons. 4 Saints, and it's there. There's a shotgun draw play to Aldrich Estime powering forward to the 1 yard line, twisting and turning down to the 1 with 5:54. It's a long drive by the Saints offense, 7 plays, 61 yards, aided by the defensive pass interference, 4:13 and counting on the clock. The run by Aldrich Estime puts them on the Falcons' 1 yard line. Second and goal for the Saints. Let's see what Shough and Kellen Moore's call is to try to get this touchdown here. All right. Shotgun Shough, wide receivers, both sides of the formation. Shough motions Aldrich Estime to his left. There's the draw play to Aldrich Estime, and he's going to be shy of the first down. It's going to bring up the goal. That'll bring up 3rd and goal. So they're trying to get Aldrich Estime in. He's going to be shy of it. 5 minutes and ticking down, 9 plays, 69 yards, or 9 plays, 64 yards, 5:01 on the clock. The Falcons people cheering. The Saints fought through numerous self-inflicted miscues to get to the goal line. 3rd and goal. This will be a 4th and goal situation anyway. Falcons lining up. Goal line should be Shough on this one. Turn, hand off. No, Shough is going to roll. Uses athletic. Shough on the move, and he's going to walk in for a touchdown. The New Orleans Saints. Shough-a-nator with a run. Touchdown, black and gold.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a Falcon. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL. When things seem fishy, then you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Yeah, money like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
The Shough-a-nator, Shough Norris, Shough Barkley, Shough Mangione is doing the damn thing. Scrambled 10 plays, 65 yards, 65 yards, 5 minutes, 48 seconds, 5:48 on the possession. We get in there, 10 plays. Now listen, this was really good at so many levels, because what happens is the Saints did not put Taysom Hill in the game to do this. This was a Shough pulling moment, and Shough just outran the defender to the corner easily. Using his athleticism and confidence, he was able to get in there. So using him as a weapon, because you're thinking you're just going to run it on a dive, and then they pull it, and he scrambles right, beat a slowful defender who was really running his little heart out. He just couldn't do it. And the Saints on the board all of a sudden. And now you see how close it is, because remember we said the Saints have been notoriously slow starters in these games. But boy, oh boy, when the second quarter roll around, you better watch it. When the second half roll around, you better watch it, baby. So Shough on the board. What's interesting about the whole thing is that the defense, it has an interception. They're getting after him. Now, Staley has had a reputation of, as the game goes on, these quarterbacks start not looking the same way. Adjustments are being made. And ultimately, you start seeing stuff slow down. Now, here's the kickoff from right to left. Falcons get it, and they get tripped up around the 30-yard line. Number 83, Tompkins, the speedster, gets tripped up. Remember, the Buccaneers get in where the Saints win, and Carolina does not. So a lot of the entire NFC South is tuned into this broadcast, into this matchup between the Saints and the Falcons. The Carolina peoples want to see the Saints lose, but it ain't gonna happen. You should have took care of your business. Not business, business. All right, here we go. 31-yard line from the 32-yard line. Kirk Cousins under center, motions London further out left. Saints come with the pressure. Check down. Jonah Williams all over him. That'll be a massive loss of yards by the Saints. Big Jonah Williams inside. Tackling tackling, I think that wanted the number 85. That should be 2nd and 5. They lost 7 yards on that play by Jonah. 2nd and 17. Look at that, 76 total yards. The Saints defense doing work. You just don't realize it yet. Chase Young balling. Carl Granderson balling. Cam got a sack. DeMario on the way. 2nd and 17. Shotgun. 2 to the left and right. Cousins. Snap. Looking center. Firing right. Ball thrown and incomplete along the sideline. It'll bring up 3rd and 17 on the play. Now, he didn't get both feet then. This was a tough throw. But did he get both feet? No. So that'll be 3rd and 17. Good try by Mooney, but it'll bring up 3rd and 17, man. Can the Saints get him off the field? Shotgun Cousins, 2 left and right. There's a snap, looking center, looking left, firing on the check down to number 17, gets pushed out of bounds, and the Falcons will send out the punting unit. Come on, let's go defense. Let's go. Saints sent out the punting unit. The Falcons sent out the punting unit to kick this thing. Watch out for any little sneaky tricky Falcon plays. All right, shout out to Taylor. Says, Q, word on the street, the Sports Coma is responsible for the Saints team winning. They checked the inventory and the merchandise hasn't been sent.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Picking me up,
Hey, man.
bringing me back to this
Shout out to you,
world.
Taylor. There's the punt from left to right. It'll be retrieved. The punt. And there's Pettis running the ball 15, cutting down. He'll get tackled around the 19-yard line. So the Saints will have to operate. They have 2:48 on the clock. They have 2 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Thank you, Taylor. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you, man. Will Francis says, good thing. He says, good that Kellen trusting the Shuckinator more. That's right.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Hey, man, listen, if people don't know it by now, you're watching something that you probably ain't seen in a long time. This guy is like you're saying, you're seeing all of the things that he's doing. He's 26 years old, so he got a high understanding of the game, plus the physical tools to pull off some of the things. He got a gun for him. He's intelligent, and he's very athletic. So he got stuff that gifts early on. Very mature for a rookie, a 26-year-old rookie. So, it's not a traditional 21, 22 type of dude that you see this for. This guy is a little bit more mature than that, but it's a benefit. All right, Saints from their own 20-yard line, 3 wide receivers right, 1 left, Shuck under center. It's a handoff to Audric Estime, dances around and fights forward for a pickup of about maybe 3 or 4 yards, depending on where they spot the ball. Like I said, the Saints have 2 timeouts, and they've been benefited by the 2-minute warning. Let's see how that goes. All right, shout out to you, man. YO says, Q, would you let A.J. Brown if he's a free agent? No, sir, I would not, bro.
Thank you very much.
No, sir.
Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
He got the wrong mentality up here. He got the talent. It's the wrong mentality up here, bro. I don't like it. He wouldn't work with us. Shotgun Shuck, 2 to the left and right. Falcons showing blitz. There's a snap. They're coming with 7. Shuck fires it to the left. It's caught by Trayton Welch. He's saying it's incomplete. They're saying it's incomplete on the play, number 89. I think that's Samaya Toure. Is complaining and saying that, no, I caught that ball. The referee saying, no, you didn't. But Toure, the ball comes out and it never touched the ground. That's actually a catch by Toure. What a hell of a catch. And he's saying, I caught the ball. But there's no way it's a challenge flag out there. So yeah. And Kellen Moore saying he caught the ball. What are you doing, Elvin Gentry's little brother? And he's like, man, I ain't have my jack today, bro. I'm just out here, But look at Touré's catch. It never touched the ground. He got both fingers on it from both sides in full control. That is a catch. We might see what I'm saying. You got to find these targets. Like we got other wide receivers, and they're here for a reason. Boy, what a hell of a catch that was. He's saying, no, I caught this ball. That ball even did the thing like you do for in the NBA. He did the finger thing. You're like, hey, man, you go to, that just don't work in here. But you get it. But look at the catch, man, by Toure. I mean, that ball never touched the ground. And when it did, when the cone of the ball touched, he had both fingers on the ball. So they challenging the ball. They saying it's incomplete. I mean, boy, you can't make, how is that? I just hate these referees, man. You can obviously see that he has possession of the ball. You can obviously see it. Make the correct call. We got to keep an eye on Toure, man. We might have somebody here with this young kid here. I know he fast too. Call reverse, Elvin Gentry brother. Shout out to Elvin Gentry's brother. Look like he been eating ribs all day. Shout out to Elvin Gentry brother, man. Yeah, we got to send him a slab of ribs, man. A whole truck full of ribs, seasoned ribs, man, for that one. Shout out to you, Elvin Gentry brother. I know you was a good one. All right. But yeah, bro, I would have to say no to that, bro. A.J. Brown got the wrong temperament to be a Saint wide receiver. He too selfish-minded, man. He got a lot of positive stuff going on with the Philadelphia team. And he sit up here like, oh, I'm this person. No. You good, but you ain't nearly as good as you think you are. There's at least 3 or 4 other wide receivers I would look at before I even talk about A.J. Brown. He got the wrong temperament to be a Saint wide receiver. He's just too selfish-minded. He's just too selfish-minded, man. We don't want that nasty, selfish mentality here, man. We got too many other things to fix. All right. Yeah, that's right. Shout out to William. He said he wasn't touched. Stop the play. Yes, indeed, man. And that's the thing. If they said it was blown, that's the thing that really hurt, because he catches the ball, right? He gets up, starts running. That's a touchdown. So that's something about the game that has to be changed, because you blow the play dead and say, no, that's not a catch. But, if the guy gets up, he knows it's a catch, and then run all the way down to the end zone, just keep running and going to the end zone, and then they reverse the catch, doesn't that mean that that's a touchdown? See, that's where we got to coach him up. Like, if you know you made the catch, just run all the way down. They can blow the whistles all they want. But if the play is reversed and says, oh, that was a catch, then the play in its totality should be factored in. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, thank you for that, bro. Appreciate that. That's a good point.
Thank you very much.
Gotta look at that.
Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
We got to look at kind of changing that thing, because that's something like a wide receiver. You teach your wide receiver, like, the guy catches the ball, right? He catches the ball, and they say, okay, they blow it there. No, that ain't a catch. And then he runs all the way to the touchdown. And then when they come back and realize, hey, he actually caught the ball, then the touchdown should factor too. Who are you to stop it at that place? Say, well, it's a lot of stuff that has to be factored in this thing as well. You see what I'm saying? It has to be, because you don't want the referees to be the thing that stops the progression of the game in that manner, right? So that's just something to think about. It's not perfect by the long shot, but Elvin Gentry's brother, man, shout out to Elvin Gentry's brother. He was a good one on that one. All right. All right, big ups to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all. Y'all hit that like button, man. We up in this thing. A lot of people seeing what's happening. The Falcons about to rise up to fall down. And we've been saying that the whole damn time. Got a T-shirt and everything in the merch shop about it. Falcons rise up, the fall down. That's what they do. That's what they're going to do. All right, anyway, let's keep this thing going. And for my Carolina people, shout out to y'all, man. But you got to take care of your own business. Handle your business. Shotgun Saints. Three wide receivers right. They motion man from right to left, to the left and right. Falcons showing blitz. Shough, 3rd and 4. There's a snap. Shough looking, turn, fire into number 81, Kevin Austin Jr. First down +4. Saints moving the ball. 2 timeouts remaining. Less than 2 minutes. Saints within the 2-minute offense and can take the lead before the half. 2 to the left, 2 right, snap. Shough looking. Firing left, taking a deep shot down, and it's just out front, the outstretched hands of Trayton Welch. I'm sorry, that's Ronnie Bell, number 85, the wide receiver. Beautiful throw is just right out front of his hands. Look at that. He tried to get to it. It's just, it just little further. Now, I don't know how fast Ronnie Bell is, man, but he's taking shots at these wide receivers. Toure, Bell, you got to get these guys involved to see what they can do. All right, here go the Saints, 2nd and 10. Shough in the backfield by himself. There's the snap, pressure coming. Shough looking, completed to Kevin Austin, and it's a pickup of about 6 yards, maybe 7. It'll bring 3rd and shy. Kevin Austin Jr. is becoming Kevin Austin Sr. today. 3rd and 6. For the Saints, $1:18 on the clock, the Shough-inator driving. Shotgun Shough, 3 wide receivers right, 1 left. Shough changing the line, pointing out protections at the line of scrimmage. Raises his leg, going back, talking again, changing the play again. Back in his position, raises his leg, snap, looking center, looking, taking a shot upfield, and it's knocked away by the Falcons. That'll bring up 4th and 6 on the play. Falcon defender on the play. He was nervous, but that'll have to bring him up. They'll run him up off the field. Looked like the Falcon defender got his hand on it on the play, and it got deflected some kind of way to the ground. Because Shough knew where he was going with the football. Yeah, that guy inadvertently just threw his hand back, just luckily. Then people playing with luck. He just threw his hand up and just batted the ball by mistake. Boy, that dude, that's lucky there. So the Saints will be 4th and 6. They'll punt the ball, 53 seconds remaining. There's a snap by Kai Kroger. It's away. It's high, decent punt. Bounces, take a Falcon bounce, and then it bounces dead to about the 17-yard line. Falcons will retrieve it there. So a lucky play. You won't talk about lucky. Dablo just waved his hand and just without even looking, and it hit his hand because that was a catch coming. Just lucky. So that'll be retrieved at the Falcons' 18-yard line. Saints trail 10-7. So the Falcons will get the ball there with 41 seconds remaining. And more than likely, they're probably just going to kneel on it and try to take the ball into halftime. They're not going to do nothing extremely difficult. Just hand the ball off to the running back and try to get this game into halftime. 41 seconds. They have 2 timeouts. Saints have 2 timeouts too. Shotgun for Cousins, 2 to the left and right snap. Cousins looking. Saints coming with pressure. Check ball, checked away to on the right side to Bijan Robinson. Pickup of 7. Runs out of bounds. Stop the clock at 33 seconds. Too much time right here by Saints front 4. Too much time. Too much time. But right now, the game is right where the Saints needed to be honest with you. The game is right where they needed to be. Cousins, Saints showing a lot of blitz on the line. 2 to the left and right. Cousins in the shotgun, running back to his left, probably in there as a blocker. So there's the pressure coming, ball out quickly. It's caught by number 8, and he's tackled by Kyle Pitts is tackled right away by looking like Granderson. And they'll burn a timeout on that play with 27 seconds remaining. The Saints are not going to allow the Falcons to throw the ball upfield, so it's a lot of underneath stuff. And basically, Cousins is just taking what the defense is giving them. So they'll burn their timeout. They have 1 left with 27 seconds remaining ultimately what they're going to try to do is try to get in field goal range to see if they can get their guy to kick a field goal and go up by two field goals. We'll see. Hopefully we can get a pick on this stuff. Kirk Cousins get too cute, throw the ball, and it's picked off for a pick six. I know I'm asking a lot. But in the end, man, anything can happen in this crazy game we love. All right, here it is. 1st and 10 for the Falcons. 29 seconds remaining on that clock. Shotgun Cousins, 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 right. There's the pressure coming. Kirk Cousins is rolling. He gets tackled from behind by Chase Young. And I don't think that's a sack. Looked like he crossed the line of scrimmage. That'll just be counted as a tackle. So it'll be 2nd and 8. And the Falcons burn their final timeout. Good coverage by the Saints on the play. Yeah, he got past the line of scrimmage and Chase got to him. I don't think they're going to count that as a sack. That's more like a tackle. But Chase Young has been really balling in this game. He 100% healthy, and you can see he had a major impact in this game, man. And Chase Young, man, the Saints, another gamble on another player who was injury kind of plagued through his years. But he's been in the time that he's come back, in a small time he's been back. The man got like 9 sacks or 9 sacks. I want to say Chase has on the season. Shotgun Cousins, 2nd and 8. There's a snap. Saints sending pressure. Ball checked down, and it's to Pitts, and Pitts gets knocked down from behind by Danny Stutzman right around the 48-yard line. They got 12 seconds left on the clock. The Falcons are going to spike the ball, and that stops the clock at 8 seconds. They don't have any. This is pretty much over with. They don't have any way. They're not going to be able to line up for a field goal, even if they make the connection with 8 seconds remaining. So it's just not going to happen. So the Falcons might as well just see if they could take a deep shot right there, or they're going to try to throw to the sideline. That's what they're going to try to do. Throw to the sideline. We got to protect the sideline. Let's see how the Saints, Coach Staley, play this, because ain't enough time for them to go and make a catch and then get up and then go and line up for a field. It ain't gonna happen. All right, so 3 wide receivers right, 1 left. Shotgun Cousins running back to his left. It should be a delay of game. The clock, where's the delay of game at? Should be a delay of game penalty. There it is. Let's get it going, Gentry. Elvin Gentry, but it's the delay of the game. Come on. There it is. That backs them up. That's 2nd and 15. The Falcons failing before your very eyes. False start Falcons. 2nd and 15 with the delay of game. Strike against them. They lose 5 yards on that. So that pretty much, whatever little foolishness that they thought they were going to do, whatever they're going to try to do, they're going to try to throw it to the sideline to try to get something going. Ain't enough time for that. So shotgun, 3 wide receiver look to the right, 1 left. There's a snap. Should be a false start against the Falcons on that one. The guy jumped early. And Kirk Cousins fires it up the center of the field. Toward the right. It's knocked away by Quincy Riley, and that'll bring up 3rd and 15. They got a second left on the play. They got 1 second remaining. He should have picked that one off, man. But Quincy Riley's a smart player, man. He didn't try to do too much. He just looked back, seen the ball there, and just like, oh, well, there it is. Boop. He could have picked that off, actually. But he's smart. He's like, I'm not going to risk it. So he just knocked the ball away. There's 1 second remaining. So the Falcons, and look at the Saints playing prevent defense. They're getting all the way back. Ain't nothing they can do about that. 3rd and 15, Cousins, and they just go to the draw play to Bijan Robinson. And Bijan gets about 4 yards before the Saints hold him up. About 4 or 5 Saints, including Cam Jordan, run to him. And that'll be the end of the first half. Saints trail by 3. And the defense, as you could see, we talked about it. They're doing their damnedest. It's Staley doing his damnedest against Kirk Cousins, and it has not looked the same. So we'll see. But anyway, shout out to you guys for being in the building, Saints. Come on. The Shuckinator, man, doing his thing in this one, man. Let's kind of go into this halftime report right here, fam, and hit that halftime button, man. Y'all feel free to hit the like button, family. Who that? We up in this thing, man. All right, so this is the halftime statistics as it stands, family. The first down, Falcons 8-6. They're leading that thing. The Saints are, look at the Saints' third downs, fam. The Saints are 50%. They're 4 of 8 on third down. That's beautiful. The Falcons are 2 for 8. That's also very beautiful if you're a Saints person, right? Love that. Total plays, the Falcons 34-29. The total yardage is 151 to 113, 7-6 drives of Falcons way. The Saints are averaging over 5 yards per play. 2 rushes first down, 2 passes first down. In other words, look at the passing yards difference. The Saints have 132 yards passing against Kirk Cousins 75. And you can see it right there. Now you can see the sacks are about the same. 2 sacks for 11 yards versus 2 sacks for 12 yards for the Falcons. But in the end, like I said, it's been a beautiful thing, period, when you see stuff like this happen as we keep this thing going. All right. Anyway, let's keep this thing going. You see the rushing yardage right here is a major league difference. This is so positive for the Saints and so far as Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algieri just held the 38 combined yards, family, on 12 rushing attempts. So not a lot of running is going on. Expect that to change as we get to the second half portion of the game. Hold on, fam, I'm sorry. All right, so 38 rushing yards for the Falcons. Saints have 19. We got to get that going. All right, so you see the red zone, Saints 1-1, the Falcons 1 for 2, and the penalties have been something that the Saints have to overcome, and they've been doing a decent job of that. One particular drive in which they scored, they overcame multiple miscues to get the touchdown. 3 for 37 for the Falcons, 5 for 30 for the Saints. The turnovers are 1 apiece, as you can see right here, and the time of possession is really even. 15:06 for Falcons versus 14:54. No advantage to nobody. Really close there. And, of course, you look at the individual statistics. Tyler Shough, the Shuckinator, Chuck Norris, 13 of 18, 143 yards, averaging 8 yards a throw. No touchdowns, no interceptions, but he did scramble for 1. 95.4 rate, and Kirk Cousins 11 for 20 for 87 yards, 4.4 yards a throw, has a touchdown and a pick, sacked twice. His rating is 61.9. That's positive. Audric Estime is the team's top rusher, 7 for 10 yards. Not so much going on. Evan Hall did have 1 for 8, and we want to see them mix it up with Audric Estime and Evan Hall. And you see Tyler Shough, he did scramble to pick up that touchdown on the run. Juwan Johnson, 3 targets, 2 catches for 47 yards, including a beautiful diving catch to get upfield. Audric Estime has 3 for 30. Kevin Austin Jr. has 3 for 22 off of 5 targets. Pettis is 2 for 2 for 21. Taysom's 1 for 1 for 13. Ronnie Bell's 1 for 2 for 7. Samari Touri's 1 for 2 for 3. So he's finding people to throw the football to, and that's the thing. Like you gotta find out who Pettis is. You gotta find out Ronnie Bell and Samari Toure. We gotta make sure we get these guys involved in the offense, even if they're open, throwing the ball to them and driving this thing forward. On the opposite side, Bijan Robinson, 9 carries for 28 yards. The Saints have held Bijan to less than 30 yards in the first half of the game. Is promising. Of course, we're going to see as the game moves forward, Robinson usually gets stronger in the game, so the Saints defense will have to do the same. Tyler Algieri, 2 carries for 8 yards in the thing, and they're keeping Kirk Cousins from scrambling because he, like, every now and again likes to try to run out of there when he finds some problems, and we're keeping them tucked in. Their top catchers, Kyle Pitts, is 3 catches for 5 off of 5 targets for 31 yards, non-effective. Drake London had 2 for 26. Blown coverage play. Not much going on their side of the fence. Carl Granderson, 5 tackles in the game and a half a sack. He's doing work. So is Chase Young, got a half a sack. Cam got a full sack in the game, and that's what's going on for the black and gold right here. As you can see, Jonah Williams is really balling in this game. Jonah Williams, Chase Young, the defensive guys up front are handling the business. You see Alante and blitz packages and plays are also making a play and just doing what they do. The Saints defense just locking in and doing what they usually do. On the opposite side, D. Alford and Caden Ellis, along with C.J. Anderson, are the top tackles for this team as well. So, okay. Anyway, Granderson did get the pick. He gets his first interception of the season, and right now the Saints are where they're supposed to be. Charlie Smith 0 for 1 on the field goal. Kai Kroger's 2 for 97, averaging 48.5 yards per punt in this thing. So right now the Saints stand where they stand at 10 to 10 to 7. 10 to 7. So that's pretty much what it is. How did we get here? Here's the scoring summary right here. The touchdown that started this thing for the Falcons at the 3:02 mark. Drake London caught the 15-yard pass from Kirk Cousins. 2 plays, 5 yards, 16 seconds. Falcons up 7. Then in the second quarter at the 10:19 mark in the second quarter, Zane Gonzalez for the Falcons kicked a 41-yard field goal that completed an 8-play, 31-yard drive at 3:54. Falcons led 10-0. In that same second quarter at the 4:31 mark, at the Tyler Shough 1-yard run on a 10-play, 65-yard drive at 5:48 made it 10-7, and the Saints draw a little closer as we move for the rest of the game. So, man, this is what we dealing with right now, family. This is what we have right now heading into the rest of the game. And then the question becomes, what are we supposed to do? What's up, T-Mama? Shout out to T-Mama. Appreciate T-Mama for being in this thing. Young Bloods, I see Young Bloods. Shout out to you and salute to all of the mighty Who Dat Nation. Brother Derek White, I see you, fam. Appreciate you as well. All right, so let's what's up, Benny? Let's see some tragic. What's up, brother? All right, so let's hear some commentary from you guys. Keys to victory in the second half. What do the Saints need to do? Y'all put it in the comment section. We'll kind of spotlight your comments. But in terms of what I'm seeing from what the Saints need to do going forward is, from a defensive standpoint, keep doing what you're doing, maybe ratchet up the pressure. And really, you're not going to see him do too many exotic blitzes to get at Kirk Cousins, because the Saints front four is doing enough where he can leave all of his people in coverage, which means it's going to be a long night, or day rather, for Kirk Cousins. If I can generate pressure, and we got 3 sacks or so, whatever it is, 3 sacks in the first half. When some people go a full game with 3 sacks, that's something else, which means we getting pressure on you. And you can see it's having an effect on Kirk Cousins as well. He wasn't as crisp as he was early on in the game, so the adjustments are being made. So as long as I can drop pressure with the front 4 guys, then I can drop all the rest of these guys in coverage and then cover up as much field as I need to. So the Saints continuing up front to do that, that's number one. Also, Bijan Robinson, the Saints are doing a phenomenal job of holding Bijan Robinson to 28 yards on 9 carries. That's not easy to do because the offense is driven through Bijan Robinson. So if you're able to slow him down and stifle him, you stifle their offense. Plus, you put pressure on Kirk Cousins. And they have some phenomenal talent, too, with Kyle Pitts. He has 3 catches for 31 yards. He's a non-factor. So in the first half, so the Saints have to keep doing that, but understand and know that when Raheem Morris's team takes the field in the second half, and of course, remember, the Saints get the ball. The Saints get the ball after halftime. So remember that their goal is going to be to run the football with Bijan Robinson, to get back to that, to establish the run through him and Tyler Algieri. That'll be the number one thing, so they can get to the play action bag, so they can attack downfield to Drake London, Darnell Mooney, and these guys. So they do have a lot of their talent. They have all of their talented wide receivers and people available to them, But a lot of our guys are missing. But still in all, the Saints, the way they're playing, it's a benefit to a degree, because the Falcons don't have much of a scouting report on some of these guys we playing. To be honest with you, right? They don't have much of a scout. We know Kevin Austin Jr., what he can do, but what the rest of these guys can do. They don't know what these guys can do. They ain't got much of a scout. So to a degree, that plays for our favor if we can utilize and make throws to those guys when we need to, so we can find them open. So we're going to have to find those men. The guys will have to make plays upfield. We got to eliminate as much as we can the miscues, the false starts, the holdings, all this kind of stuff. We got to do as much as less as that as we possibly can. We got to keep the pressure and force them turnovers, and we got to make them pay. So the Saints offense in the second half starts to pick up momentum, and it really gets busy. As you can see in this game, the Saints offense with Tyler Shough is moving along. And then in the second half, you expect that to continue. So We'll see how the defensive coordinator play the Saints. They're going to ratchet up pressure on Tyler Shough. But give credit and the hand clap to the Saints offensive line. Kelvin Banks, they've been, as much as they have been doing, they've been doing enough. They ain't been perfect, but they've been doing enough to keep Tyler Shough upright and able to stand in the pocket and deliver the pass. Now, we did lose Kelvin Banks Jr., our left tackle. Asim Richards, the veteran, steps in there. So how is that going to impact the offense moving forward? So that's some things to kind of think about right here moving forward. But the defense, if the defense can suppress the Falcons' scoring potential and keep them underneath 20 points, I think the Saints will win this game. And it'll be a credit to Tyler Shough and the Saints, which missing a lot of their talent to come in here and beat a team that got all the offensive pieces. So it's very interesting. And remember, this is a game where it's a rivalry game, so there's an extra additive of emotion to it, and the fact that the Falcons beat the Saints early in the year, and the Saints need to return the favor and beat the Falcons, split with the Falcons, and in the hopes of anybody in a blue jersey from Carolina. No disrespect, but you didn't take care of your business once again. All right, Nola Ball, shout out to you. For here, Charlie says the one thing the chat should be agreement, we love our quarterback. I don't think anybody's disputing that at this point. It's very clear who Tyler Shough is. Ray said the Saints have been a strong second half team this year, indeed. All right, Bastion says we're going to get the W. Shout out to Bastion. All right, Robert says Saints fan 68 born with the Fleur de Lis on my back. Indeed, brother. Appreciate you. Dedrick says if we win this game, Raheem Morris might get fired. Our top 3 running backs and top wide receivers are out. Well, it wouldn't be the first time. It'd be like history repeating itself, right? Remember several years ago, when we beat the Falcons at the end of the year, we got the other coach fired. Remember? We still getting these people fired. So that's not history repeating itself. Derek says, and Tyler did miss 2 wide open throws. Indeed, he did. There was 2 wide open throws, the one toward the sideline to Ronnie Bell. Bell was wide open. He just missed them slightly. And then the throw, which was very odd, he threw it to the wide receiver in the center of the field, but the linebacker he didn't even look. He just waved his hands, and the ball hit his hands and knocked it away. That is so lucky, it's ridiculous. Won't help you in the second half, though. Will Francis says, I'll take back what I said about Ruiz. Ruiz is doing all right, bro.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Ruiz is doing okay, man. He's doing all right, bro. Ruiz been getting beat all game. Shough saved him. Yeah, Shough sees it. He pivots, moves out of the way, stands in the pocket. So at some point, the film got to show. Remember, the Saints came close to trading Cesar Ruiz during the half. Don't forget that part of the game. So a lot of what we've been saying about looking at the tape about Cesar Ruiz has been exposed. He's been exposed. So either he steps up and do a better job as an offensive lineman or get the hell up out of here. Listen, we can't afford sloppy play from a starting guy. This guy had all his reps. He got to do better. His leverage, his footwork, his strength, a lot of his technique is too wishy-washy. It's too wishy-washy. And I've said this before. That man, Cesar Ruiz, should be the Saints' best offensive lineman with all the reps that he's had on his team. He should be the Saints' best, but he's not even close to that, man. He's not close to that. But let's see him. He has to hold up for at least another half. Here's the kickoff from left to right. What a horrible kick, and then it goes out of bounds. The Falcons start off by kicking the ball out of bounds, and that's going to show you what type of half this about to be. That's a flag against them. Guy kicks it out of bounds. Saints will pick it up at there. I think it's the 40-yard line we pick it up at. So there you go on the play. So that's 1st and 10 for the Saints on a short field. The ball at the 40 after the man kicked it out of bounds. So that goes to show you how this going to be. The second half is about to be epic in a good way for us and not good for the people in the red and black and the ones in the blue and silver. Too bad. But anyway, man, listen, man, let's get this going, man. Shotgun Shough, 3 to the left, 2 right. Saints motion player across right to left. It's a toss toward Pettis. Pettis trying to turn the corner, and he gets tackled out of bounds. Not much, maybe a gain of 2 or 3 yards, not much. Pettis should have cut it inside sooner. That's what he was doing in his head, saying that the coach told him, he said, you should have cut it in behind the wide receiver. You shouldn't have done it at the, by the sideline. They're saying it's a 1 yard pickup. Yeah, he cut it too late. He should have cut it behind in front of the wide receiver. Turn upfield as soon as you can. All right. So anyway, Shough in the shotgun, Audric Estime directly to his right side. They got 3 to the right. Man motions Taysom from right to left, 2 right. There's a snap. Shough looking center. Pressure coming. Check down to Audric Estime. Breaks a tackle. Shakes, moves, grooves, and gets tackled from behind. And Audric Estime is so elusive. He picks up almost all of the yardage, and he's 2 yards shy of the first down. But Tyler Shough he's going through his progressions back there. And Audric just got Caden Ellis off of him, shook another dude out the way, and was able to pick up almost all of it. He's 3rd and 1. Man motions is Juwan Johnson, handoff to Audric Estime, and he gets the first down for the black and gold, and we keep it going. So there you go. David Onyemata, former Saint, is on the start. Gets him. So the Saints starting off very positively. Short field, thanks to the Falcons. Salute to the Falcons. And then next thing you know, the Saints are moving the ball. They're already at midfield. 15-20 for Tyler Shough for 152 right now in the game, and the Saints are moving that offense. So with the ball in their possession, we need to get this touchdown here and get beyond these people. All right, Shough under center. The referee runs in to stop him from doing something, and that was weird because he kind of hampered the Saints a little bit. All right, then that's the handoff to Audric Estime. He moves in, finding a little lane, and he gets about 4 or 5 yards right up the center of the Falcon line. Saints moving the pile. Audric Estime, 2 positive runs. He got the little check down run where he got almost the first down, and they're going to run him off the field to take a rest, and Evan Hall will come on. Good play for Audric Estime, man. 2 positive play. He picked up 3 yards. I thought it was a little bit more than that. But 2nd and 7, they're saying. I thought he picked up more than that. All right, Shough under center. They got 5 on the line for the Falcons. Man motions from right to left is Taysom. Play action left, rolls right. Shough looking left. He's going to probably telling him to move. Shough keeps it, and the guy twists and turns on Shough, and Shough takes a sack when he shouldn't. Just throw the ball away. There's a flag down on the play, and it's going to be against the Falcons. And is it a horse collar? They're looking at it. They're discussing it. The flag came down, and the umpire said he got him. Let's see what Elvin Gentry said. Coach Gentry's brother is arguing and trying to get the play correctly. Coach Gentry, what you got? No foul on the play, they said. All right, so he was thinking about it. Was it a horse collar? It wasn't a horse collar tackle on the play, but that was that was a scary play because Tyler Shough, man, that could have been really bad. He got to throw the ball away, bro. You got to learn to throw the ball away, man. You out the pocket like that, just throw the ball away, bro. He got that bad, man. 3rd and 13 now. Ain't no need to even take that lost yardage. All right, so man motions from right to left. 3 left and the wide receiver to the right, running back to his left. There's a snap. Pressure coming. Shough's looking. He's going to stop, and he gets sacked. He took another sack. So back-to-back dumb plays right there, and that killed whatever positive drops. What I'm saying, this dude taking sacks when he's not even supposed to. Why are you taking these sacks? Just throw the ball away and protect yourself. Throw it away. What is the problem with throwing the ball away? Because number one, he outran his protection right there. He outran his protection. If you're feeling threatened to protect yourself, just throw the damn thing away. So, I mean, this is something that I hope Kellen Moore like, bro, listen, bro, throw the ball away, man. What you doing? So the Saints get marched backwards on 2 stupid plays, giving up the sack on that last one, and then there's the punt right here inside. It's punt deep inside the Falcons' territory. They stop the Saints, and it'll be a return to the 26-yard line. Yeah, the first play, him taking sacks, is dumb, man. Throw the ball away, dude. The second one, the Falcons came with the blitz and they got him. I find myself repeating this stuff with Tyler Shough, wanting to hold on to the ball too much. Throw the ball away. All right, so anyway, we're going to have to now we got to count on the defense. After a positive start, 2 brain-numbing plays back-to-back, have us marching in the reverse. So now we got to count on the defense to slow them down on the next drive, and let's see what we can do. I just despise that, man. We have an opportunity. You got an opportunity to take possession of the game, and then you throw it away on this foolishness. All right. Shout out to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream. Please feel free to hit the like button, man. Still a lot of game left. 11:03 in the third and the full fourth. Trailing by 3. Let's hope the defense can stop them and force them out. We got to resituate and come back at it. That was a supreme opportunity. They kicked the ball out. We got it at the 40-yard line. We was 10 yards shy of midfield. We get there, and then we go backwards. Got to fix that. All right, anyway. It's crazy work. All right, yeah, Mad Drum said this game should have – I think it is, bro. I think a lot of people are – it's televised because a lot of people have stakes in it. Yeah, he said it wasn't a hard style tackle. Ref picked up the flag. Ridiculous by ref. Shucks has to throw it. You got to throw it away. Remember, with all the things he do, he still nonetheless is a rookie. That's the only thing I have in terms of what I'm seeing in Tyler Shough's game at this point is he has to understand when the play is gone, and he has to throw the ball away. Because that's the greatest way to protect yourself. You don't hold on to the ball too late. You get rid of it, especially with the Saints' makeshift offensive line. You got to throw that ball away. You got to protect yourself. And plus, taking that sack pushed you further back, and you don't want to hurt your team when you do stuff like that, taking dumb sacks that push you further out of field goal position, or you don't want to do that. That just is incredibly counterproductive. So we're going to have to count on our defense now, and maybe our defense could come through on some stuff right here that we need to do moving forward, man. So we'll see what happens here. All right. Here go the Falcons back with the ball at their own 26-yard line. Snap, hands off to the running back. It is Bijan Robinson. He gets tackled toward the right there, a 3-yard pickup. Wasn't really running with any force, kind of just going through the motions on that run. He wasn't running with any power of certainty. He was just flowing with it. On a 3-yard pickup, 2nd and 7 there, the Saints stop him, so the Falcons have to try something else. Let's see what Coach Staley, the defensive coordinator for the Saints, have dialed up here. Kirk Cousins' numbers is not all that good. 11 for 20 for 87 yards for a touchdown and a pick. Wide receiver to the right, 3 to the left. Man motions from left to right is London. Play action to the right, throwing toward the right, upfield, and the ball is caught. Not what a hellified catch by Drake London. He beat Quincy Riley upfield, and he looked like he hurt himself some kind of way. But Drake London, just really good move right here. He was he looked real slow. And what a catch, man. He just got up and made a catch over top of Quincy Riley, man. And what a hell of a catch, man. And then he kept the ball away from him. And he got all the way to Saint territory at the Saints' 34-yard line. So Cousins, they're in field goal range. Man in motion is London again. They're going to hand the ball off to Bijan, who stopped right after he crossed the line of scrimmage. They had 3 players, Christian Boyd, Alante Taylor, a bunch of people in on the tackle on Bijan. So the Saints committed to not letting him get anything going. When Drake London kind of walking through there, like you can see he uncomfortable. But that was a hell of a catch by him. I got to give it to Drake London. That was a hell of a catch. All right, 2nd and 9, a pickup of 1 on that play. Cousins in the shotgun, 2 to the left and right, running back directly to his right. They motion the wide receiver from left to right. Saints showing blitz, coming with the pressure. There's Chase Young. It forces Kirk Cousins to throw the ball incomplete. That'll bring up 3rd and 9. Chase Young was in the backfield. Cousins smartly threw it away. And that'll bring up 3rd and 9. So the Saints defense is not relenting, man. The pressure up front is coming, and Chase Young, it cannot be blocked. He's showing up big time for the Saints today. Pete Werner was all up in that thing too. They seen him trying to set up that screen. All right, 3rd and 9. This is big right here for the Saints. Shotgun for Cousins, 2 to the left and right, running back to Cousins' side. They motion pits from left to right. Saints come with the pressure. Ball thrown to the left side and out of bounds. That'll bring up 4th and 9, and they'll send out the punting unit. The Saints blitz, get Kirk Cousins to throw the ball away, and that'll bring up 4th and 9. So this is what pressure does to you. So Zane Gonzalez will run out to try to kick the field goal to put it up 13-7. Low scoring affair so far. We'll see if we can get it going. Let's see what the field goal attempt is. It's going to be 51-yarder. Hopefully the Saints big guys in the center can block this kick. 51-yard field goal by Mr. Gonzalez. There's the kick. It's up and it's good. And he hit it right down at 51 yards. There's a flag down on the play. This is going to be big. It's a flag down on the play. Let's see Coach Gentry's brother, Elvin Gentry's brother, is going to give us the scoop and see what it is. There's a flag down on the play. It looked like it's against the Falcons. It's against the Saints. Offside penalty against the Saints. Coach Raheem Morris is going to decline it and take the points instead, so it doesn't matter. The Falcons are up 13-7 right now with the 51-yard field goal, and the Saints get any way around it. The Saints, you got to put touchdowns on the board. You got to stop kicking yourself in your tail. All right. So there's the 51-yard field goal, 13-7. It's still a one-score game. I mean, the touchdown gets us in this thing. Let's see if the Saints, 6 plays, 41 yards, 2 minutes and 13 seconds on that last Falcon drive. Saints get the ball back. We got to do it. All right, Dakari Hammond says, I'm not so sure about Smith. No, well, I mean, the Saints give them decent field position to kick from. We'll see what it is. We'll see it is. YL says, Q, you forgot how you said Staley. No, I ain't forgetting. Staley is a second half guy. You could see a lot was going on, like on that last play. Like Kirk, the blitz, the pressure that was coming. I mean, the first and foremost, stopping Bijan Robinson, right? In that drop, Bijan Robinson, they stopped him, which forced the ball into Kirk Cousins' hands. Now, remember, they tried to set up the draw play. Who was there? Chase Young, Werner. They were there. He threw it at the feet of Chase Young. Over with. The next play, blitz came again. What happened to him? He threw the ball out of bounds toward Mooney. Out of bounds. It wasn't even catchable. He just threw it out there. But that goes to show you that Kirk Cousins is uncomfortable. He's uncomfortable, and he's been uncomfortable from the start of the game. He is 12 for 23 for a touchdown and a pick. His numbers are not all that. He's not flowing with it. And the Saints have been keeping him uncomfortable this entire game. So the defense is doing what it's supposed to do. Now, the defense did give up the touchdown on the blown coverage play because Alontae Taylor passed his man off without communicating and let the man catch the ball. So they got the lone touchdown on that. But since then, the Saints ain't making many errors defensively. On both plays, they forced the last drives. They forced the Falcons to kick field goals on long field goals. So that's all your defense can really do. The offense scored 1 touchdown. And when you're playing against the Falcons, you know you're not going to beat the Falcons unless you score multiple touchdowns. So it's up to the Saints offense in the second half to get that done. 8:50 on the third quarter clock, a full fourth is hit with us. No more nonsense. The Saints have to take the ball down the field and put a touchdown on the board. That's the bottom line. Field goals is not going to do this for you. The Saints have to score touchdowns, at least 2 more touchdowns to take this game away from the Falcons. That's the bottom line. So we've known to be a second half team in terms of offense. Now we have to shoot it. So it's to kick from left to right, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and gets popped down at the 27-yard line by the Falcons. Evan Hall on the return. So the Saints will pick it up right there. And we shall see what happens with this moving forward. The Saints need to move this offense in the correct direction. We got to move it in the correct direction. So we can see with Tyler Shough's numbers aren't bad at all. Tyler Shough's his numbers are actually very respectable in what he's doing. So We got a few misconnections on some of this other stuff, but Shough is 15 for 20 for 152. His numbers aren't bad at all. We just need to keep on. We got to keep, we got to find the plays that we hit on against this Falcon team. But it looks, him holding the ball, it has to stop. He has to speed up the clock in his head. You got to speed that up. You don't have forever in a day. And if you don't see something you like, take off and run. There's the draw play to Evan Hall to Audric Estime, and he twists and turns for a pickup of 3 on the draw play up the center of the Falcons defense. So it'll be 2nd and 7, depending on where they spot the ball. So we'll see what happens there for the Saints. Yeah, 2nd and 7, 8:25 and counting down. Audric Estime right now has 10 carries for 18 yards. So we'll see what goes on. All right, so here we go. Shotgun Shough, 3 wide receivers left, 1 motioning from left to right, makes it 2 to each side. He's in the shotgun with Audric Estime to his right side. Pressure coming. Ball out quick, wide open. Kevin Austin Jr. all the way down to the Falcons' 48-yard line. Right across the middle, and that's a play right here that Shough seen it. And he was lined up in the slot, and then Kevin Austin just flashed right up center of the field in the hole of the zone and was able to get all the way into the Falcons' 48-yard line. Shough again, shotgun, 2 to the left and right. There's a snap. Draw play back to Audric Estime, and he gets held up right at the line of scrimmage by big number 90. Number 90, Kareem seen him and be like, well, David Onyemata on the play. So there you go. So the injury report, Kelvin Banks Jr. is out for the rest of the game with an ankle issue. And Kobe Bryant, the cornerback that had the head shot for concussion, he's done for the game. Snap, Shough firing it right to, drop ball. Kevin Austin Jr. had the ball and a potential first down, and he dropped it trying to turn upfield. He tried to turn and run with it and ended up catching it and trying to run without catching the ball and dropped it. Can't have those, bro. 3rd and 10 now as the Saints are trying to push the rock again. You went to Kevin Austin Jr. One was good, one was bad. Kevin Austin trying to run without the ball. 3rd and 10, Saints at midfield. Shough, 3 to the right, 1 left. They set up a draw for Taysom, moving around, and he gets stopped, and it'll be a pickup, but the Saints will be about 4 or 5 yards shy of the first down with the screen they're trying to set up for Taysom Hill. 4th and 4, Saints stand on the field for 4th and 4. They're in that 4-down territory situation. Kellen Moore calling plays. I see what he dialing up here at 6:51 counting down. This is big right here. Let's see what the Saints got going on. 6:47 counting down, Shough in the shotgun. Saints 11 for 31 on 4th downs. 3 to the right, 1 left, Shough shotgun. Falcons look like they got a single seat. They got a single high safety set. Shough looking, he's going to try to reverse field run, throwing the ball, and it's caught along Juwan Johnson for a first down along the left sideline. What a hell of a throw. The Shough-inator threw the ball, and Juwan Johnson got both feet in, and he's standing up there right beside the left sideline and makes the grab. But Shough had to glide to that side and deliver the ball to look at Shough. Shough just say, okay, let me get over here. And then just threw it and put it right there to the 29-yard line of the Falcons. There's the play action, a handoff to Audric Estime, trips forward for a pickup of maybe 2 or 3 yards to the left side. That'll bring up 2nd and 8 or maybe 7, depending on where they spot the ball. 2nd and 8. But what a hell of a throw. It wasn't so much the catch by Juwan Johnson. It was the throw by the Shough-inator, because he threw it on the run and ripped it where the man just jumped up and grabbed it. It was over the outstretched hand of the defensive back. 2nd and 8. Shotgun Shough. 3 to the left, or 2 left, 2 right. Man motion is Pettis from right to left. There's the snap. It's a draw. Audric going to the right side, turns inside, battling. The Saints are going to push him, but no good. He's going to be about 4 or 5 yards shy of the first down on the play. Trying to get Audric Estime going on the draw set. 12 carries, 20 yards right now. 3rd and 4 now for the Saints. I think this is totally 4-down territory for the Saints. They're trying to march the score on this drive. 5 minutes. Shough, shotgun, 3 wide outs left, 1 right. Running back is next to Shough in the shotgun. Shough walking up to the line, changing the play. ready for the snap. There's the snap, draw play to Audric Estime. He gets held up by the Falcons. It'll be a pickup of 1 yard. So the Saints might send the kicking unit in there. David Onyemata once again shows up. David Onyemata, we need to get some road graders on the inside, fam. For real, man. We need road graders in this draft. You know, Saints going for it on 4th and 3. They're not going to send out the field goal unit. The Saints are going to go for it. Tyler Shough's in the huddle, calling the play. The Saints need 3 yards. Kellen Moore walking up and down the sideline. I don't know if I would do this right here. I will take the field goal for the numbers, but 2 to the left and right, Shough in the shotgun, motioning Taysom from left to right. There's the snap. Shough looking, firing, caught by Taysom. Taysom to the 15, down to the 10-yard line. The Saints keeping it moving against the Falcons. Less than 4 minutes, the Saints taking huge gambles, but is playing off as Shough found Taysom Hill and fired the ball to Taysom. Taysom easily picked up the first down and was able to get all the way down to their 10-yard line. They're at the 9, actually. Shotgun Shough. There's the snap. Shough looking. Pump fakes right looking, and he's just going to throw it out of bounds. There you go, Shough. Shout out to Tyler. He's saying, you know what? I heard what you said. Tired of him beating me up about throwing the ball away. Let me just throw the ball away. So I gave him a clap for throwing the ball away. There you go, brother. Just throw the ball away. Don't take no hits. Just throw it away. 11 plays, 58 yards, 5:12 is the time of possession on this current drive as the Saints do it. So, you know, Shough right now at 200 yards, 19 of 26 for 200. He has a running touchdown. Shough's under center on this play. Audric Estime's there. The Saints bringing in all the tight ends to see what they're going to do here. There's the motioning of the wide receiver from right to left. It's a handoff to Audric Estime, dancing around, entering me down into the 1 yard line. Is it a touchdown? They're saying, no, it's not a touchdown. It's to the goal. Boy, what a run by Audric Estime. Powered his way down to the 1 yard line. So the Saints, it brings up 3rd and goal. Saints going into a no-huddle set. Shough, Falcons lining up there. There's the run by Audric Estime fighting through, and he didn't get it that time either. So he's going to get shy. Look like they're going to back him up a yard. He might lose a yard based on the step. Nah, he didn't get a gain at all. Because you can see there was the earlier run with the penetration by Audric Estime, and he was able to, his legs was down at the 2. You know, his knee was down at the 2, so he was just shy of the first down. But the Saints need to get the goal line package in there because this is big. 4th and goal for the Saints. They went for it the entire drive. This will be for the Saints taking the lead right here. Shotgun Shough, 3 to the right, 1 left man. Motion is Juwan Johnson across from right to left. There's the snap. Pressure's coming. Shough looking, dancing around, throwing up, and it's a wide open Kevin Austin, and a flag is immediately down on the play. And I think the referees are going to call it against the Saints. They're going to call it against the Saints. Tyler Shough found Kevin Austin, and they say pass interference against Pettis, and Pettis vehemently disagreeing with the referees. They say pass interference against Pettis, offensive pass interference on the touchdown. And he ran into a guy on the play and knocked him out, but that ain't have nothing to do with it. They held that in their back pocket for that one. So there you go on the play. So that erases the touchdown play. And that brings up 4th and goal again. So what Kellen Moore's going to do, he's on 4th and goal. You gotta go for it. They said they're going to send in Charlie Smith on the play. So 4th and goal. So that backs him up. So Charlie Smith on a chip shot of 29 yards. He missed the other one from 56 yards. And this is draw a little closer. So the defense playing real well right now. We're going to help the Saints defense. Here's Charlie Smith. There's a snap. The ball's up and it's through, and the Saints move a little closer. 13-10, 2:15 on the third quarter clock. And then that was the pass. They call it offensive pass interference against Pettis. Goodness gracious, boy. All right, but nonetheless, 14 plays, 56 yards, a very gutty drive, 6:35 off the clock. Saints trail by 3. So defense has been playing really well. Can the defense keep defensing? That's the whole question going forward. And the offense, obviously, is building up on the drive. We need another touchdown to blow this thing open. I think our defense will be fine, man. We can get a turnover from our defense. I know we got an interception. We can get another interception or just the defense to get these guys to punt again. The offense is definitely working on something here, man. We need to get in the end zone. We need another touchdown. We get another touchdown, this game over with, family. That's the bottom line. All right. All right, big ups to the fan. Appreciate y'all, man. Hit the like button in this thing, man, as we keep it going. All right, Clint said, wasn't it just a pick play? It wasn't offensive pass interference. Yeah, it looked like a pick play to me. But, man, listen, you got home cooking when you're in a building. It's a little home cooking, but I got to give Alvin Gentry's brother some credit. He ain't been as worse as I thought he was going to be. He ain't been as bad as we thought he was going to be, right? But anytime when you pull a touchdown off the board, that's tough. That's tough to deal with. All right, GSB says defense about to get a turnover. Kirk getting a little too comfortable back there again. Got to shake him up a bit. He was looking comfortable early in the game, but Kirk Cousins hasn't been the same. You know, the Saints have ruffled his feathers, and I mean that. You know, pun intended. They've ruffled his feathers this entire game. They've sacked him early, frustrated him. They've shown him looks he wasn't comfortable with. Chase Young is constantly in his face. The blitzes that Coach Staley's sending in there are having an impact. So you see him obviously uncomfortable, but he's still an old soily veteran that's going to make a play. Like when he threw the ball up the field to London, to Drake London, to get upfield. So he does have the propensity to be able to make plays. He's a 37-year-old quarterback that's seen a lot of football. So, but if you're the Saints, the only thing you can do is continue to put pressure on Kirk Cousins, frustrate him, force him off his spot, you know, and continue to keep the greatest thing you can do is continue to take the Bijan Robinson out of this game. As 2:15 in the third, Bijan has 32 rushing yards on 11 carries. I got to give the Saints all the love in the world for that. They just have to keep that going, right? So right now, 2:15, Charlie Smith, he did miss a field goal from 50-something yards early in the game that would have tied it. But in the end, the offense really need to take care and handle its own business. We need the offense to add another touchdown and keep this thing going. All right. Anyway, shout out to you. He said, who is Kirk Cousins? Kirk Cousins ain't nobody cousins here, man. He ain't nobody I know. He ain't none of my relative. If you a black and gold person, he ain't my damn cousin. All right, that's the kickoff. Charlie Smith from right to left. He receives inside the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and down to the 35-yard line, returned by the Falcons on the special teams return. So the Saints will pick up from the Falcons' 35-yard line. And, yeah, that was a play where they talk about that flag came out late after he made the touchdown. I got to say, because he called it pass interference, but he had to wait to see if he was going to catch the ball. We've seen this before, like in games where the referee don't make the call when it happens. He waits to see if it's a touchdown, then he throws the flag. That's when people start talking about it being rigged. If you see the call, make the call then. Don't wait to see if he catches the touchdown to throw the flag. That's when people really start questioning the authenticity of these referees, which I've often said that they're not real to me because they don't follow most of the rules the majority of the time. I think they're getting talked to in their ear sets to make certain calls when they come down to it. Not all of them, but some of them. But when you see him throw that flag after he's seen the guy catch the touchdown and the play, the infraction happened moments before that, you didn't drop it then, why are you dropping it after that? That's the question. Shotgun for Cousins. You got 2 to the right, 1 left, man motioning that way. And there's the throw to Pitts, and he gets the first down very easily, picks up the yards +1 as the Falcons are moving the ball. All right, Kirk Cousins found Kyle Pitts. Pitts has not really been that active in this game. He's been kind of quiet. Most of their people have been quiet. The Saints defense has done a good job of keeping these guys out of rhythm. So the Falcons run Pitts off the field, and they bring in another package here. So let's see what they got going on. First down, Saints. Falcons break huddle. Kirk Cousins walking up to the line of scrimmage. He's getting under center. Tyler Algieri is the running back in there. 3 wide receivers right. He's motions London from right to left, play action. And Kirk Cousins knocks him down, but he finds Drake London, who gets to the Saints' 39-yard line. So Drake London and Kirk Cousins finds the play really quick and deliver. And Cam Jordan blew him up on the play. Cam Jordan blew Kirk Cousins up on that play. He really did. He ain't blew him up. He just kind of pushed him down. It wasn't too bad. You know, but the throw right there was to Mooney. And you remember, the Saints are playing zone. So they're at the Saints' 38-yard line. Cousins under center, 2 to the left and right. Running back is Tyler Algieri. There's the motioning of London further out right. There's the handoff right there. And Carl Granderson wraps up Tyler Algieri for about a 3 to 4 yard loss behind the line of scrimmage. Second down is going to bring up maybe 2nd and 13 or something like that. Carl Granderson is really balling too, man. And that'll be the end of the third quarter. But Carl Granderson and Chase Young are really balling, and Cam got penetration. Saints up front really handling the business, man, for this game. They're playing really inspired football. Let's see if we can put the cap on it. All right, shout out to William Francis Sr. Every time Elvin Gentry calls Saints game, they make calls like that TD. They just, he kind of cool.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Yeah, Elvin Gentry, bro, you're absolutely right. When Coach Gentry's brother get up there, I think he's still mad about the fact that we fired his brother. But nonetheless, he need to stop being petty and call the game correctly, you know. But the bottom line is we shouldn't even be in a position where we having these referees to be having an impact. You know, we've traditionally, during successful years, score enough points to remove the referee from the equation. You see, they're only a factor when the game is close like this. So if you start executing like you know how to do, then you start removing them out of the equation. That's always been my way. That's how you beat the referees. You beat the referees by making catches, by making the blocks, by making the runs, by getting the touchdowns. And you build a lead and you eliminate the ref effect. You know, that's how you do it. That's how you beat the referees. You take them out of it, but they're only a factor when the games are close, like their 3-point game here or there. Then they'll play in between the lines and all this kind of old stuff. But that was not a pass interference. That would have been more of like a pick play. It wasn't a pass interference. But I don't like the fact that the guy, I didn't like the fact that the guy called it after he seen the quarterback make the catch. I mean, the wide receiver make the catch. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. Because you seen it, because the flag on the play, it shows the flag came out the moment he seen the wide receiver catch the ball. But the pick play been happened. It happened seconds before that. But if he drops that ball, there's no flag there. It's only a flag if he catches the touchdown, and that is why I got a problem with the corruptness that the NFL be operating with sometimes. No doubt about it. If you got a lot of people, and I've often said this. I say, listen, it's gonna get to a point where people, and a lot of it you can see, but when it become painfully obvious, the manipulation of the game, people gonna stop watching. They're gonna tune out. They're gonna treat it like it's the WWE. They're gonna tune out. And when that happens, you're gonna see them lose billions of dollars because you done sold your soul and your integrity for money. All right, so here we go. Shotgun from the Falcons. Saints come with the pressure. Ball out toward the right side is caught by Mooney. Mooney is then tackled by Quincy Riley on the play, and that'll bring up third down there. So, like I said, man, the Falcons are trying to throw the ball. Saints keeping them out front. This might be a situation where the game is, where the Saints keeping them out front. You keep showing Tampa Bay people and Carolina people. They got a stake in this one. 3rd and 10 now. 3 wide receivers left, 1 right. Bijan Robinson is with Kirk Cousins in the backfield. They motion Mooney. Watch out for London. Saints come with the pressure. Ball's out, thrown, and it's caught by Mooney at the first down marker, and that was a great play. Pitch and catch to Mooney. Who's guarding Mooney, man? Is that Alante? No, Alante is on him. No, Mooney right there. I don't know. Whose man was that? Was that Alante Taylor again? because Alante Taylor was guarding Mooney. Then he left and went and guard somebody that was already guarded. Won't Alante, is that what's going on here, bro? He was lined up with Mooney and then left Mooney to go grab somebody that was already guarded. Dog, don't pass people off without telling them you're doing it. There's the running play off to Tyler Algieri. Algieri gets a good game before he's ripped down by Christian Boyd. Did he tell the man underwear out his pants? That we just see we see a national televised mooning happen? He told Tyler Algieri's underwear out his ass. All right, shotgun. Kirk Cousins under center, 2 to the left, 1 right. Yeah, that man feeling real uncomfortable about that. Tyler Algieri wrapped up by Cam in the backfield. They'll lose a yard, maybe 2 yards on the play. 3rd down Saints. Christian Boyd did that shit. Christian Boyd, he pulled all the man underwear out of his head. Y'all see it? And he's standing up there trying to adjust. No, ain't no adjusting. Take your ass to the locker room, bro. Go find you some new underwear to put on or a pamper or whatever you got on. Go take it out. 3rd and 6, we ain't playing with you. Shotgun, 2 to the left and right. Cousins in the shotgun, running back to his left side. Saints send 4. Cousins standing tall, firing it to Pitts, and Pitts gets the first down because the Saints playing zone. They playing off of him in this pitch and catch. So the Falcons keeping it going. They're at least lined up for field goal range because that one gets them there. The Saints playing too far off, man. Come on, dog. Come on, bro. Come on with that bull crap, man. They need 4 or 5. You playing 10 off the man. I don't understand. You got to play the line. Don't let them get behind it. What you backing up for if the guy, I just don't get that part of the game. All right, so Cousins under center, 2 to the left and right. They motion Tyler Algieri to that side, play action. Cousins rolling and throwing, and the ball is caught by Pitts on the sideline. They're saying that it's a catch by the referee. Let's take a look at that again. Let's see that. Yeah, let's take a look at it because it looked like the Saints defensive back deflected the ball. It looked like Kool-Aid tipped it. And did he get both feet in? I can't see where his foot is on the line. The referee is looking right at it. But they said it was a catch. Okay, they said incomplete. All right, good. Yeah, 3rd down. So that brings up incomplete catch. At least Coach Elvin Gentry brother didn't do that because he got 1 down. And then that put that big foot right on the line. That's incomplete. And then the referee looking right at it, and his dumb ass says a catch. I said, you can't really – he's studying at it and still got it wrong. Good thing we had to reverse the game. They reversed the game and said no catch. 2nd and 10. 11-13, Saints defense. Come on, we letting them walk it down, fam. Too easy. They're in the red zone. Can the Saints get a pick here? Shotgun, Cousins. 2 to the left of the line. Let's see what happens here. This is a play. Cousins looking, standing. There's a lot of holders. Saints get him in the backfield, and Cousins goes down yet again. It's Carl Granderson. Carl Granderson is balling. Carl stepping up big time. He goes down. The Saints defense collect another sack. And that statue called Kirk Cousins goes down yet again. All right. And then Carl Granderson, man, and that guy was holding him. And he even tackled Carl Granderson. He even was holding him and then tackled him. That is obviously holding. But he still couldn't stop the sack. 3rd and 11. Ain't no penalty either on that play. Cousins shotgun. Man motions the tight end. 2 to the left and right. There's the snap coming. Ball out toward the right side and incomplete. And that almost could have been a pass interference because Kool-Aid McKinstry did not turn around for that ball. So Drake London said, that ain't a pass interference. And that's true. I'm be honest with you, that should have been a pass interference because Kool-Aid never looked behind him. He was beat from the word go and took his legs out. He tripped on his own feet and fell. And it just so happened now you're going to play like he did it. Okay, you got it. You got it, brother. You got it. He tripped on his own feet and fell into the man. All right, okay, you planned it. I get it. You planned it. Okay, we got it. It's all good. All right, 38-yard field goal by Zane Gonzalez. This guy hit from 40 and 51. Oh, there's the kick. It's up and it's good. So the Falcons make it 16-10. Still a touchdown, so it just goes back to what it was. The Saints defense forcing the Falcons to take field goals. The Saints offense has to do one thing. They have to score a touchdown and take the game away from the Falcons. You score a touchdown, you win the game. The defense is standing strong. All right, anyway, we got 11:34 on the fourth quarter clock. The Falcons kick the field goal. They're up 16-10. Gonzalez is 3 for 3. He's really helping them out. Saints offense need another touchdown. We got to go. We got to go. We got to go. So we'll see what that looks like going into the rest of the game. All right. Yeah. Jet Black says definitely OPIQ. Yeah. Yes, it is, sir. But I like how Kool-Aid played it off like he meant to. I see that move right there on tape. See how I tripped over my own feet? Yeah, you seen that? See how I did this? Look, like I tripped. I pretended to trip on my feet, and then I knocked the ball. You see that? Y'all won't work on that. Work on that technique. No. Nah, you was beat. You was beat and tripped over your feet. It just happened to work out. But shout out to Kool-Aid, man. It's all good. All right, anyway, big ups. Yeah. He's doing the Falcon thing. Hey, bro, it's all good, man. Let's do it. But anyway, let's pivot to this, man. We have to now be about the business of taking care and getting a touchdown. Tyler Shough and Kellen Moore have to understand we're in the fourth quarter. We're in the money quarter. We need not a field goal. We need a touchdown to take possession. This is something that should have happened at the start of the second half. Because the Saints scored, right, at the end of the first. They got the ball back at in the second half, started the second half, and then went backwards with it on the final two plays of that particular drive. Can't happen. When you have an opportunity like that, you got to take full advantage. Now, with 10:43 remaining, we have to be able to be about the business of getting a touchdown. We have to score another touchdown. As prolific as the Saints offense has looked over the last several games, you can't win a game against the Falcons unless you're scoring at least 2 touchdowns. So we have to that's priority number one, is that we have to get in the end zone, and we have to make that happen. So we'll see what the Saints got dialed up, Coach Kellen, see what he got dialed up here. But the defense is doing a phenomenal job of keeping the Falcons out of the end zone. Are they not, fam? They're sacking Kirk Cousins. They forced an interception from Kirk Cousins. They're moving them around. They're holding Bijan Robinson to 34 yards on 13 carries. I mean, they're doing everything. The offense has to bring it. They have to score a touchdown. Another one. Here's a kickoff from right to left. It goes into the end zone. They're going to return it from the end zone, 10, 15, 20, and trip down to the 25-yard line. Why would you take it out? But it doesn't matter. All right, so here we go. Kellen Moore at 10:38 here. The Saints have a supreme opportunity here to be able to do some stuff. And you can see right here, they're showing a hit by Taysom Hill. The guy put his helmet on Taysom Hill. They're showing Taysom Hill's shoulder is questionable. So that's another loss. So Taysom Hill is questionable for the game after dealing with a shoulder issue. So with Saints playing on, we losing people as we go. So Trayton Welch and all these other guys have to step up. 3 to the right, 2 to the right, 3 to the left. Snap, Shough looking, firing the ball. Kevin Austin Jr. is incomplete. So that is to him. That's 2nd and 10. That's not a good play. All right, so let's see what the Saints got going on. They're going to have to stretch the field a little bit here. Because Falcons playing the intermediate area. You might not want to. He's telling Kevin, I think this next play might be going to Kevin Austin Jr. The way he was talking, looked like he was talking directly at him. Let's see if that's the case. 2 to the left, looked like a running play here. There's the motioning. They handed off to Audric Estime dancing around, breaking a tackle, falling forward. He picks up about 5 yards, so to bring up 3rd and 5 by the Saints. Saints trying to use the draw play measure. 3rd and 5. Saints need 5 yards here to continue the drive going. I see Tyler Shough work his magic here, man. I see 67% completion percentage as a rookie is crazy work for Tyler Shough. All right, shotgun. Saints 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 left. There's a running back to Tyler's right side. Man motions is Kevin Austin from right to left. There's the snap. Shough looking, firing, completion, caught, and no, it's incomplete. Kevin Austin Jr. was the guy, and Kevin Austin dropped the ball. And speaking of dropping the ball, now the Saints are let me see the play because it was a weird look. But you can see Tyler Shough trying to put the ball on Kevin Austin. He fired it right to Kevin Austin, and Kevin Austin dropped the ball. The guy hit Kevin Austin on the back of his arm. That's another drop by Kevin Austin. So the Saints will have to punt the ball off on 4th and 5. So Alford put his helmet intentionally trying to make the play, and he hit the back elbow of the catching arm of Kevin Austin Jr., and he drops the ball. So 4th and 15, that is an incomplete situation as well. And now we punting back off to the team, and it'll be received at the 15-yard line, and he get to the 20 and chop down to about the 24-yard line on the play. So the Falcons have an opportunity, man, to eat more clock off that pathetic drive the last time around. And you can see Nussmeier trying to show him on the board, show him on the tablet, any options that he could have went to. Yeah, because you can't get fixated. Tyler Shough can't get locked in on just looking at Kevin Austin Jr. You got other guys. You're going to have to span the field, man. You're going to have to look around to other people. There are other people running around. I know you like Kevin Austin Jr., but you got to spread the ball around to these other guys. We got to spread the ball around. So now the defense, 9:40 on the 4th quarter clock, the defense is going to have to step up and once again for the Saints. And they've been doing this all damn game long. So Saints trail by 2 field goals. All right. Shout out to you guys. Y'all hit the like button. We in this thing, man. We in this thing. Man. Oh, man. All right. Big ups to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all for being in the building, man. Hit the like button. So what y'all think, man? What y'all think about what needs to happen right here going forward? What do you think the communication issues are on the offensive side of the ball? Because obviously we dealing with some. Put it in the chat. Taysom with a bum shoulder, so he looked like he'll be out for the game after him getting hurt. But still, due to Saints, we still have Juwan Johnson. He's a starter there, and we're down to our fourth, fifth, and sixth round wide receivers. We still have Juwan Johnson, the starter there. Yeah, we're down to our fifth string receivers, 5th, 6th, 7th round. But still in all, these are football players, man. I don't care what string. They could be 10th string. The bottom line is that these guys got to catch the pass. He got to catch the ball when you throw it to him. Regardless or not, so you're in the NFL because you can catch the pass. Regardless if you're a no-name or not, you got to be able to catch the ball if Tyler throws it to you. So we will see what happens here. These guys got to elevate their play if they want a job for next year. That's the bottom line. You got a supreme opportunity here in a game that means something to make a name for yourself as a professional player. You might not be known, but, man, this is what most of these practice squad guys pray for and hope for, is an opportunity to show up in a game that matters. In a regular season game, to make a name for themselves, shit. Shout out to that brother, too, that actor. Clay Davis from The Wire, he passed away recently, man. Shout out to that brother, man. He was excellent, man. Excellent actor. Shotgun for the Falcons. Handoff toward a lot of holding going on for the Falcons. No call by the officials. And then there's a shot by Riley. Looked like it's a fumble. There's a fumble on the play. It looked like the Falcons retrieved the ball. But, boy, did Quincy Riley give Bijan Robinson a shot on his hip, man, and the ball came out. But the referees they're saying that the Falcons retrieved the ball. So there it is. So, man, we'll see what happens, man, on this play as we keep it going here. But, man, you've seen a play where the offensive lineman was straight holding Chase Young on that last play. It's amazing how the referees don't be catching that stuff. All right. Kirk Cousins under center emotions. Wide receiver from right to left, play action. Throwing back across his body. Kyle Pitts breaks the tackle of Jonas Sinker, still moving. and falls down to the 41-yard line, the Falcons 41. All right, so there you go right there. So the Falcons moving the ball on the play action to the left, and then Kirk Cousins turns to the right side and finds Kyle Pitts, who gets the first down. So Kyle Pitts gets the most receptions by a tight end in franchise history. No, actually he's second on the list. He needs another couple of them to catch on to Tony Gonzalez. That's a big honor right there. Carl Granderson and Chase Young been stepping up and playing in this game, man. Demario Davis locked in. Kirk Cousins on the center. Motions this wide receiver there. And Chase Young gets some and another sack by Chase Young. Where's KT at when you want him? KT, where you at, brother? Y'all tell KT I'm looking for him on this Chase Young thing. Chase Young gets in there and sacks Kirk Cousins and knocks him down to the ground. Kirk never seen him coming. He never seen him coming. And Bijan was like, oh, damn it. Man, Chase Young is balling. In this game, 5 tackles, a sack and a half. He having his best year ever. 2nd and 18. Kirk Cousins in the shotgun. Man motions from left to right. There's a check down to Bijan, and guess who's there but Chase Young yet again. Chase Young is everywhere. Tell KT I'm looking for him, y'all. Tell KT that I'm looking for him, man. Tell him that Chase Young want to ask him some questions. You let KT know that. But this drive was sponsored by Chase Young. Chase Young got the sack. He stayed in position to stop Bijan Robinson. He's saying, I got 10 of them. I got 10 of them, y'all. I got 10 sacks. I got 10 of them. I mean, that's unbelievable. He missed a whole month worth of games. And he still got 10 sacks. 13 and 23, man, in motion from right to left is Kyle Pitts, 2 left, 2 right. There's a snap. Kirk Cousins looking. Granderson on chasing him, and the ball thrown incomplete. Carl Granderson got into the backfield and forced Kirk Cousins to throw the ball. Do y'all understand what this says? The Saints defense is getting pressure up front with the 4, and they cooking Kirk Cousins' old tail. 4th and 23 now on the play. Chase Young is off the chain, man. Chase Young missed a whole month worth of football, and the man got 10 sacks in the little time that he played. That's crazy work, man. But that you need to give credit to Brandon Staley. There's the punt by the Falcons. It'll be retrieved at the 22-yard line by Pettis. Moves to the 30, trying to look for some blocking, turning, moving, twisting, and it gets chopped down. Why would you go backwards, bro? And it gets stopped at the 25. Never go backwards, man, to the 25-yard line. And Chase Young dancing on him, man. He's getting tackles. He's getting sacked. They can't stop him. But the problem is the Saints, with 6:23 on the clock, it puts all the pressure on the world for the Saints offense to get up off their ass and get another touchdown here and take this game away. The defense telling you we got this Atlanta Falcon offense under lock and key. Kirk Cousins constantly getting sacked. He held to $175. He got a pick, 1 interception they gave up. Bijan Robinson held to 38 yards on 14 carries. The Saints have to get another touchdown and take this game away from these Falcon people, man. Let's put an end to this foolishness now. Let's put an end to it. All right. Hey, OG, Michael, Zachary, y'all go look for KT and tell KT. That's right, Beth, KTI. Where KT at, man? KT had all this fantastical stuff to say about Chase Young, brother. What you got to say for him now, brother? I mean, the man balling, bro. He balling. Even Carl Granderson, we know we had to send out a search party. We had to see if Granderson was missing, man. We had to send out a APB to find where Carl Granderson at. And then all of a sudden, over the last couple of games, Carl Granderson stepping up, showing up in a major way. But Grando was missing for a while. Y'all know that. You know, so the defense is letting you know we got this. Offense needs a touchdown, and they'll win this game. We need a touchdown. All right. So anyway, last drive by the Falcons, man. Shout out to the defense. Multiple sacks on the play, and it's up to us now with the ball on our own 25-yard line. We have to be able to
march the length of the field. We got 6:23 remaining. We got access to all 3 timeouts and a 2-minute warning. The Saints have to get in a bag, and they have to march up the field and score touchdowns. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't care if Taysom Hill not there or anybody else is not there. Whoever we got there, they have to utilize them to win these games. We got to utilize Chase Young on the sideline dancing. He a happy man, bro. He a happy man. 10 sacks, that's a career high. And I think that's a team lead. No, I think Cam got the team lead, but it's crazy work that Chase Young missed a whole month of football, and the man got 10 sacks in the games that he played. Just imagine what he would have done if he had all the first 4 games. I think he missed like 5 games. Divine Gacho don't look like he very happy either. Y'all see Gacho sitting there? He lost his starting job. All right, so here we go. Power eye look from the Saints from their own 25. Man motions Matavo. There's the handoff. This way to Audric Estime. Audric Estime powers forward for a pickup of 5 yards, so that'll be 2nd and 5 on the run. Using Matavo and Welch. Welch was as a tight end for Audric Estime. So the Saints trying to balance that running attack. Audric has more. If anybody would have told me that Audric Estime at the middle of the 4th quarter would have more rushing yards than Bijan Robinson, I would have said, we got a W. But that's what it is. 43 yards, and Bijan has 38. Shough under center from the 30. Man motions from left to right, number 85. He motions him back to the point of origin. Play action. Nope, it's a handoff. Once Audric Estime powers forward for a 9-yard pickup, and the Falcons defense is falling on their butts. Saints powering through. Let's go. 19 carries, 52 yards. Oh, look at that lane. The Saints actually open up a lane. They go back to Audric. He finds another lane, powering forward, twisting and turning for another 9-yard pickup. It's Audric Estime. Come on. Saints power diving on the Falcons' failing defensive line. 9-yard pickup on the run. 5 minutes and counting down. The Falcons looking tired, discombobulated, which is regular for the Falcons. They looking all discombobulated. Wishing they were New Orleans Saints players about right now. 70 yards rushing for the Saints right now. Shough in the shotgun. 2 to the left, 1 right, running back to his right side. There's the emotion, the man opposite, play action. Shough steps up. He's going to take off to the 50, 40, 45, 30, 25, 20. Slides down at the 22-yard line. Tyler Shough. Huge run by the Shoughinator. The Shoughinator takes off and uses his wheels, and Dylan Redunce with a nice block. And then the Shoughinator takes off all the way down to the Falcons' 22-yard line with the slide. Shough in the shotgun, running back to his left. Draw play to Evan Hall, turns inside, powers through, picks up 4 yards on a run. Saints running well with the makeshift backup offensive line. 2nd and 7. Shough picked up big yardage on that play. Audric Estime, 20 carries, 61 yards. Bijan, 14 for 38. Saints marching. We still don't have it. 3:45 on the clock. Saints need a touchdown to get this game. Wearing the clock down so they have any more time remaining. Shotgun Shough, 3 wide receivers, left, 1 right, running back to his right. Look, and there's the snaps. Falcons come with pressure. Shough firing it to the left side, throwing it, and it's almost caught. Should be a pass interference against the Falcons' Henderson, but it will not be. He was throwing that Ronnie Bell that should have been a pass interference against the Falcons, but it will not be. And that's a nice. Oh, that's a great play by the player. Actually, it was. It wasn't pass interference. That was a great play by that. He just looks weird with that protective cap on, that big cushion hat on his head. He looked like a bobblehead character, but he played well. The just barely knocked the ball away. 3rd and 7. 2 wide receivers, both sides. Obviously, this is a 4th down territory for the Saints. Shough looking. There's a snap. Shough looking, firing. Oh, it's intercepted by the Falcons, and they running it. And that's the Falcons going to pick it off, and he's going to run it all the way down into Saints territory. Tyler Shough threw the interception, and number 20 picks it off, and that's the thing. Shough fired it and didn't see the cornerback. He stepped in front of it and returned it all the way down to Falcon territory. That's going to cost them the game right there. That's going to hurt. Falcons had an opportunity. I mean, the Saints had an opportunity, and Tyler Shough threw the ball in there. And let me see if he was staring them down. Yep, he was staring them down the whole damn way. He was staring them down. He didn't pump fake opposite. He just turned and stared the guy down and fired it in there. The guy read his eyes, jumped right in front of it, and took it the opposite way. De-offered. That made it really too easy. He just seen his eyes. Read his eyes. He didn't look him off, didn't pump fake right, then threw left. He just looked in there and zeroed in. Guy jumped in front of it and intercepted it. So that returned it all the way down to the it's a 59-yard return all the way into Saints territory. That's tough. They still got 3:14 on the clock, but this is going to hurt. So they hand the ball off to Tyler Algieri, and just like that, the Falcons get about 3 to 4, 5 yards. The Tyler Algieri is still pulling up his underwear. He need to go somewhere with that shit, man. He's still walking. Well, bro, go fix your underwear, dog. Go fix yourself, dog. It looks like it's tough, man. He stepped right in front of it, man. 3:13 on the clock right now. The Falcons have the ball in Saint territory, and the worst that can happen, the Saints can. To the Falcons, they can kick a field goal. But the game's not over. We still got 3 minutes and a bunch of timeouts. Saints got 2 timeouts remaining and a 2-minute warning. With 3:09 on the clock, it's 2nd and 6. And Tyler Shough is upset, man. You can see how Tyler Shough is upset about throwing that ball. You can see him on the sideline very upset about it. So there's the handoff to the Saints again. Tyler Algieri gets stopped at the line of scrimmage. Still some time on the clock, man. The Saints, and look like even they feel like they can kick a field goal and get away with this thing. That could be something huge for them. But yeah, we had a shot, man. Had more than a few shots in this game. Offensive could not produce enough, man. Couldn't produce enough. We're missing a lot of talent, a lot of playmakers, and really your only starting guys is Jawan Johnson. You got 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th string wide receivers. But you got to win. You still are placed with the onus to win. So D. Alford stepped in front of the ball, took it the opposite way. It's still not over. We got 3 minutes remaining in the game, and Tyler Shough and the Saints. We'll see how this ends, man. We've seen crazier stuff happen before, and the Falcons look like they're just trying to play to kick another field goal in this game. So Kirk Cousins shotgun, 2 to the left, 1 right. Can the Saints get an interception right here or a turnover? And there's the handoff to Tyler Algieri. He gets held up and stopped 3 or 4 yards shy of the first down. So the Falcons are just going to send in the field goal unit here. 4th and 3. They're not trying to do anything. All the Falcons are trying to do is kick another field goal and move the game up to 9 points out of the range of the Saints. So it's going to give the Saints the ball back with 3 minutes left to go in the game. But a lot can happen between now and then. Perhaps we can get, I know I'm saying some stuff, but maybe, we'll see what the Saints special teams can do. Can they block this field goal? What could we do here? Could we block this field goal here? I don't know, man. When you have to go through all these semantics because you didn't take care of what you were supposed to take care of at the start of the second half of the game, and then the interception is not good. So Zane Gonzalez has been kicking them all over the place today. We're expecting him. And the Saints don't have any more timeouts remaining either way. So 2 minutes. They got the 2-minute warning on their side when it comes. So Gonzalez is looking to try to kick the Falcons into a 9-point game. Can the Falcons miss this one or the Saints block it or something to that degree? Let's see. Gonzalez kicks it up. Nope, he's through. Falcons go up 19-10, excuse me. They have access to all 3 timeouts. The Saints do not. They have the 2-minute warning. Tyler Shough has an opportunity to come back for another chance. Can he rectify the wrong? Can the Saints get down the field and do their thing? It's going to have to get very unique for the Saints to take possession. We'll see what happens here, man. We'll see. All right, so anyway, all right, big ups to you guys. Hit the like button, man. We up in this thing. Saints, and then more Saints. What's going on? 19-10 we trail. But yeah, this was a good game, man. We didn't score enough touchdowns. We didn't get enough touchdowns. We needed one more touchdown. We would have turned the game over. All right, big ups to the fam. Got a few super chats we got to get out of the way. Shout out to Brian. What's up, Brian? Shout out to Brian Turner. Says Cube number 6 is a damn good football player. Thank you, bro.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Shotgun Shuck, brother. Appreciate you, Brian. Much love, brother. Yeah, he's still a rookie, even though he fools you sometime because he doesn't play like one, but he's still a rookie. He tends to stare at people down. He was on the ball too much, but it's a lot more pluses with this than minuses with this guy. Otis says, why not keep running the ball?
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Yeah, it was working. It was working too, but it is what it is. And as the kickoff, the Saints from right to left, they'll field it in the end zone, and the Falcons will be about the business. But what happened with Tyler Shough is simple. He stared that side down, and D. Alford just stepped right in front of the ball. It's nothing really. Really like, oh, what happened there? No, it's just Tyler Shough looked that way, and usually what you're supposed to do is pump fake to the right to freeze the guys, and if you're going to the left, then you go to the left. But you never, ever, ever stare down a wide receiver and throw the ball to him with defensive backs in that region, and the guy just read his eyes and jumped right in front of the ball. It's as simple as that. All right, Otis says that's on Kellen. The run was working. It was working. They wanted to win with Shough.
Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right, next play. Seam Richards gets beat from that right side. I think Tali Fuaga got beat from that left side. Almost ended disastrously because the guy was coming in on a blitz and he was going straight toward the lower legs of Tyler Shough, and Shough was able to get his legs self out of the way. Thank you, Otis. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, that was close. Tyler Shough, that almost was close right there. The guy was going low at his legs because I think the guy threw it into him. So, okay, here we go. 2 to the left and right. Shough in the shotgun, running back to his left side. 249. Shough looking right. He's going to take off, running with it, keeps the ball, and is going to run toward the sideline. He's going to pick up just about all of it. He's going to be about 5 yards shy. That'll bring up 3rd and 5, maybe 6, depending on where they put the ball. It's 3rd and 6. 2:42 stops the clock. So Shough using his legs on that one. The running attack was working. It was working, but the Saints wanted to take this shot. They felt like they set up the run to throw the pass. It's just unfundamentally, you never stare down guys like that, and he's still a rookie. All right, shotgun Shough. You got 2 to the left and 3 to the left and 2 right. Shough is motioning Pettis closer to the line of scrimmage. And there's Shough standing, checks it down to Audric Estime, tripped up, and he's going to be about a yard shy. So they'll bring 4th and 1 for the Saints during their 2-minute offense. And the thing is, the Saints want to try to hurry up and score a touchdown and then, do an onside play, I guess, whatever. But this is 4th and 1. Falcons crouching up to the line. There's the snap. Audric Estime runs forward, and he's going to get the first down. Look like he's close to the first down, and he's going to be, the referee says he gets the first down. The clock is going to keep ticking to the 2-minute. So the Saints do get the first down on the play with Audric Estime, and the Saints operating a 2-minute offense, the 2-minute warning will stop them, and then that's what you got right here. So it's 2-minute. It's a 2-minute situation. And now Marie Morris trying to look like he's trying to coach something now. But anyway, the referee said it was a first down. You can obviously see Audric Estime is past the first down, bro. Come on, man. You can obviously see that. But it's the 2-minute warning. They hit the commercial break. So the Saints have 2 minutes to try to score another touchdown and do whatever they think they can do here. So they're near midfield. And we'll see how the game ends. But it was a well-fought game. I got to give it to them, man. It was very exciting. We just didn't score enough touchdowns. You can't make those kind of mistakes late in the game. You can't throw interceptions late in the game. You can't have, they had chances in the game, the start of the first half. When we got the ball back, 2 stupid plays. It was Shough holding on to the ball, took a sack. The next play, he actually got sacked. So that ball marched it back. He had to punt. Then the whole quarter, the Saints really kind of finagled the way that offensive ineptitude, couldn't complete drives. Fourth quarter starts, more of the same. And then toward the 6-minute mark of the fourth quarter, Shough throws a pick to D. Alford, takes it all the way back, sets up a field goal for the Falcons. They get up by 9. Now the Saints have the ball remaining. They want to hurry up and try to go down there and score a touchdown and try to do something with a 2-minute, I guess, get a 2-point conversion to go on top of it or whatever. So, we'll see what they do, man. They whatever they do is they're going to need benefit of the onside kick. It's going to have to be a lot of, improbable stuff that has to happen for the Saints to get in position to take the game from the Falcons after basically a bunch of offensive ineptitude for majority of the game. It's just what it is. All right, big ups to y'all guys, man. As we keep this thing moving along, it's still a very insightful game. It still makes me have looking at the future of the Saints team going forward. And, of course, we'll do a seasonal recap. Maybe not today, but probably sometimes, probably on Monday or something like that. We'll see how it goes. But we'll do a recap seasonally about the Saints and what needs to happen, going forward, things that we could use to fix the team. All right, New Orleans Algiers, says Baker, say he didn't like the Saints take this L. Well, Baker, yeah, that's fine, bro. Baker be out of that in the first round.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
The fact of the matter is that the Saints, get swept by the Falcons. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But we'll see how the game in 2 minutes, 3 to the right, 1 left, shotgun Shough. They come with all-out pressure. Shough moving around, throwing the ball out toward the right side. Got a wide-open Pettis, and he gets down to the Falcons' 28-yard line, and the Saints keep moving. So that's a wide-open Pettis several yards up the field in the Falcon territory, down to the Falcons' 28-yard line. Tyler Shough moving around, still dangerous. 2 to the left and right. There's a snap. Shough looking right, looking center, firing it. Once again, find Pettis to the 20, down to the 16-yard line. Saints 2-minute offense trying to hurry up and do something. I wish they had this same urgency on the last drive. And Shough just finding the ball, just throwing it sliding outside of the pocket. Shough 2 to the left and 2 to the right in the shotgun, running back as a blocker. They send 4. Ball up high, thrown, caught, one-hand touchdown Saints. Number 85, what a great play by the Saints. It's Ronnie Bell for the touchdown in the end zone for the black and gold. There you go, fam. There it is, touchdown.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a Falcon. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your chain for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy, then you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, money like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Shough, that's 249 yards, 25 of 35, touchdown in the pick, and Shough-inator gets it. Remember, he also ran a touchdown. He's doing it. The Saints push closer, 19-17. The Saints going to attempt an onside kick here by Charlie Smith. So Remember, he did miss one early in the game, but this is the thing. If the Saints, we'll see if they can retrieve the onside kick. If not, then the Falcons will retrieve the win, but it comes down to one play here. And we wish we'd have got this touchdown a little earlier in the game, but it is simply what it is. But I'm still very encouraged by what we're seeing from Shough. Shough is definitely the future of the team. Saints just have to build around him. There's the onside kick, goes forward, and it's recovered by the Falcons' Kyle Pitts. And that'll be Falcons' ball. So the Falcons recover the the onside kick, and that pretty much will do it for the game. That Kyle Pitts on the hand team dropped it at first and then still retrieved it out of bounds. So it simply is what it is. All right, so anyway, the Falcons get it easily. It didn't bounce the way we wanted it to bounce. He did drop it, but got right back under it. There was nobody near Kyle Pitts to knock him off it or whatever. So that was not a good attempt. But nonetheless, like I said, $110. You got to take care of your business. We didn't take care of the business here, and the Falcons is going to go into victory formation. The Saints cannot stop the clock. Falcons will go into victory formation, and they will win the game. So the Carolina Panthers will ultimately get into the playoffs. The Carolina Panthers will win the NFC South because the Saints lose. We get swept by the Falcons. It sucks because, number one, I know we lose to the Falcons, man, this sweeping is the first time it happened since 2005 or something like that. So this doesn't often happen. But it is what it is. It is what it is. So the Falcons, this will be the final kneel down, and that'll be the final for the game. So the Falcons will win 19-17. Too many mistakes, too many errors. But nonetheless, it was a gutted performance by our squad, man. Our defense played lights out. They held Bijan Robinson down. It was just, you can't, in a close game like this, you got to seize your opportunities, and we simply did not do that. So that'll be the final right here, fam. Here. So Falcons win. Falcons sweep the Saints on the season. And, man, listen, let me tell you something. The prospects of the future are bright with the Who Dat Nation. Tyler Shough, 259-yard performance, a touchdown. And, man, listen, like I said, man, it's you never want to lose to the Falcons and get swept by the Falcons. But, man, something tell me this is going to probably be the last time that happened for a while. So, anyway, big ups to y'all, man. Carolina, shout out and congratulations to the Carolina Panthers, man. Shough, yeah, that's right, AKZ. Shough is the offensive rookie of the year. He'll get that clearly. He played his ass off in this game, man. He had the bad pick. I get it. He stared the guy down, but you can see his aggression and getting back out there to want to do it. And it just wasn't a good onside kick performance. And by the way, man, it's still Who Dat, man. It's still Who Dat, man. It's gonna be all right. All right, but anyway, man, listen, it was a phenomenal. This is the regular season finale. The Saints finished the year 6-11. Right, the Falcons go 8-9. The Carolina Panthers move into the playoffs. My advice to the Carolina Panthers family members is show up and show out, man. Don't back into the playoffs and have and get kicked out of the playoffs in the first round, bro. Show up and show out, man. Show up and show out. You got blessed today. Show up and show out in the playoffs, bro. Don't go back there. Don't back into the playoffs and then back out the playoffs. Show up and show out. All right. But anyway, man, shout out to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all being in the stream, man. We're going to hit these. I'm going to bring in Pops Q in a little bit. But let me hit these team statistics, fam, on that. Y'all hit the like button, fam. Still a wonderful season, man. A lot of questions we ask about who's going to lead the team in the future. Those questions have been answered. We know Tyler Shough, without a doubt, will win that Rookie of the Year honor. And even though he had to pick in this game, man, listen, I'm still encouraged about this guy's play. We build the team around him, add more offensive pieces, build more depth. Our defense, we know DeMario and Cam Jordan wants to come back. Chase Young was unbelievable. The defense have nothing to hang their heads on here. The defense, the team, period. With a lot of injuries and a lot of stuff going on wrong, missing a lot, playing with 4th and 5th and 6th and 7th string people, and the Saints still made a game of it. It's still very positive in my book, man. We got a lot to look forward to in the future. Maybe this year, not so much. We let them have it this year, but I'm telling y'all, fam, we all right moving forward in this thing. We're going to be kicking some tail and knocking some people around in the upcoming season. I promise y'all that. But y'all stay right where y'all at. We're gonna have the game where we'll be able to kind of go over it and see what's going on with the matchup. With the post game from Kellen Moore and Tyler Shough, all that stuff. We'll have that like we usually have it after every post game recap. But y'all do me a service, hit the like button, man. We had a phenomenal year. Not so much starting over early on with a lot of the mistakes, but in the end, man, a lot of questions have been answered with our fantastic young quarterback here. And I'm just happy that we got that and we can build forward. So anyway, let's kind of delve in, man, to the post-game rep, and we'll kind of make sense of what happened here on the squad. We'll bring up Popsky in a little bit. But here it is, fam. For the Saints in this game, 16 first downs versus 14 for the Saints. The Saints were 5 of 16 in the third game. Side of it, fourth down, uncanny. They were 3 for 3 on the fourth down situation, 5 of 16 on the third down. The Falcons were 4 of 14 and 1 for 1. Saints had 65 total plays versus 61. Look at the yardage, 340 versus 208. 12 drives by Falcons versus 11 by the Saints. Saints averaged over 5.2 yards per play, threw for 232 versus 159, and held the Falcons to a low score of 49 yards combined off of 25 carries. The Saints got over 108 yards off of 26 rush attempts, 4.2 yard average. The Saints were 2 for 3 in the red zone. Falcons were 1 for 3, 6 penalties for 40 yards, 5 for 42 for the Falcons. Saints had 2 turnovers, which was a fumble that they lost to Juwan Johnson and the interception by Tyler Shough. Time of possession, 319 to 28-40, advantage Saints. So a lot to say that was very positive in the matchup, man, to be honest with you, that we can build forward on. And it's just, one of those situations moving forward. All right, anyway, let's keep it going, man. As you can see, the individual statistics, Tyler Shough was 23 of 35 for 259 yards, 7.4 yards per throw. He was sacked 4 times, had a touchdown and a pick. 85.3 was his rating. Kirk Cousins, 18 of 32 for 180 yards, 5.61 touchdown and a pick. He was sacked 4 times and a rating of less than 70%. Aldrich Estime got strong, 21 carries for 63 yards. For him in the game, Tyler Shough scrambled 3 times for 34 yards and a score. Evan Hall had 2 for 11, all 3 combined for over 100 yards in running for New Orleans Saints that averaged 4+ yards a carry. Juwan Johnson was 3 of 5 for 61 yards. He averaged almost 20.3 yards per catch. Pettis was 5 for 5. Pettis was 5 for 5 for 60 yards in the game. Aldrich was 5 for 5 for 43. Kevin Austin was 4 for 9 for 37. Taysom was 3 for 3 for 32. Ronnie Bell was 2 for 4 for 23 yards and a touchdown. Toure was 1 for 3 for 3 yards. You look at the defense. Look at Carl Granderson. Carl Granderson had 10 sacks today. Carl Granderson, 10 sacks, and he had 10 tackles. I wish you would have had 10 sacks. Chase had 10 sacks for the year, but Carl had 10 tackles and a sack and a half. Chase Young had 6 tackles and a sack and a half. DeMario had 6 tackles. Alante, Cam, and Quincy and Jonah Williams had 4 tackles. Cam got another sack on the game as well. So the Saints were doing a wonderful job defensively. Man, they held this team, forced this team down. We just needed to score more points, in which we didn't do it. Charlie Smith was 1 for 2. He did miss a field goal that could have counted. If counted, the Saints would have won 20-19, but it is what it is. Kai Kroger, 4 punts for 200 yards, 51 yard per average, and he put 1 of the 4 inside the 20-yard line. So a lot of positive things to talk about from the Saints. The defense was knocked down, dragged out. Offense just did not score enough points. Simple as that. But like I said, a lot of people was missing in this game. We lost Taysom toward the back in the game. You know that Chris Olave had a blood clot in his lung. He didn't play in the game, so we were really relying on our 4th, 5th, and 6th round wide receivers, Kevin Austin Jr., Dante Pettis, who really had a really solid performance, 5 catches for 60 yards off of 5 targets. He was perfect catching the ball. Ronnie Bell, who came off the practice squad and caught a real easy touchdown. So like I said, you give the guys the opportunity, and they'll step up and show off for you, and ultimately that's what it was. Now, as we kind of adjust and go to the scoring drive of what happened for the scores, the first quarter of the game, the Falcons got on the board at the 3:02 mark in the first quarter with a 15-yard touchdown pass from Kirk Cousins on a blown coverage play by Alante Taylor. They scored 2 plays, 5 yards, 16 seconds. Falcons went up 7-0 in the first. Second quarter, the Falcons then on at the 10-19 mark in the second, Zane Gonzalez hit a 40-yard field goal on 8 plays, 31 yards, 3 minutes and 54 seconds. They go up 10-0. Saints then respond at the 4:31 mark in the second quarter. Tyler Shough with the 1-yard rush on 10 plays, 65 yards, 5:48 time of possession. Saints get a little closer, 10-7. Third quarter, Falcons at the 8:50 mark. Zane Gonzalez 51 yards out on 6 plays, 41 yards, 2:13. They go up 13-7 and kind of extend the lead. Then again, the Saints come back at 2:15 mark in the third with Charlie Smith, a 29-yard field goal on 14 plays for 56 yards. I thought they were going to score in this drive, 6 minutes, 35 seconds. They did not. The Saints inch closer, 13-10. Falcons in the fourth just kept pushing it out. Zane Gonzalez from 38 yards on 13 plays, 45 yards over 6 minutes. They go 16-10. Off the interception by Tyler Shough, the Falcons take it upfield and at the 2:52 mark kick a 38-yard field goal by Zane Gonzalez to push it out 19-10. The Saints then come back at the minute and 11 mark in the fourth quarter with a 16-yard pass from Tyler Shough to Ronnie Bell to make it 19-17 on a 7-play, 65-yard, $141, and that's where it ended as the Saints fall short, 19-17. They are swept by the Falcons. For this first time in a while, the Falcons have swept the Saints. Falcons aren't going anywhere. Saints lose to the Falcons, and unfortunately, it is what it is. But it kind of, even though it's a sad affair, to be honest with you, it really isn't. It really doesn't hurt that bad. Meaning, in terms of our pride and all this kind of stuff, simply because of the fact that the Saints have solved so many issues. We see how good the defense is. Cam and DeMario is going to come back. That Tyler Shough is only going to improve. They're going to build the offense around him. So it doesn't hurt as much losing to the Falcons, understanding and knowing what you got headed towards you in the upcoming year, does it? So that's what I'm talking about. All right, shout out to Otis. He says special teams cost us block punt and missed field goals. That's true. That's true, bro.
Very much.
Special teams hurt.
Me up, bringing me back to this world.
Special teams hurt us, bro, for real. That is true. All right, shout out to Brent. Says never good losing the Falcons, but we're missing some of our big weapons, and we know what improvements we can make, and we have a winner. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. That is true. Good points.
Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
So, indeed, man, y'all are saying some truthful stuff, man, and I agree wholeheartedly with you because that's facts. That is absolutely facts. We with the 5th, 6th, and 7th round wide receivers in the Saints still just barely lost by 2 points to the Falcons in their own building. The Saints shut down the Falcons' offense. Bijan Robinson had less than 50 yards rushing in the entire game. They stopped him. We just couldn't score enough touchdowns. It's the bottom line. So I'm encouraged, even though they got the sweep. Shout out to them. They're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. You're getting the sweep and the lose. I guess you win when you can. But you're not going anywhere. Y'all going to be sitting watching the playoffs with us and the Carolina Panther people, hoping with them backing into the playoffs, they actually do something while they're there and just not get backed out of the playoffs. You got to handle your business. So shout out to our Carolina Panther people. Congratulations to them on that stuff, man, as we move forward. So let's kind of get into it. We're going to bring Pops Q into the building. Pops, are you there, man? How you doing?
Yes, son. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. There you go.
Oh,
what
okay.
you thought? All right, there you go. Hey, Pops, welcome on into the show, man. It was a good one, man. It was a close game. Man, I was having fun in this one. I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to the family, man. We was having real fun in this one, man. But Pops, what do you seeing this game, man? What do you thought about the Saints in this matchup? We get swept by the Falcons, but I'm not feeling all upset like I usually would. And I'm encouraged by the QB play. I'm encouraged by a lot of things. What do you think about the Saints' loss today? What are some high points in this game?
Well, the one was the block punt, first of all, that allowed Atlanta to get so close to where they can score real easily. Their special teams play was not as efficient as it was, and we gave up some that block punt, and then another situation But other than that, I mean, like I say, in Atlanta, I got to give them credit. They was able to take advantage of the miscues, and they was able to score with the ball, and But when we had our opportunities, we had a chance we could do something. That pick six was the killer. Not pick six, but the killer was that interception. That as a matter of fact, I think that's the only interception he threw that Shough threw that day. But I mean. It's the one that really hurt us, and they went back and they scored a field goal from it. Even though they really did shut the defense really did kept Atlanta down. All they could manage was field goals, but it was enough to beat the Saints at 3 field goals, some field goals. But that the wide open touchdown pass to Drake London was also a killer, where these guys got mixed up. In the secondary, and you can't leave a guy like Drake London wide open in the end zone like that. The Saints really did kind of mess that up. But other than that, I think the game was well played. We lost. I mean, they swept us. And I don't really kind of count. I know they lost. I really don't kind of count that first game because the Saints were kind of feeling their way with these quarterbacks, trying to see get who can get established. And so it is what it is. But this is, I'm excited, especially the way they played. The defense really played a hell of a game. It really did. They played a hell of a game. They harassed Kirk Cousins the whole damn time. He's out there, and I love the game. I love watching it, even though they lost. I love watching. I think we got some get a couple of good pieces, and plus, like you said earlier, we were missing some key pieces to our offense, especially Olave being out. We were really playing with second and third stringers. I mean, we didn't have our top runners in the game, and the kid Estime did a hell of a job, especially when he was running the game. Though what I couldn't understand was why did they go away from the running game when it was working? I'm just curious about that part. Should have stuck with the running game, and then maybe it wouldn't have put Tyler in the position where he throw that interception.
Yeah, that's a great question, Pops. A lot of people was asking, say, in the comment section, Q, why did they not keep going with the running attack? I think what Coach Kellen Moore was trying to do was set up the passing, the play action, or set up the pass off the back of the running play. They just wanted to be able to take the pressure off of them, make the runs, and then get into that. And it could have worked, but it was just, Shough did a very cardinal sin in most football circles. He stared down the wide receiver, and even an Atlanta Falcon defensive back know how to jump in front of the pass on that. And that's exactly what D'Alford did, Pops. He just jumped right in front of the play and intercepted it. But the defense still stopped them from doing it. Then the onside kick wasn't performed as well as you like. There was the miss. There was the block punt that set up a touchdown off a blown play. There was the missed field goal by Charlie Smith. He missed one. And then, of course, we kind of had the botched onside kick at the end of the game. So the special teams could have did a lot better in terms of what they did today. But then again, the offense was also, in my opinion, Pops, the offense could have did a lot better than this. I think the first series of the second half where the Saints got the ball back, they had an opportunity to take possession of the game then, and then they were driving well, and then the last two plays of that particular drive was Tyler holding on to the ball outside of the pocket, getting sacked, and allowing them to get pushed back, and then the next play was a sack. They had to punt the ball. The offense was not the same. And then we later on we weren't able to get there fast enough. That's a part of the game. So Chris Olave, if Chris Olave plays in this game, you beat the Falcons. You have 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7 string players out there. Taysom Hill left the game late in there. You couldn't rely on him. So the Saints had to use a lot of inexperienced players and still only lost by 2 to the Falcons. So credit to the Falcons getting the W. You're still going to watch the playoffs at home on your couch like we going to do, and we'll get a better draft selection. So you get the sweep. Congratulations to you. You can wave your flag and all this kind of stuff. Shout out to the Carolina Panthers people for moving on as well. You better not back. When you back in the playoffs, you better not back out of the playoffs. That's all I got to say. And outside of that, Pops, is just
a lot of credit should be given to the Saints on defense, man. All the phenomenal. What about
Oh,
Chase Young, Pops? What about Chase Young and Carl Granderson? What do you thought about those guys?
Those two big bookends was handling business. I mean, they harassed Cousins all day and got a couple of sacks on him. I mean, they made life miserable for him. They didn't give him time to sit back there in the pocket. Like it happened a couple of times where he sit back there, but I mean, not that often. But when it was on, they got there. They got there, and they kept him contained for the most part of the game. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Defense played enough to win the game, but just the offense couldn't score enough points to get this win. We had this game throughout most of the first 3 quarters, and we lost it in that last half that when he threw that interception. When Tyler threw that interception, but things like that happen. So we all we can do is just look forward to what they're gonna do next year. We didn't have, like I said, all our people, our key people, Kamara and Olabi, those guys like that, that could sustain the run game for us. We were going through with basically second stringers, and we almost pulled the win. Without that turnover, we'd have won that game. I honestly believe that we'd have got that touchdown had we not turned it over. But that's part of what the game. That's the way the game goes.
Indeed, Pops. I agree, man. I think, the turnover was big, but also a couple other things, too. Black Preacher Man says a little love for the coverage this year, Big Q and Pop. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you very much.
All season long, bro.
Bringing me back to this world.
10-plus years of the sports coma, man. We in this thing, man. Keeping it real, never compromising. Being strong and progressive and moving forward. And handling the business, man. That's what the platform was built on. And thanks to you guys, man, for just all of the continued support and just believing in the efforts, man. And you guys power the Sports Coma. And like I said, that's the reputation that we developed 10-plus years, man, of keeping it real and telling the truth, man. Brother Will Francis said, proud of the Saints. We had a makeshift offensive line. This is very true. Still gave the Falcons a good fight. Can't wait for next season. Thank you, brother. That's facts.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate that, man. That's 1,000% facts. Pops, we mentioned it. You said second stringers. I would say, Pops, Audric Estime is the 4th string. Audric Estime, Evan Hall are 4th and 5th string running backs for the Saints. Elvin Kamara, Kendre Miller, Devin Neal was 1, 2, and 3. Audric Estime is a 4th string running back for the Saints. Evan Hall is a 5th string running back for the Saints. The wide receivers at the top, is Chris Olave, Divine Valley. Then who else we had? You could throw in that Mason Tipton, all that. But when you get down to like Kevin Austin Jr., when he got in there, he was 4th string. Then you had the other guys 5th string, 6th string, and still pull up a fight. Here's Coach Kellen Moore with the season finale.
Just played some outside there, and we just weren't able to quite get it done. We're close. A bunch of guys took advantage of some opportunities out there, and so overall, there's a little bit of reflection in the sense that really proud of this group, the way they've stuck together and battled each and every way, all the way down to the very end of this game. And so, really proud of this group. And obviously, we want to recognize that first and foremost.
What did you see on Tyler's interception?
I think the DB, I saw it really live, and that was it. Did a really good job. He was inside of the slot receiver, and then he kind of bumped out right as the throw was occurring. And so I thought the kid made a phenomenal play.
What did you learn about him, just like with the way he responded on
Yeah, Tyler's response. I thought he did some really big things. He had a couple of big plays on there. So, the scramble that got Dante the ball, he threw Dante another completion. And then I thought Ronnie making the one-handed catch in the back corner of the end zone. That was a big-time play. At least gave us a chance to go with the onside. Yeah, just relentless effort. The run game, forgo 25 carries for 49 yards. I mean, really special performance by those guys. Took all 11. And then rushing the passer. They get 4 sacks in there. I thought our guys just played a really physical brand of football, and it was really awesome to see.
It's also the fewest yards from scrimmage that Bijan Robinson got this season in every single game. Just the job you guys did against him. How would you describe it?
Yeah, I think it's just phenomenal performance of taking all 11. I thought the DBs stepped up in the run game. Made some tackles. I thought D line was stout. The DNs, the edge rushers, set the edge. Backwards were flowing over the top, and so took all 11 every single play. And I think credit goes to our guys of executing the plan.
Is coming back to his injury anything like that you're worried about beyond?
No, not long term. He's got an ankle that obviously he'll just have to navigate. But obviously we're entering the off season, so he'll be fine.
How much progress have you seen from Tyler from when coach took over now in the season? Didn't have a lot of weapons today, but some guys were missing and things like that. What did you kind of?
Yeah, I love what Tyler's done. His development, his growth, his ability to learn from each and every experience. He's put a ton of good football out there. Obviously, we're all going to continue to try and improve and get better collectively as a football team and certainly individually. And so I'm excited for what he'll have for this offseason. I think always having a full offseason is a huge benefit for guys just to kind of, step away for a sec, look at it. You get to watch a ton of film that you get to evaluate and then go from there.
Yeah, guys like Ronnie Bell and Samari Torre, who haven't been with the team for a long time, big pieces of the offense stage. What you see from them throughout the week?
Yeah, I think it's just credit to those guys of being ready for the opportunity. I thought those guys executed well. Ronnie had the big play, late, and I thought each of them, contributed and made some snaps, caught a couple balls, and so I was really proud of those guys. I was excited to see those guys get out there and have a chance to play, and excited for that.
Talk about the block punt, what you saw in that, and how big of a play was it?
Yeah, huge play in the game, obviously. For them to be able to get that done. I have not seen it, so I don't want to sit up here and judge any component of it. But obviously they executed well and made a big play in the game.
Would you say that's a phase of the game that you haven't been overly pleased with this season?
I think we're always just looking to get better, and so obviously we're going to look at all three phases, continue to evaluate that, put ourselves in good positions. I think off seasons you have a really good opportunity to kind of evaluate yourself, self-evaluate. Find different things that we're going to improve on. And so, certainly that'll be one of those facets.
What goes into sort of making the decision about what style of kick to use in an onside kick situation? Does that vary opponent to opponent based on what you know about it?
Yeah, I think that's just, Charlie and Phil just working together on the different tools that you have at your disposal. And so, I think a lot of times it's got to be certainly a comfort level from a kicking perspective of executing the kick. And so, Charlie's had a special one. This one didn't quite go there, but those are really hard kicks to execute. The margins are really small. And so Charlie's a really good kicker for those situations when anyone else.
Understanding that it's just the NFL here. Is it difficult to craft a game plan when none of these guys, if you were at receiver, right back, were from the start of the season? And late additions, all that stuff.
I think it's the journey of what an NFL season usually looks like. You're going to have to navigate stuff. You're going to have to navigate roster opportunities. Again, we can all look back at what the initial 53 was and how it's kind of navigated through the season. That's just what you go through. And so, the most important thing is we keep bringing in the right kind of people, the guys that are really smart, tough, physical football players that we can count on. And so certainly I feel like we were able to do that throughout the season of, onboarding some of these guys in the middle of the season that ended up contributing and playing some snaps late in the season. I have a ton of respect for those guys as far as their willingness and ability to prepare and get ready to go.
This might be a better question for Johnson. We got a little time left. Is you saying now, like, if you were asked, like, what you think the identity of your team ended up being, like, how would you maybe define that?
Yeah, I think it was just a smart, fast, physical football team, and I think we just spent a lot of time talking about the play style in which we wanted to play, the relentless effort, the finish. All those effort plays. And I think those added up as you went, and every little detail matters. We got a lot of stuff we obviously want to clean up, but I just love the way our guys played and competed each and every game in all three phases.
How would you describe what Tyler was like after the interception? Did you talk to him in that time? How did he process it, handle it, and how much of that, like, are you like looking to help him through that? Like, how did that process?
Yeah, obviously we were up quick, so obviously it was a quick transition. They had the three plays and then we were back at it. But, he responds really well to these things, obviously, as well as you can under circumstances. He's frustrated, absolutely. There's frustration when turnovers occur. But I thought credit to him, his ability to respond, put himself in a really good position to be able to get that touchdown, get us at least an opportunity at the end. I think that's just credit to, the way he's wired. All good.
Anything else?
All right. Thanks, guys.
We'll have the players in shortly.
All right. Coach Kellen Moore. Shout out to Otis. I agree, if the INT pass was play action, it was not. All right. Thank you. Appreciate you that for Otis. Shout out to you, brother, for as well. And big ups to the rest of the family members. Io, shout out to you. What position in free agency should be first priority? I would say, depending on how the board fall, but I would look at improving my offensive line. If you got Tyler Shough, you got to do something about Tyler Shough in the offensive line and helping Tyler be protected back there. That's number one. You know, I think that's, and of course the skill set players we'll be looking at, like wide receiver, adding some more playmakers there. You know, getting a running back to replace Alvin Kamara. Devin Neal was a good running back too, but if you find one that sits higher, the point depends on how your board is stacked. But I would have to say offensive line, being that you got a quarterback. Thank you, Io, for that, man. Appreciate you. Shout out to William again, man. Much love, says Big Youth. Thank you to you and Pops, the great Saint Think Tank. Thank you, brother, for this platform. I look forward to next season with y'all. Peace. Thank y'all all, man. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Appreciate that, bro. Thank you all that. And here's Cam Jordan, man. To hear what old Cam saying. He had a sack in his game. Shout out to Cam.
Yeah, thank you.
You hitting double-digit sacks. Like, I know the outcome wasn't good today.
Absolutely not. You know, this season I've been saying, you know, give me an opportunity. You see what I do with it. It's not the first time I think I've gotten double-digit sacks during Atlanta game. Some years back it happened again, so it's about on time. Just getting back, you know, the revenge situation. You know, I thought I had to sack against against the Titans. I was gonna get one off of good old Kirk chains, anyways. You know, would have loved to got the ball out. Of course, when I go for grab for it, he ducks under. It's fine. They come out with a win. I think we had a couple good chances there. Without making it about me, I'm blessed to be in a position to go after it. I thought I was gonna get another sack off of him, but it is what it is. Man, started off strong, you know, 2-3 series deep before you saw points up on the board. Of course, you'd love to see that momentum swing, because if you know, as you gain that momentum in the beginning, it's like, all right, we can really put them under. And we sort of let them hang around, and they fought their way back to a win. I think I've always known I'm willing. I'm more than willing. I think my play says I'm elite. Now, again, I told you I'd defer to Nikki Jordan. See if she's willing to let me do what it takes to be committed to the game, because it takes a lot. 4 kids, they're all in sports. She holds it down. I'm not sure how. I do what I'm told when it comes to them, you know, during season. But just overly blessed and honored. So I said, get me through 15. We'll see where it takes us. So defer to her. And then after that, it'll just be if numbers make sense. You know, I know, again, we've been trying to push the young narrative for a couple years. Chase is a hell of a player because she's got 10 sacks. Carl's a hell of a player. So it just depends on where we go. I think that my play dictates I am who I've always been.
And you seemed to have fun this year, right?
I have fun hitting people. Yeah, it's the name of the game. I've never not had fun hitting people. Now, again, it just if you're not feeling appreciated, then sometimes you have to go where you're appreciated. I think that in the end of the days, I've appreciated every moment I've ever had in New Orleans, and I foresee myself playing, I don't know how many more years, but again, this physically wise, I feel like I'm primed for a longer career.
The sack you had today, that looked like old school Cam Jordan. I mean,
we've been saying that all year, man. This sack you had looked like old school, or maybe just who I've always been. Again, back on the edge, good things happen. You make me no tackle, I promise you, nothing's good is going to happen. Shout out to Todd Grantham.
Just what would you make the way the team finished this year?
Man, I've said it all year. I don't know how many times I've said how resilient our team is. You know, how tenacious our defense is, how we had a good young group that is growing and accelerating towards growth. It just sucks that, we're out of opportunities. I wish we'd be fully healthy the entire year. I wish we, had started off with, the touchdowns that we had, the scoring possibilities that we've had in the second half of the season and the first half of the season. In terms of defense, I think defense, we started off strong and we've had to get stronger. We eliminated for one of maybe 3 times that first drive Bulls jitters. Let's call it jitters. 3 points, 7 points, leaky points, and then you finish the game strong. We started off strong. I think we finished strong. We figure without the short possibilities, I think we probably let up 9 points today. That's where, if you consider the block punt, whatever that is, find a way to win is the name of the game. And I think our defense put ourselves in positions to do that more than a few times. Close out a few times. It's been good.
When this team was like 1-8, you were still like one of the most positive voices
Absolutely.
in the locker room. Was that something with the new coaching staff that you sort of set your mind to, I'm going to be that guy this year? Was that something you tried to do, or did that just?
That's natural. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had to force anything other than smile last year a few times. But when it comes down to our locker room, I've always said, I want so much more success for this locker room because we're so close, because guys vibe with each other. Like, it's a great locker room. And this time, 8 months from now, this time next year, hopefully we're in a better position. This time, 8 months from now, the locker room will have to start over. You don't know the interchanging pieces. Cam Jordan's year 15, Demario Davis year 14. You got guys
Cam,
looking for new contracts.
Y'all
you
free
got to
agents,
pay
brother.
Chris Olave, wide receiver one money for everything that he does. You got to figure out a way to, make it all shake. And I think, for whatever reason, the locker room won't be the same. But hopefully the core guys, the guys that want to be here will be here. The guys that want to, make a difference will be difference makers for us next year.
Cam, double-digit sacks, year 15. Like, was the only difference the last couple of years the style of defense and the opportunities, and now that's favorable? Or?
If you probably look at it, I do really well in the back third of the season for whatever reason. That's 2 seasons ago. Tore my leg up, so whatever that was the end of pass rushing. So 6 games left, 5 games left, whatever that was in this trash stadium. I mean, this wonderful place in Atlanta that it was. Tore, was it the perineals and something else in the leg? That's what it ended the possibility of pass rush at 2 sacks. Last year, 4 sacks. I don't know if I saw any sacks in the interior rush. So didn't get back onto the edge rush until the end, and you see what can happen. This year we started off at the edge and we finished at the edge, and we're back in double digits. Nobody's surprised. Well, correction, I'm not surprised, but the world can be surprised if they want to be.
You make it the way, like, what kind of impact did Chase have after he came back?
Man, just the way he attacked. We talking about surgery 2 years, next surgery, 2 years ago. Yeah. When he first joined the team, the way he came on and was trying to learn, not just how to play, because he knows how to play, but you learn the mentality of never giving up, right? Last year, you saw something in him click, and you're like, man, like he's got go to him, and he can do it every down. And this year, I think he turned a whole nother level. And he jokes around. He's like, yeah, I'm getting out the stack. I'm stopping the run, and you can see he starting to get excited. I said, now you've set a standard for yourself, and he's met that standard each game this year. It's like he always just wanted to have a home, and now he's got a home, and he's made it his own. This year he's coming to his own, and he's, lived up to every piece of hype that he's ever had around him. He's a hell of a run stopper, hell of a pass rusher. We already knew that. He's turned those pressures into sacks, double digits. You can't take that away from anybody. And you can do a lot of things in this league. You could be a high pressure guy and fizzle out, because if you don't get home, what does it matter? If you're just a high pressure guy, everybody forgets about you. It's sort of like Achilles from Troy. That's why they won't remember your name. If all you are is close, you're never there. And Chase has got double digit sacks for the first time, probably not the last time. The way he goes in, I'm like, dang, he's hitting prime right at the right time. Had we had been a playoff push, there's no scarier edge than Chase Young right now. Cool. You had one more. Go ahead.
Cam, are you coming back next year?
You and Chase both held up.
I was more excited for Chase. Yeah, I was more excited for Chase than me. I mean, I knew I was going to get 1. I thought I had 10 last week. So, like, it was just like a get back. You know, it's like the incentives. I'm just getting back what was already supposed to be coming my way. But no, it's awesome. It's been a while since the Saints have had 2 double-digit sack guys same year. I know capability for sure. I know Trey Hayden hit one year, but I think I was shy. So take it back to
Cam and Junior Gillette, perhaps?
Cam Jordan, Chase Young. It's crazy. I had to say that name out loud. It's been a while. Yeah, you guys have a blessed one.
Shout out to Cam, man. Shout out to Cam, man. Shout out to Cam. Thank you, OG. OG to the 3rd degree. Thanks for another year. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you as well.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you, bro.
Bringing me back to this world.
All right, here's Chase Young, man.
Man, people don't know what I've been through my career, highs and lows. It's all God, man. I remember moments being in the dark place at times and just staying down. People say stay down, but you don't know what it's like to stay down until you got to do it. Just staying down and, just God keeping his hand on me, man. That's all I really can say about that. It's crazy. It's crazy.
And Cam was saying that, you just needed to find a home somewhere, you feel like you found it here and you feel like this is where you kind of find the best version of yourself.
Most definitely, man. I knew I found a home where God put me in a place with 2 veteran players that could kind of teach me the ways of, just the league. Like I told y'all, when I came in the league, I didn't really have that. When I come on this team, I got Double D, who always setting the standard. I got Cam Jordan. Double D talked about it. He said, greatness. He said you have to have a stamina for greatness. Cam Jordan gets at the building the same time every day. He does the same things every day, and he's done it for 15 years. That's a stamina for greatness. When you got people like that, leading the way, you have to hold yourself to a certain standard because you see it every day. They 35, 36. I'm 26. If they can do it, it's like, what am I doing? So I'm blessed to be up under them 2 guys for sure.
With both their contracts up this spring, can you imagine playing without them at this point?
Nah, I don't really want to think about that yet. I'm just gonna ride out into the sunset right now with them, and going on D-line trip. Just enjoy my peoples.
How has this season been for you overall? Not just the success on the field, but just so many of you have talked about how great the locker room has been. And what's it kind of been like for you this year?
Great, man. We talked about it all the time. You look around the locker room, man. It's just I can look at every guy in there and know that we all have love for each other, no matter if it's offense, defense, or special teams. I give my hats off to the coaches, Staley, again, for just setting a standard of that brotherhood, of how we supposed to play. I ain't gonna fake on our D-line today. We was all balling. It was crazy. We feel good about going in the next year. 6, he doing his thing, and he just gonna get more comfortable. We control them what we can control. But yeah.
Chase, is there anything with just your weekly routine that's changed, seeing how DeMario and Cam operate? Anything that's kind of really foundational?
Just staying disciplined. Stamina for greatness. Being disciplined for 15 years, that's hard to do, man. For real, you got to take your hats off to them dudes, man. I know a couple of my big cousins, 36, and they can't do nothing. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? You really got to take your hat off to that, man. Cam and Double D, he's still hitting the fastest times out of all the backers. If it wasn't God to put me here, then I don't know who did. So I'm just blessed to be around them guys. I'm legendary guys forever. Especially in my book and everybody in this locker room.
Cam, in the eighth player in NFL history at 36 record double-digit sacks. So and all the other guys are Hall of Famers, Reggie White, Julius Peppers.
He gold jacket. We that's. But the thing about it though, he was a gold jacket 3 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So to see him still every day, just a little thing, showing up to every defensive dinner, every D-line dinner, first in meetings, still to this day. I'm glad that I could be around that and be exposed to that, for sure.
You sort of said this, but for you, is this situation here and maybe even this season, is this your best situation as a pro? Is this the most comfortable, the best you felt with a situation?
For sure. I mean, I you know, I want to be a Saint forever. And I feel like I definitely have found my home. And you know, you feel the love from this organization. You know what I'm saying? My first year in Washington, I never seen the owner. It was different. You know what I'm saying? I never seen our GM for real. Like, you know what I'm saying? Now, you know, I come here and, you know, they on the field at practice, talking about this, talking about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, just a real family oriented vibe. So I'm definitely happy where I'm at.
And just considering the way y'all close the season, you just feel optimistic for the future here, knowing that stuff changes and everything every year.
I definitely feel optimistic. You know, it's what we the silent tape. Why I feel optimistic because it's silent tape, not the big plays and the highlights, but the play in, play out, setting edges, staying in our gaps, and being sound.
Thank you, Chase.
Thanks, Chase.
Shout out to Chase Young, man. All right, here come the Reverend Demario Davis. Here we go.
Greetings, everybody.
He was just talking about how your stamina for greatness has been so inspiring to him, Chase. Like, is there anything about Chase's process and how he's kind of been the last couple of years that stands out to you as far as like his growth and maturity and that?
Oh, elite. I remember when the recruiting process was going on about if we gonna bring Chase Young in or not, and it was just like no question. It was like no question. Just get him here. Just get him here. And it was all these narratives around him about the type of player he was, and I don't really follow people's storyline or really watch a lot of football where people are not in our locker room. But it was just like, I remember when he came out, I knew who he was, knew of him. And when he came in, the first thing I noticed was his hunger for greatness. When you have guys who play at a high level for a long period of time, it's usually one or two responses that other guys in the locker room, they either drawn to him or they just kind of standoffish. And he was somebody that just kind of came to me right away and was just like, man, whatever you got, you know, I want it. You know, however you train in the offseason, I want to know how you train, and however you take care of your body, I want to know about it. And that stood out. And it was just like, you know, he got it. He got it. And then we had a lot of conversations just about not just being a great player, but be a great man, be a great leader. It's never days off. It ain't like you just come in and put in work on the football field and then you turn it off when you go on about your life. And that's what we had a lot of conversations around. And I watched him grow as a man. I watched him grow as a human being. I watched him grow as a person. And that was happening before I feel like everybody saw it. This year, everybody, of course, saw it. But even if you watched him, you know, last year, he was already taking those steps. And it really was just a credit to him. He knew what he had to do. He's like, Didi, just hold me accountable. I know what I got to do to change. And he did it. And I think, man, he won all those battles in the dark. And I think that's just a reflection of life, of what's possible, that everybody has those individual battles. And the story will follow your journey. In publicly, what happens will be directly would be directly reflective of what happens in the dark. I think the Bible talks about what's done in the dark will one day be shouted from the rooftops. And I think everybody is seeing the type of player that Chase Young is capable of being, but it's because of what he's done in the dark.
Mario, when we talked to you on Friday, you seemed very at peace, optimistic, excited about 2026. What about this season has put you in that headspace and has made you feel so excited about what's next?
In regards to the New Orleans Saints, I think there's a lot to be optimistic about for this organization in particular. I think number one, you have a solidified QB1, and I think there's been a lot of quarterback changes over the last few years. I got a chance to see a lot of them since Nine walked out of the building, and it's probably the most excited. Everyone inside the organization and outside the organization has been excited about a quarterback. And that just takes a lot of pressure off of a lot of decision making. When you're kind of constantly shuffling that piece, which is the main piece, it becomes hard. And I just think it's a credit to him and the plays that he's consistently showing and making that it's earned that trust. I think when you kind of go into the offseason, you have that, it makes a big difference. I think the quality of guys who are developing on the roster, when you have Alante Taylor, who's played lights out, you have young, consistent safeties, Jonas Sanker, Jordan Howden, Justin Reed brought in, his leadership's been off the charts. When you have Kool-Aid McKinstry, true lockdown corner, taking that next step. When you have dynamic, pass rushers, Carl Anderson, Chase Young, having a 10-sack season and missing 5 games. Brian Brzee, who's constantly being one of the premier interior players. When you have stout run game, starting with your interior defensive line, having Gotcha, Bullard, Ridgeway, Shepard, having guys like that interior, everybody knows I talk about like our my linebacker tree, but this linebacker room is probably one of the best ones I've been a part of. And that is not taken away from the guys. We just played against one of them, Caden Ellis, not taken away from Zach Bond, another all-pro season. Not taken away from Alex Anzalone, not taken away from all those guys who I've had a chance to play with and that were in this locker room. But, I mean, when you look at Pete Werner, Danny Stutzman, Isaiah Stahlberg, Jalen Ford, he got in the game the other day. I think he played like 5 snaps and had 3 tackles. It's like when you look at these guys, and don't forget, like, Nephi Soul, who's on the practice squad, was playing meaningful minutes before he got hurt. And so he's still that same guy. Like, so, man, when I talk about like the room, and so when you have a quality group of young guys like that's building and growing, I think offensively, you have a young offensive line. You had Chris Olave, really show that he's a true number 1 receiver this year, going out and balling. Juwan Johnson playing like one of the top tight ends in the league. I think there's a lot to be excited about as far as heading into the offseason with a lot of momentum, because what you have is no longer potential, but you have guys who are answering the call and becoming who they were projected to be. And when you get that, you don't always get that, and you have all that happen at one time. It's a good thing.
Do you want to be part of that next season?
Do I want to be part of that? Man, I don't even think I have to speak about my love for the city and the organization, this organization in particular, because of what I feel about the owner, Miss B. I think she's the greatest owner in sports.
There are too many.
And so playing for her is huge. I love the coaches that have been brought in and the coaches that have been established. I think very highly of Kellen Moore. The way he runs the team is, I said it again, that's how I would run a team. Coach Staley, as a defensive coordinator, has really, even in year 14, taken my game to another level. I think the player that I've been able to be this year is directly connected to, having him come in. And I've learned a lot, playing for him. And Coach Sermon, I think, being a former player as a linebacker coach has really helped, because he can speak to me as a player who played the game for a long time in the same position. And so that's allowed me to grow as a player. So I think I don't have to speak about like what this organization means to me, but at the same time, I don't have so much say so in where my journey goes. As a servant of the man above, I go where I'm sent, and I certainly don't close a book before it's supposed to be closed. But when new chapters happen, I have to be open to go. And so, yeah, I love it here, but at the same time, I never can project what's going to happen next.
Did your production this season like fuel you to say, you know what, I want to keep doing this?
Well, that was a goal for me. I think I made a statement about how much longer I wanted to play. And, you know, you can have these goals, but I also said another goal was I gotta have a PR in some department. You know, I have to have a personal best in some department, which is an indicator to me that I'm still doing it at a high level. So whether that's tackles, tackle for losses, you know, pass breakups, forced fumbles, whatever. And I got off really hot with tackle for losses and forced fumbles. So I was like, oh, well, it's probably going to be one of those. I didn't think it was going to be the tackles, but they just kept racking up. And, you know, so I think, you know, coming into the game, I already had, you know, surpassed, you know, what my previous high was. And that's just a good indicator for me that I can still do it at a high level, that my body is still producing at the level. I don't want to be somebody that just sticks around and hangs on. Like, if I can't, my mind is wired just towards being the best. If I can't feel like I'm one of the best doing it or doing it at my best, then, you know, it's other things that I could be doing with my time. And so that's a big part of it. And I think that was a huge part of it. But also there's an internal sense that kind of goes on with that the mission is ultimately not finished. You know, it's like, I'm going to be in this game as long as God has me here doing what he has me doing, because I don't think it's just about football. It's about using the platform the right way. It's about how you impact people. It's about how you show up, and that matters. And I certainly don't want to cut it short before my time is finished.
Mark, we've heard that phrase silence quite a few times this year. Like, just why is that so impactful to you guys, like, in terms of the culture and everything that's so?
Because that's what matters. I think there's a lot of narratives that can get tossed around and things be said, but at the end of the day, what really matters is when you turn on the tape. Like, when I'm studying another team, it doesn't matter what the narrative about, what they're saying on, you know, different networks. What really matters is what they're putting on tape, because that's the tendencies. That's what we have to play. That's what we have to respond to. And you know, what do guys see when they turn on the tape? You know, and I think that's really what speaks. It's not, you know, it's not talk. It's not lip service. It's what are you actually doing? And there's no greater indicator of what you're doing than the silent tape. You know, put the tape on. And what does it say?
Cam's always maintained that he's always been who he is, but to see him at age 36, 10.5 sacks this year, how would you just make it this season?
It's unreal. Cam Jordan is the greatest defensive player that I've had the opportunity to play with. And I played with some really good ones. Played with Darrelle Revis, played with Antonio Cromartie, I played with Ed Reed. I played with guys who were the best at their position. And when you look at Cam Jordan's body of work in year 15, going for close to a double-digit sack season, and he's just always doing it. But I think the way he plays the run too, he's not just one of those guys that's just out there just rushing the passer. He's constantly being a force in the run game, and he's just consistent. He doesn't miss games. He's out there. And I think it's a credit to him. Even I think this year is probably even more impressive because he's having a higher level of production with less snaps. It's not like he's out there, you know, playing the amount of snaps that he once played, and he's still having that production. It's unbelievable. I'm a huge admirer of it. And I just think it goes into his process. Like, when I watch Cam in the offseason and during the season, he's doing the same thing all the time. Like, you know, after games, you can catch him out. He'll probably be out there, even though the season's over, he'll probably be out there tomorrow jogging laps. That's just who he is. And it speaks. He takes care of his body the right way. And I think he has that old school mentality of, being durable and being available. And when the game is on, I just think he's just a hard person to deal with one-on-one. And I think this organization is blessed to have him. Like he surpassed a Hall of Famer who's the greatest defensive player in history in this organization. He surpassed those numbers. And he's still going. And it's just, I think sometimes it's hard to give people their flowers while they're still doing it because you don't know what level of greatness. But for me to be around it is just something that is it's mind blowing. It's mind blowing it's like, man, this dude is the greatest player that defensive player I've ever played with, and he's on my he's on my team, and so it's unreal, that it's happening in real time. I think it's just hats off to him and all that he's accomplished.
We have time for one more with Mario, if there are any. Good.
Hey, y'all be blessed.
Thanks, Mario.
Shout out to DeMario, man. Here come the Shuckinator. Tyler Shough. Shout out to the DeMario.
Like 7 or 8 minutes here. I'll turn it over to Ross to go ahead and ask another question.
Just with this game as it was, and the result wasn't what you wanted, what do you feel like you built, closing out the season?
Yeah, I think it just shows the resiliency of the team more than anything, kind of the ability to bond together through where a lot of teams may quit when the end result isn't exactly what you want. But we've just had fun building that stuff together. And with new faces, people coming and going, we've kind of really just shared that. And it's been a lot of fun. So tough way to finish and with the outcome, but all day, all game, people stepping up, making plays, and came down to the wire.
What was it like knowing that the NFC South was going to be on the line for Carolina and Tampa? And did you hear the Tampa in the huddle yesterday, like you said, like go Tyler Shough?
Yeah, I mean, you want to go win because it's the Falcons, and obviously it's a unique outcome with the game. So obviously our mindset was to go out there and win, and it's tough at the end of the day. But I think it's just lots of stuff that we can look back on and really build off of, which was encouraging.
What happened to you about the performance of the first half, and then the adjustments or whatever it was that you guys made to kind of get things going a little bit more in the second half?
Yeah, it was just the penalties. We're going backwards on first and second down, and you can't do that. And we just had to be more dialed and just be sharper with the communication cadences. So it's hard when you're going backwards that way. We were seeing everything fine. We're operating really well. So we knew it was going to continue to pop. And obviously, we're able to make some progress there. And we got to find that way to put in the end zone and finish it, on that last drive and on that pick.
What happened on the interception?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was just an unbelievable play by 20. Alfred knew exactly what they're doing in quarters. We ran double slants. We've been running all game, and he's buzzed out to the flat. He was matching it, and he was just a really great play by him through the quarterback's eyes, seeing him relate to number 2 and then fall off to number 1 late there. So just a great job by him, and I just got to see that. Obviously I'm throwing it with him matching it, and just kind of reset and go back from there. But credit to their defense, credit to him, great play in that crucial moment. So just really good things to learn from kind of going forward. And, we'll kind of figure out ways to short up, but ultimately on me, they got to pull that back, find a running lane and step up there.
How about many of those? Do you feel like you're good at flushing that and moving on?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was just a great play. I mean, I'm throwing it there 100%. You're relating there. The ball's already out, and he falls off last second. So there's nothing, just analytical-wise, there's nothing more to it than that. That's just football, really. It just sucks. But, yeah, great play. And for me, it was just operating. We were going to get another chance, and let's go score, and came down the wire.
What's it say about this team's fight? Like, you come right back, you score on the next drive.
Mm-hmm.
By the end of the game, it's down to just 2 starters left, and everybody else is just out there battling. Just to go through that, maybe you don't get the result you want, but what does the team learn about itself on a day like that?
Yeah, it learns a bunch. I think just that was my mindset. It was just like, screw it, let's go play, man. This is why you play football. Like, who cares what the outcome, what the people are saying? Like, we got stuff to put on tape. Obviously, we want to go freaking win, and that was the most fun I've had throughout this whole week, communicating with guys. Throughout the game, there's just so many limited reps with Samori and Ronnie and Kevin and DP. Obviously, had built up a little bit more repertoire with those guys, but
just an unbelievable job by everybody stepping up. Audric, people coming on the O-line banged up. So against that defense here, I think it, credit to them because they're a really good team, but credit to our guys for showing up and battling. We getting shocked tonight. We getting shocked tonight. Yeah, I had like 40 people send me that. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the nature of the NFL, and there's no excuse for it, but was just kind of proud of how they kind of stepped up with minimal reps, learning a lot of new plays throughout the week, learning new responses. But yeah, there's a body language element to it. There's certain things that you can't replicate, obviously, when you build that time with Olave, and I think Juwan did a really good job showing up as well. So it was, like I said, just that's why you play football. Everybody did a good job, and I think it's a lot of stuff to build off this offseason and really kind of have that bad taste in your mouth to build forward for next year. Right, no, that was not on my bingo card for sure. That was unbelievable catch by him. Came up really big there. He's just a dynamic player, and it was just a great play to finish that drive.
You said you end this season feeling optimistic. You're heading into the offseason.
Yeah, I think just the way we kind of grinded and finished, build that closeness together with a lot of guys, veteran guys, there's a lot of change that's going to happen, but I think the core of what we showed is really encouraging, and it also kind of leaves that bad taste in our mouth losing to where, we got a lot of stuff to put in, and it's encouraging because I know I'm going to give everything I have this offseason to make sure we're in the playoffs and we're fighting for a Super Bowl next year, and I got to continue to get better and learn and make sure we're doing everything we can.
Were you able to tell that Ronnie caught it with one hand, or did you have to see the replay over there?
I saw the back of the end zone. I think 11 hit me in the face or something, so I didn't really get to see it. And then, but away games are always fun because when it's quiet, then something good happened. And I mean, my mindset was we're going to get another opportunity. So it was a great play, but it was just kind of let's keep going, next play mentality.
On that touchdown, on your touchdown run, it's you and Jalen Walker.
Mm-hmm.
When you take off, are you confident you can beat him to the pylon?
For sure. I feel like in those scenarios, using my legs, I'm always going to be confident. The coaches on the sideline were joking with me afterwards. I think that was like 98, one of the bigger guys, and it wasn't that you weren't that fast, but I was like, man, screw you. I knew it was him, and I trained with him in Dallas, and I remember watching him train for his 40. And it was pretty scary because he can roll, and they got a great defense, they got a great front, so it was just kind of a great battle, like I said, with the whole offense, the whole line, everybody stepping up.
Was that one designed to be a keeper run, or did you have the option?
No, it was a throw. It was just a boot with the guy banging the flat. You got the over, so just kind of got washed down, and then at that point, you just go try and go get it.
Kelly, that throw where you went to the left, there's two defenders coming, you layer the ball over for the first down, like. Can you even practice something like that, or is that just all?
Yeah. You practice throwing on the move, but those scenarios, it's just you're just trying to make a play, fourth down. It was just a good catch by Juwan, and you just got to do everything you can to go get it.
Did you see the OPI call in the end zone? Did you get a read on that at all?
No, it's tough. I think we weren't trying to pick anybody; they just all ran into each other, so it's just kind of happenstance. Tough call, obviously. Great play by Kevin getting open. Game changer for sure. But I haven't got to watch it yet. But I know that it's just kind of football play. Everybody ran into each other, wasn't trying to rub anybody.
Did you get hurt on that call that I think it looks like a fourth caller, but they said it was like that?
No, I just kind of it was just an awkward landing. But nothing too crazy, I don't think so. That's on me. I got to throw the ball away though. They're back. You take a crucial, just negative play yardage sack there. Trying to make a play and thought I could, get off it, but at that point, just throw it away. Be better in third and manageable. So good to learn from for me, and that was on me. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tyler.
Shout out to Tyler.
That'll do it for Tyler Shough's.
Something's wrong with I was like, it's pretty. We got to release it on Apple Music or something.
Shout out to Shough, man.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
He did a good job, man.
I really don't see it, and then people send me to it, and then people come in the locker room like, dude, have you seen this? And I was like, yeah, it's pretty good, but
that's Tyler Shough, man. But yeah, he talking about his thing,
keep
but
it coming.
I think what we seen from Tyler Shough, man, this season is definitely the future of what he's going to bring for the Saints, man. So
we're getting shocked tonight. We're getting shocked tonight. Yeah, I had like 40 people send me that, and they're like, something's wrong.
All right. So that much love on that. But Pops, listen, man, the Saints, I see the Falcon people celebrating, and they celebrating happy. You know, they sweep the Saints, but they got to sit at home and watch the game. But I understand, man. When you beat a team that's been kicking your teeth in, it you kind of feel pretty good about that thing. So, what do you think about some of these? What you heard from the players, Pops? I know we had quite a few of them. What do you thought about their players? And also some of the family members that's out there, please feel free. There's a poll in the chat. Should the Saints bring Cam Jordan back and Demario Davis? Yes or no right now. 84% versus 16% of people saying yes, bring them back, Demario and Cam. Pops, we thought about some of the word from the players today.
Well, they sound encouraged. They lost the game. I mean, nobody's feeling sorry for themselves. They talk about the quality of the play, and they really have been in the last 4 or 5 games. They really have played quality football, and it's not the defense that made a lot of these mistakes. It's the offense has to get its act together so they can score some touchdowns when they get the ball down in the red zone. That's been a problem they've been having all season. Getting in the red zone and can't make execute the plays. So if we continue to get somebody that can help execute these plays, I think, man, we got something going here. And then plus, like I said earlier, we have a lot of our key players are out. You know, we got 2 or 3 of our best wide receivers are out, and then you got Kamara out, and you got a couple other key pieces out. So they barely beat the Saints, but they beat more like second stringers. You know, guys who played in a support role. So you know, I think some of them sweeping the Saints, but they're sitting on the couch. They're on the comfy couch with us. So they're doing good.
Yeah, when you win, I get it. You know, with some of these people, when they actually win a game, they feel pretty good about the accomplishment of getting the W and finish the season a 4-game winning streak. A lot of the Falcon people want the Raheem Morris to be gone. But perhaps with this winning streak, they get Raheem Morris to stick around. I think Raheem Morris is good for Saint football. I really think he is. I mean, they won. Ultimately, it's going to be a benefactor to us. OG says, thank you, bro. Said, Dirty Birds fan just told me that I may need emotional support animal, a falcon, shaking my head, shaking my head, shaking my head. Thank you, bro. A falcon for an emotional support. Yes, indeed. All right. Thank you, OG, to the 3rd degree. Yeah, man, it's very interesting, Pops. But like I said, I think Tyler Shough has did more than that. He's galvanized the Who Dat Nation. A lot of people are looking for leadership at the QB position, but not only that, going into the upcoming season, he's the unmitigated leader of the team. His temperament, how he's making plays on the field, he will improve and get better going into the season. I just think it's a phenomenal thing because the Saints not only did they find their franchise signal caller, but they also have a reason on how to build around them. They also have an identity now. Yeah. So having that, and of course knowing where to build, Saints need to focus on getting together that offensive line, building up that. Of course, they'll add talent, and they have all the draft picks in the world to do it. They had a draft class that was very impactful this season. We'll get guys like Vernon Brockton back, Devon Valley, the pick that was Jalen Polk. Those guys will be there as well. So the Saints have a ton of talent on the team, and of course you have guys like Demario Davis and Cam Jordan that want to return for what they believe could be a good year in which the Saints finally get back into playoff contention. You know, we'll see. You know, like you said, though, Pops, the Falcons happy that they beat a Saint team playing with their 4th, 5th, 6th string wide receiver, their fourth, fifth string running backs, and the Saints barely beat the team by 2 points. So it's a very cloudy win, but a win nonetheless. And I congratulate the Falcons for sweeping the Saints on the season. Hey man, but enjoy it while you can, because you damn sure ain't gonna be experiencing this for another decade. Let's just keep it on the real. Go ahead, Pops. What you think?
Well, I agree with you, because look, once the season starts and we get all our pieces in place, this will be a dangerous team. This New Orleans Saints team is going to be dangerous once they get all the players back in. All of the players, the injured players, and plus bring in a couple of draft choices. But we still had some penalties where we hurt ourselves. Guys, jumping offside. I mean, not jumping offside, but movement. False starts. We got to get that. But we had at least 3 false starts on one drive that moved us back 15 yards, because guys jumping up, and they're not. What's the problem? They can't hold the water long enough to get the snap count through, and then they get called. We have to stop this beating ourselves, but we help the Saints beat us in a way, So we can eliminate those damn penalties. I think we're really gonna be a dangerous team. Especially, I like how quickly Shough is getting that ball out. I mean, it's like, wow, it was gone. I mean, a lot of defenses don't react that fast. So it kind of reminds me of the way Brees played, and when he was in his prime. 1, 2, 3, ball is gone. And this is the kind of play that you have to develop if you're gonna be in this thing, and keep these defenses off balance. Yeah, so I'm thinking that we could, once they get under the coach, Tyler gets under the coaching staff wing, and they start teaching him how to, the fundamentals of being a professional. And he also look like he's picking it up very, very quick. Saints could very possibly be a dangerous team coming up next year.
Yeah, absolutely, Pops. We got the draft. We have free agency. The Saints will have, I think it's like $18 million in the red, depending on how things look for the upcoming season. But they'll have the draft capital. They'll have the money to be able to, once they renegotiate several contracts, they'll have the north of 20-something odd million dollars to be able to make moves in free agency. If that's the thing, the mindset is to. They want to build through the draft, which they had a very good draft this year. Can they then build upon the draft for the upcoming season? Understanding, knowing that you have a quarterback here that you have to protect, that'll be key for the Saints moving forward in building the offensive line, the defensive line, adding skilled players at the wide receiver and running back level, and continue to add help in the defensive and linebacker, a edge rusher, all this kind of stuff. However they fall in the draft, man, we are be interesting going forward. But overall, thought process on the season, Pops. How do you kind of, I know you just said what you said about the high prospects about the future with Shough, but I think a lot of it's because of Shough. What would your grade be with Kellen Moore's play calling and his leadership for what you've seen? He struggled early on, but what are your thought processes? How would you grade Kellen Moore over the back end, overall over the season? How did you grade his performance as a head coach?
Well, I give him a C+. And like I said, and that's only because they had so many losses until they got Shough in there. Some quarterback that seemed to understand what Moore wants. Once Shough caught on to what Moore wants, then all of a sudden they picked up. I give him a C+. I think he's going to be a good coach for us. We just got to make sure. And then the defensive coordinator, excellent. He had really got this team playing. I mean, they play sound fundamental football. Teams are not scoring big points against them. They're just not doing it. And then that's because of coaching. And we've got some great coaches. I think I'll give them a C+. And I'm looking forward to even giving them a B once this next season get to rolling around, because I think they're smart enough to have the pieces ready by the time the season starts. They'll have everybody in place who they're gonna need, and then they'll be able to take off. It won't be a long trying to train another quarterback like they did. They got the quarterback they need right now.
Yeah, that's true, Pops. I think Kellen Moore started the season. He's a rookie head coach. You can see kind of got a little bit more serious as the season get on. It took him a while to be able to pivot and figure out what plays work for his offense. Like even in this game, what everybody mentioned, makeshift offensive line, fourth, fifth, sixth string wide receivers, fourth, fifth string running backs, third, fourth, fifth string offensive linemen. It just got bare bones toward the back end, but still in all, still competitive enough to almost win games. So 5-4 is what Tyler Shough finished the season on as a rookie. Very respectable numbers. I think that puts him ahead in the QB race. What do you think about Tyler Shough, a rookie of the year? Do you think he gets that, Pops? What's your thought on that?
For that 5-game winning streak, and he almost got this game. I'm quite sure that, and then I think, he's obviously a candidate for it. I love to see him get it, just because of the fact when they put him in there, once he got going, he showed his understanding of the fundamentals of NFL football, and real strength of the Saints to 5 wins. So at least 4 straight and almost 5 straight. So the man learning the game. The man is learning how to play the game. I mean, he made a couple of mistakes. He made a mistake today with that when he tossed that interception, but he's learning how. Once he gets settled, his offense gets settled. He'll know where to go with the ball. He gets the ball out very quick, and he throws a good tight football. He don't throw lame ducks unless he gets a hit on the arm or something. But most of his passes are very almost frozen ropes, they call them back in the day with the guy. And then he got good touch on the ball too, because if he connected up with that guy that had Atlanta defensive back beat, the tight end had him beat back there. He just couldn't get him the football. So that would have been that touchdown would have got us the win over them, because defense had shut the Falcons down. They were shut down. Whoop, closed off.
Yeah,
they couldn't run with Bijan, and I'm telling you, that was a big deal to stop Bijan Robinson. Bijan Robinson's a beast, and they shut him down pretty good. They didn't give him. They took away those long runs that he's so familiar with and easy making. They shut that down. They shut down his wide. I think he caught one pass from Kirk Cousins, but other than that, they pretty much shut the door on him. And also on Atlanta's running game was shut down. So if Atlanta, so we're gonna see Bijan again, but if the Saints defense is lining up the way I see it gonna line up, it's gonna be the shoe is gonna turn on the other foot when we play them next year. And then like I said, we just got to put together the right offensive line and the right bring some more defensive players in here to help out. He went 5-4 as a winning quarterback. Black Preacher Man said it right. Now he came in here and said, "Let me right the ship." He has righted the ship. Now we just got to keep him there and surround him with players that can help him. Now once them come back, those other wide pieces that he had, wide receiver pieces, we probably have to see about getting us another speed guy. Somebody that he can throw the ball to. See what I'm saying? We get somebody like that, I think we'll be in a much better shape. I'm looking forward to this. The next season.
Yeah, it's definitely encouraging, man. Even after the loss, man, it was I didn't feel any disappointment about how the Saints play. Understood the situation that we were walking into with so many players, some of our key talent missing. If Chris Olave plays, Saints smoke this team. Yeah. But shout out to Black Preacher Man saying Tyler was winning. QB went 5-4. When the last time we seen a rookie in New Orleans go 5-4 as a quarterback? That is special in its own. Thank you, Black Preacher Man.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
And then they beat some. They beat some of our division foes. They swept Carolina. Then he come back and beat Tampa Bay, split with them. So they won 3 in the out of in the division. They were 3-3. So that's good. That's good stuff for me to. That's good stuff for us to look forward to.
Yeah,
it's forward to succeed this new season coming in.
Yeah, I agree, Pop. That's the I was like, man, listen, I don't remember at the time, been doing this for a while where I was so cool with the fact that the Falcons swept the Saints this year because you understand the circumstances that the team was dealing with.
Right.
You know, if we had manpower like they did, of course we would have smashed these people down. I mean, they were missing Penix, the only guy that was missing, but Bijan Robinson, the Saints defense stopped Bijan Robinson. He had 15 carries for 33 yards. He had let me say it again. 15 carries for 33 yards. He averaged 2.2 yards per rush. No touchdowns, no nothing. That's what Bijan Robinson did. And then they try to hit you with Tyler Algieri to change pace. He did worse. 7 carries for 16 yards for 2.3 yards. And the Saints gave that boy a wedgie. He wasn't even the same the whole damn game. Ripped all off the underwear from off his ass. Had him wedge. He was out there walking funny and all this kind of stuff. He wouldn't leave the field. Probably like, well, somebody take this dude somewhere. You put a pair of Pampers on his ass or something. Just get on the pot of here. He tore his drawers.
He pulled his drawers off right down the field and dropped them right there.
He tore that man drawers off his ass.
That's the first time in history I ever seen that.
Hey, never seen nothing like that, Pop. I ain't never seen somebody tear somebody's drawers off their ass.
I'm sure the people cracking up with that shit. He just took his drawers off, put them over there, and throw them over. I think
it was funny. It was funny, Pops. He was still trying to run the ball and walk it funny, man. I was like, they tore the drawers off the man's ass and give him a what you call it, a wedgie.
That's not good. You get a wedgie.
He ain't lying. Oh man, that's too funny. All right, yeah, they can have it, man. We'll be back next year to smack on them, man.
The defense made a good play for them. I think Tyler he might have underthrew the football, but he's got to get more recognizant of when to throw and watch for the defensive back that reads eyes. They teach the defensive guys to read eyes, and that guy read Tyler's eyes, knew where he was going, and he jumped the route. You know?
Yeah, he said that. And he talked about that, Pop. See, the thing is, it's different when you got a guy who could tell the truth about his play as opposed to a guy sit up there and make excuses like this other clown we gave $100 million to before he retired. See, he would lie about stuff and not take accountability for it. Tyler Shough said that when the guy dropped the route, he said he followed my eyes. He followed my eyes to the ball because he knows that's not what you're supposed to. You're not supposed to stare nobody down in the NFL. Right. That'll lead to bad circumstances.
He
understood that. He said it on the presser. He also mentioned a few other things, like when he took the sack, he said, "I just got to learn, man. I gotta throw the ball away."
Yeah,
you know, he said those things. So these are two.
Bounds. You know, that's the biggest thing that an experienced quarterback will do. If he's got time and nobody's open, the ball is going out of bounds. At least you'll hold your position where you left off. But if you take a sack, you're gonna lose yardage 9 times out of 10. You know.
Right.
So I mean,
like
Bijan looked like he was frustrated the whole day. I mean, when they knew they were gonna feed Bijan, they were gonna feed him Bijan, but they stepped up and plugged the running lanes. So it kept Bijan to a very minimum yardage.
33 yards, Pops. And the contrast that if I was to tell each one of the family members in the stream, y'all hit the like button, by the way, that Audric Estime at the end of the game would have outrushed Bijan Robinson 63 yards to 33 yards. Y'all would have said, hey, man, the Saints going to win that game. But that's exactly what happened in terms of them outrushing. Now, the Falcons got it, but Audric Estime had 21 carries for 63 yards. Bijan Robinson had 15 for 33. The Saints, listen, that's not an easy feat. The Saints defense stopped this man. They ain't slow him down. They stopped him. 33 yards from this guy, and this guy is seen as one of the top running backs. I think he was 4th in the NFL coming into this game in terms of rushing yards, and the Saints just held him to 33 yards, and ain't a damn thing was wrong with him from a health perspective.
Right. I mean, it's like, wow, what's up with that? I mean,
that same defense, Pop.
But they closed the running lane. See what's been happening in Bijan's previous game. he was able to hit the hole real quick because the lanes were there. The running lanes were there for him because he hits that hole and there's nobody to stop him. He's going to take off on you. But the Saints plugged the interior of that defensive line, that offensive line. It kept him from making those long runs. I mean, he made some short gains, but he normally would take off with a big run, and the Saints shut that down. And that's a smackdown on them right there. And they barely beat the Saints, to be honest with you. Wasn't for that turnover, they would have lost that game. They would have.
Yeah, also, Pops, the weapons that Atlanta had, they had everybody except for Penix. Kirk Cousins, I've been out playing Penix over the last 5-6 games in terms of him throwing the ball, not making too many mistakes. But they had access to Drake London. They had access to Kyle Pitts and Darnell Mooney. They had all of their top people.
So they had all their top weapons, and they
still
barely
couldn't
got
do
the game.
Barely got the game.
Yep.
So, I mean, if Raheem Morris is going to be celebrating because a win keeps his job secure. He finished the season with 4 straight wins. It's hard to fire a man based on that. So he's good with that. But at the end of the day, the long and short of it is the Saints, even though we lost today, we actually won here because this pivots the Saints like we get a better draft position. They win to fall back a spot or so behind us, and you still sitting on the couch along with us. So we still improve. We get a better draft selection because of it. And in the end, we can use this stuff to build our offensive line and add skill set players, and the sky's the limit. All right, Brent says, can't get over the ref's flag and taking back our touchdown. Have Brother Gregory to talk to him. Thank you, Brent. Shout out to you.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this.
The problem is you trying to talk with your shit and you don't know nothing instead of listening. Huh?
I'm listening.
Okay? No. I get $40,000, man, and I dare motherfucker to pop.
You ain't lying.
All right, so big to Brent. Thank you, Brent, for that, my man. Pops, what you think about the refereeing in the game? Elvin Gentry's brother was up there. What you thought about this one here?
Every time Elvin Gentry's brother officiate that game, either the Saints or the Falcons get hurt one way or the other. If there was no foul evident on that touchdown run or that touchdown pass, those guys are bumping into each other all the time. So why call a silly a play like that, a silly foul like that? They bumping into each other all the time. You know, I mean, it just wasn't a sound call at all. You know, I mean, there was nobody around. You know, I just don't get it. I don't understand it.
But the crazy part is, Pops, if you watched, they had a behind the scenes, they had the camera angle from the backside of the end zone. And when Kevin Austin Jr. caught the touchdown and secured the flag came out. The rub play happened, with them just running into each other was seconds before that. But the flag didn't happen until after the referee seen that the guy caught the ball, then he threw the flag. I've seen this happen more than a handful of times, that the referee will wait to the outcome of the play to then throw the flag to take the play away. And I've seen that when we played the Titans 4 years ago. There was a play that happened where the ball was thrown into the end zone, and the referee watched, I think it was, what was it? I think it was an interception play or something like that, where the player hit the Titans quarterback. Y'all probably remember this one, and knocked the guy down, no flag. But when the ball went toward the end zone and the Saints player picked the ball off in the end zone, then the flag came out after he seen how the play worked. And when they do stuff like that, that's manipulation of the game. Because if you see a foul on the play, drop the flag as fast as you can. If you've seen it, you don't wait to the outcome of the play, then throw the flag. When you're doing that, that's manipulating refereeing tactics right there. That's why people get on them and stay on them like I do. So, I mean, in the end, I didn't like the call, but I thought that we can play past it, and us being as inept offensively as we were, we played into the hands of the game. Because when you allow yourself to be within that time frame, that small amount of pointage, 3 to 7 points, the referees can play in that space. So we have to kind of extend the game out. And I thought that if we didn't take advantage when we started the second half with the ball, because we scored at the back end of the first half of the game. Then we get the ball at the start of the first half of the game, and then the second half of the first drive of the second half of the game. We should have scored on that drive. If we score on that drive, we take possession of the game for the rest of the game. We didn't do that. We had stupidness happen, and then we had found ourselves playing around, and then toward the end of the game, you let the clock run out. Got to change the game. So you heard Tyler Shough talk about that, and we just have to improve upon our depth and just keep going and playing beyond the referees like we always been doing, historically speaking.
Right.
But yeah, Pops, that's that take on it.
Well, I mean, he's right. I like the idea that he realized he threw that interception. He's got to remember, like, okay, I don't see nothing. I'm not taking the sack. I'm going to throw the ball away. Throw it out of bounds. That's all you got to do, throw it out of bounds.
Yeah, it's
Cousins done it. Cousins did it a couple of times. They had heat on him. He threw the ball out of bounds. He got sacked up, but he was smart enough to not get sacked up too much, because he threw the ball out of bounds. But that means his position of play didn't suffer because he didn't turn the ball over.
Right, he had the pick that Granderson gave him, but the thing is, he got sacked multiple times in the game. But
Right.
Kirk Cousins was smart enough that when he seen the screen breakdown to throw the ball at the feet of Chase Young coming in there, when he seen when blitz was happening on the very next play, he threw the ball over the head of Darnell Mooney out of bounds.
Right.
So he
That's
understands the key in not surrendering yardage on sack plays that make it harder for your kicker. Or for you, for the very next play, instead of dealing with the 3rd and 5, you take a sack and now you 3rd and 12 or 3rd and 9 or something like that. Not hurting your team that way. Just get rid of the ball. And also it's a measurement
all you have to do.
where to protect yourself. Marley Mall says Brandon Staley turned this defense around. We're going to do a recap on all this tomorrow on our Monday stream. We'll have a full season recap about the Saints going forward, a little span, and then we'll, of course, down the line, we'll talk about, in that same week, we'll talk about drafting and all that kind of stuff and positions that we need to look at. We'll break it down show by show next week. But Pops, talk about Brandon Staley's defensive impact. We didn't see it early on, but boy, did it come around later on in the year when it started. He started figuring out his personnel. Staley's impact, what do you think about it?
Big. His play has been huge. It's just big. It's just big plays. The defense constantly made Young. That kid constantly made big plays. He was harassing the quarterback all day long. Didn't give him much time to throw the ball, And he kept. He wouldn't let the Atlanta quarterback stay in that pocket long. A couple of times when he stayed in there too long, and the Saints had opportunities. But you have to make sure you hold your water, hold your position, make sure you one up on those guys and stay on them. And then when they throw the ball at you, you're there to make the play on it. You got to intercept it or deflect it and knock it down, like was done a few times in the game. That defense is playing very, very well, very outstanding. They're shutting the running game. I mean, anytime you shut a runner like Bijan Robinson, that man got almost 2,000 yards rushing. I don't know how many he's got for the season, but he's got a ton of yards for the season. And then Atlanta's winning streak, he's been running for big yards. I think the last game he ran for 229 yards, or 39 yards against somebody they played. So I mean that's encouraging to me. I think Brandon Staley is a hell of a coach, because you can see the improvement in this defense all the way up until this last game. If our offense could have put a couple more points on the board, we got one touchdown taken away from us, and then we threw an interception on the other. So if we have those touchdowns, we'd have beat them. And like I say, that Falcon Stadium is a home like a home away from home for the Saints. They play excellent team ball in that dome that Atlanta plays in. So it's almost like a home game. So we can, like I said, it's going to be very interesting. I'm encouraged by the preparation that this defensive staff and Coach Staley has done for this team, and you see it on the field. They're running to the football, they tackling much better. The biggest problem we had with them last year, they couldn't tackle anybody. Guys were getting tackled, getting to the people, they spin it out to tackle. You don't see much of that no more, do you? Because Coach Staley have gotten to them and say, look, here's what y'all need to do. You got to make sure you complete and finish your tackle. Hold the player right there until you get help. You can just slow him down till you get some help. And that's what they've been doing. They've been helping each other.
Yeah, that's true, Pops. Good analysis, because also another thing that Chase Young was talking about at the presser about getting better and improving his body, learning from Demario Davis and Cam Jordan. What greater influences to have. These guys are the model of what you would consider longevity, especially Demario Davis. So whatever secrets he utilizing, obviously Chase Young has used them because, look, he's stellar. I mean, he had a stellar end of the season, 10 sacks. He missed a month worth of football. I think it was 4 or 5 games he missed and still put up 10 sacks in the season, which was phenomenal. You know,
Yep.
for him. And also the fact that the Saints solved a major issue, meaning the gap discipline, allowing people, when they're blitzing, the Saints, allowing people to lose. They're losing containment on the and that's something Chase Young struggled with early and, when he got back into the season. But toward the back end, he kind of learned the importance of gap discipline. Blitzing, rushing the passer, but maintaining the principle of not allowing it to get too wide where guys can leak out and run away and spoil the play.
Right.
They did that. They really synced in and did a wonderful job. And like you mentioned, also the fact that they did a solid job in tackling too, because they was missing a lot of tackles early.
Yeah, that was
Shout
one
out
of the
to
biggest
Infinity 2073. Great game. I'm encouraged about next season. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am too.
Very much.
Very
Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Go ahead, Pops. You was going to say your thought.
Well, I was just saying, they compress the pocket, not the pocket, but the running lanes, and there's always somebody there. Just like when they were trying to run Bijan, always somebody was there. They had run support. So if somebody missed, there was somebody right there in the hole, or somebody would come up out the secondary to stop him, keep him from picking up big yardage. And this is I'm encouraged about that, because we're gonna face probably some of the best runners in the NFL coming up this next season. So we got to be ready. We got to be ready. And I'm telling you one thing, I'm looking forward to it. I'm encouraged like everybody else. I'm looking forward to see these this New Orleans Saints when they fire up next year.
All right. Well said, Pops. Well, that's going to cut it for this show here, fam. Listen, man, we appreciate y'all for joining the stream. This is the season finale, Week 18 matchup. Saints edged by Falcons 19-17. We finished the year at 7-11. It's been a phenomenal year yet again, Sports Coma. A decade plus strong in the game. I'm gonna pivot to, of course, the Pelicans play tonight against the Miami Heat in about less than a half an hour. I'm gonna pivot to the Pelican post-game report tonight for our Pelican people. Know that we will be open up the phone lines tonight for PPR, man, for people to chime in after the game is over with. Get your word in on that side. You can join us on Pelican Post Game Report. Hit YouTube up, put PPR Pelican Post Game Report, or simply go to the homepage of the Sports Coma, scroll all the way down to our family of channels, and you can find it there and sub up. All right, so anyway, with that being said, shout out to all of the Super Chatters, Cash Appers, and all of the family members for all y'all support, man. We appreciate y'all, man. Another strong year from the Coma and family, man. Doing this thing. We went the whole summation like we've been doing for a while, man. And listen, fam, I will be back on Monday with a seasonal recap of the show. And then, of course, the following week we'll be doing on Patreon, we'll be doing mock drafts and all this kind of stuff. We'll talk about what the Saints need to do in terms of the draft. We'll be looking at the team's positions of need and break down certain players. We'll be looking at different skill groups from running back, wide receivers, tight ends, offensive line, defensive line. Every year we do the same thing. We'll cover it all, man. So shout out to you guys. Appreciate you, man, for all of the fantastic support you guys will be doing. Shout out and double salute to our Patreon and YouTube membership family for all the great support you guys have been doing as well. And listen, fam, we're going to holler at you on the Monday stream and come back with you with some more good stuff. Much love to y'all. Appreciate y'all. Who dat? And we out.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who dat. Long as I'm living, I'm a who dat. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that at. Where we do that at. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that at. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a Falcon. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shade for the championship. Bucking on Tampa, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy, then you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, money like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that at. Where we do that at. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that at. Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Saints Central, your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Whether you're catching up on Saints news at Jackson Square, checking Pelicans scores in the Garden District, or staying updated on LSU while grabbing coffee in the French Quarter, there's one place that keeps you connected to everything that matters in our city. From Bourbon Street to the Superdome, from Preservation Hall to the Riverfront, New Orleanians are staying in the know with thewhodatdaily.com, your daily source for Saints, Pelicans, LSU, and all the sports, music, and culture that makes our city special. At work downtown, at a game in the Dome, or just relaxing by the Mississippi, wherever life takes you in the Big Easy, you can stay connected. Because when you're from New Orleans, you don't just live here. You stay in the NO. That's stay in the know. Visit thewhodatdaily.com and never miss what matters most to Who Dat Nation.
Welcome to the Pro Shop, where we create authentic NOLA-inspired clothing for men, women, and children. From Saints jerseys to Pelicans gear, everything's crafted right here in New Orleans. Whether you're shopping the Pro Shop, the Pel Shop, or the Pro Shop Kids, we've got your whole family covered with genuine merchandise that represents our city's spirit. Check for links in the description section below or in the chat.